Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Round 11 on AFL Nation. Join Gerard, Whateley, Dwayne, Russell and Adam Simpson for the Hawks and the Crows. Live tonight on your home of sport, SEN.
We acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which the upcoming match is being played. We would also like to pay our respects to elders past and present.
Oh, genius! The true genius of Cossie Pickett revealed before us. And he's kicked the goal of the year over his head. He's a freak show.
The 2026 Toyota AFL Premiership season.
What a fly! An unbelievable mark from Elliott. And it's one of the best he has ever taken. That is Withergreen at its finest. Holmes to go all the way home. The superstar rise when the occasion comes.
Every game, every week.
Short to Dacos from 50 on the arc. It's a thumping drop punt. And as if written by the gods. Oh, there's a bit on in the aftermath too.
Watson front and centre from impossible angle. Watson! Unbelievable! Runs in, kick on goal, Jackson!
It rolled, it tumbled, it's kids. It is over. It is over. The Lions go back to back. And it stands to be admired as one of the greatest premierships ever won. Enshrining the legacy of Chris Fagan.
Welcome to AFL Nation.
In amongst the theatre and ceremony that looms in round 11, there's a sprinkling of matches of true consequence that will give us clues about fortunes and trajectories. And right at the forefront here is Thursday night footy. Hawthorn is 6th, Adelaide is 8th. They are in all likelihood squabbling for the same places on the ladder. And when last they met, it was semi-final night and the Hawks ended the season of the Crows. There's a lot on the line in a chilly Launceston on a Thursday night for a showpiece game. The Bunnings build up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Warehouse. It's Hawthorn and the Adelaide Crows who play this weekend as Guana in the second of Sir Doug Nicholls rounds. Gerard Whateley with you. Adam Simpson is with me. Hello, Simo.
Good evening, Gerard. Duffel coat central tonight. I just hope we don't get the same low-scoring game we got last year. It was almost a deliberate ploy from someone to play a night game in the middle of winter, and it feels a little bit different tonight. I think with the rule changes as well, that we might get a more entertaining game than we did last year.
Josh Jenkins is with us throughout our pre-match before breaking off to the second call. Hello, JJ.
Evening, boys. Yeah, we can't possibly get one as bad or worse than last year, but conditions are a little bit better. And look, one way or the other, I think we leave tonight with certainly queries about the loser. I think the winner's sort of on their way a little bit. If it's Adelaide, they get last week, they get themselves rolling and they go to Launceston and get the win, and you think, okay, their season's away. And if it's the Hawks, you think, well, okay, they're not as wobbly as we once thought. But for the loser of tonight, it's an interesting time of the season for them.
Can I ask you a quick question before we get into this? The Crows radio with yourself, do you go to the next level?
No.
Like, I haven't heard you. Apologies.
Don't.
Quite often I'm being an air, but I'm just trying to picture you Andy Marr style.
No, I was just going to say, don't try and replicate what's unable to be replicated.
Right, okay.
Because,
you're a lot more measured.
Yeah, just a nice straight call tonight. If there's a Jordan Dawson shot after the siren, we might get up and going. But no, we just call the game as we see it tonight.
Well, what's the point of having Crows radio then?
Well, I think
you want to give us a little bit, surely.
The Adelaide folk, enjoy it. It's not quite 5AA. That's pretty much Crows Nation as well, but it's a different offering.
Yeah. Well, I mean, tonight's game, it's so interesting. And what are Hawthorn going to do? Are they going to back in their system? And they've changed a few things with personnel. They're not as tall this week, so already that feels a little bit different. I don't know. I heard Sam Mitchell and Deidre in the week, Gerard, and they weren't as. It's like effort and attitude, which is one thing, but if they don't win tonight, it'll be a little bit deeper than just missing a couple of senior players.
So there's the minimum standards that they have to meet as a starting point. And So Sam, out of opening round, didn't want to know about anything because he said it was completely undermined by effort. There's no point doing any structural or strategic work in this. And then they rectified that. They got into a nice rhythm and they've just come off that rhythm in different ways. They did a lot right against Collingwood and then a lot wrong. They led Fremantle for 3.5 quarters and then got completely overwhelmed. And their system broke down late in that game. They wouldn't take the kicks that they typically took. And then there was regression last week, is they didn't meet the minimum standard. So I'm curious about if you plug the minimum standard back in, does it rectify their issues, or are there corrections where your eye is drawn? Are there corrections that need to be made?
Yeah, they're 16th for centre bounce scores, for centre ball up scores, Josh, for example.
Despite picking 2 ruckmen.
Yeah, so you want to be better at that. They've digressed the most out of any team from last year to this year in that area, and that's a significant part of the game. And minus 11 contested possessions last week, that wouldn't normally be bring your mouth guards Monday. I know there was a few clips floating around during the week about some work rate issues, but you'll always find that. I just get the feeling it's a little bit deeper than let's work a bit harder and be a bit tougher. I feel like there's some issues around their connection in the front half and their ability to adjust mid-game. I think a lot of coaches against Hawthorn have gone, okay, you've owned the corridor, we're going to take that away from you now, and it's over to you for the next move. And I'm just not quite sure if Adelaide's built that way, though. They seem to be a little bit more meat and potatoes.
Yeah, they are. No doubt about it. Hawthorn, to me, I thought last week was going to be a good insight into, particularly from a Jack Gunston perspective, detached full forward. Can you just plug someone else in and play that role? Or is Gunston the one who makes that role work? Now, it's probably more of the latter. Gunston's making that role work, because I was thinking going in, why can't Mitch Lewis, as a big explosive key forward, be fresher because he's not having to get up and down the ground, play that role? Or why can't Nick Watson play that role? But clearly we need to give Gunston an unbelievable amount of credit. But I don't know. I wonder whether they've got themselves, and they did this late last year, Gerard, when they started picking 4 talls in the forward 50. Are they making themselves? Because I look at them and think they're a great running team. They spread particularly the MCG out with their kickers and their flankers forward and behind the footy. But they're not as tall tonight. But they've had so much height on the ground, and they've maybe lent too far away from what their strength is, and that's their ability to have all these guys engaged in their attack.
Well, I mean, their small forwards are probably the 3 best in the competition almost.
Yeah,
so that's what they've been relying on. But I suppose the Gunston question, if it was easy, everyone would be doing it.
Yeah,
why isn't everyone doing a disconnected forward like Gunston does? And the reason is he doesn't run north-south. He's an east-west player, which can picture an oval. He's a lateral leader. He doesn't run up and back, and he's happy to stay disconnected. And I just think when you're a forward and you go back and suddenly you're 60 metres from the next pair of players, you can't help but get drawn up a little bit. So yeah, it's a bit of a worry, because he's not going to be around forever, Gerard. He's at the twilight, and I'm sure when they got him back from Brisbane, he wasn't. The plans weren't, let's build this forward line around Jack Gunston again. So some really good opportunities for Hawthorn tonight, and for Adelaide. That second quarter last week, was it North Melbourne or was it Adelaide that we're leaning into? I mean, some of the numbers were just I was calling that game. They were going at 100% scoring efficiency right up until the 25-minute mark. So it was like 13 inside 50s, and it was 7 goals, 5. It was getting real close to being 100% strike rate, and probably says a lot about North's backline. But the way they played that quarter, is that the real Adelaide?
Well, I doubt it. It's not the real Adelaide, but maybe it is the spike and the belief, maybe, because Adelaide's an interesting place. I mean, like Perth, you can't help but absorb what everyone thinks about you a little bit, and everyone's saying about Adelaide, well, you don't have the polish, you don't have the midfield, your tall forwards aren't performing, and sometimes that just seeps in. So maybe last week was that positive affirmation they just needed, that we can be potent, we can be a prolific scoring team like we were last year. Back to the Hawks, so we're not going down the Zach Merritt rabbit hole, but it does feel like with some of these games where they get beaten up around the footy, I do wonder, and I talked about, I love their flankers and I love their wingers and these guys, but when the whips are cracking and your midfield's getting beaten, you can call on John Newcomb, but who's the second and the third and the fourth mid that you just know, okay, Elliot Yeo and Luke Shuey are going in and they'll get the job done?
I know who it is. It's Day.
Wow.
So, I mean, they're missing him.
What about tonight, though?
Well, that's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. And you wouldn't say Adelaide's midfield stacked either. I mean, they've got some talent floating through there. So I sort of think, like, who's the better midfield tonight? When you dig down on it, it might come down to the ruck battle, and then who's the better combination? So, Hawthorn started their whole beginnings when Sam rocked up at the club was back half transition. We're going to switch it. We're going to run. We're going to score from the back half. We're going to be exciting. And we'll speak to Adrian Hickmott later about what's their best version. Because I don't think it's contest and pressure. I think it's excitement and flair and get the smalls involved and get the whiz going and engage the crowd, all 600 of them tonight. And the other part too, which we haven't spoken about, Gerard, is the ground. They just don't lose here. So surely, what percentage does that give them advantage on?
More against everybody else than Adelaide. So they've played this trilogy of 3-pointers. Yeah. Hawthorn have won 2 of them and Adelaide's won 1 of them. It's an uncanny recent record. Okay. So Hawthorn by 3, Adelaide by 3, Hawthorn by 3, and the lead changes hands late last year in a 6-5 game. Where Rankin puts the Crows in front and then Newcombe grabs it back for the Hawks. So of all the teams, and it runs at 75% over a quarter of a century and it's 11 in a row, the one team that would be undaunted going here is Adelaide.
Right. Is that because Launceston's a little bit like Adelaide?
It's just a fluke, I reckon.
Yeah, okay. I agree. It's a bit of a fluke. But, I mean, in terms of, going to a venue that is very foreign. Now, it's not foreign to Hawthorn, but to explain it to people listening, because it shouldn't, we're AFL players, it shouldn't really matter where you play, but when it doesn't take much, we're at the margins, an unfamiliar hotel or unfamiliar facilities or a different preparation, it doesn't take much to just get, particularly young players looking sideways, thinking, what's going on here then? Before you know it, bang, the ball's up and she's on.
Well, I was at Hawthorn for 4 years, so my Launceston experience was not surreal, but they went down there, they stayed at the same hotel, and they all get minivans or cars. So everyone gets every 5th player gets a car. They all go somewhere in the city. They got this. There's hot springs there. There's a pool there. There's something that. So they've all got this. This is back in the day, and they just had this routine. Go to the ground whenever you want because it's a walking distance, or you can drive there early. So they made it theirs, and Clarko was very much part of that, and it just felt like it was their second home. But and I've also been the opposition coach, and the rooms are like, they're like, I can't even, they're like Mount Martha, reserves rooms, and it's deliberate. I think it's deliberate. It just feels cold, like there's no warmth. Like you got, those little electric heaters in the corner. That's the heating system. It wouldn't surprise me if there's no hot water, and it's just, it just feels like the away rooms in a local footy situation. Even the whiteboard's like this old rusty one on the side.
And there's the marker doesn't work.
The eraser's just black when you rub it. It just scrapes on the board. So it does feel different.
It sounds silly, doesn't it? I mean, if you're driving around listening, saying, "Come on, guys!" Like it's AFL footy. It
repeats the whole way around the world, though.
It does. And even I never played in Launceston. Played in Canberra at night, and I spent the whole day. Normally, I'd like to be outside most of the day, and I'm not going outside. It's freezing today, and it doesn't take much for that to just filter into the way you play.
Well, if anyone wears the double jumper tonight, if anyone's got the long sleeve with the short sleeve over the top, we'll know exactly what's going to happen.
Well, at that game in Canberra, I went to throw the long sleeve and I caught one glimpse of Don Pike out the corner of my eye, turned around and took it off and froze all night.
So the game last year plays a role is that they are similar conditions, not quite as bad by the feel of things. It's not quite as cold, although it might be by the end. I'm interested in the semi-final.
Yeah.
Hawthorn whacked Adelaide in that semi-final. And there was an indignity in the way the Crows bowed out of that final series in straight sets. The Collingwood result was the Collingwood result, but the real humiliation was at the hands of Hawthorn. And I'm curious as to what that looks like tonight.
Agree, because, look, Collingwood ambushed them in a way. Now, to get beaten up once in a final, okay, it can happen. You better respond. And in a way, they didn't respond, or they couldn't respond. Now, whether it was they didn't or they couldn't, I'm not sure. I think it's probably a little bit of both, but it's something I'm going to ask Nathan Van Berlo, because I would lean into it a little bit. I know we're in different circumstances and it's a different season and it's a different venue, But particularly around the footy, and it mightn't be a Matthew Nicks conversation, it might be a Nathan Van Berlo conversation because it was centre bounce. John Newcombe, I think, had the first 4 clearances of the game. So if you're lining up next to John Newcombe tonight at the start, I wouldn't want to see him get the first clearance of the game.
Yeah.
I'd be pretty flat.
I'm not buying in as much.
You wouldn't worry you as much?
I think there might be a little bit of, remember what happened last year, boys. But I just think the game's always so different, and you don't get beaten by this. I don't know who came up with that statement. I think it was King. He owns that. Don't get beaten by what you know. But I think that, if I'm Nicks, I'm not talking about last year other than a little bit of rhetoric around, what happened last year. I don't know. It just feels like it's been a long time between drinks, and it was more about Adelaide, that final series, than Hawthorn in my eyes. They just weren't ready for the big stage, and they haven't looked ready to go again all year up until about 3 weeks ago. So, yeah, we'll find out more. The other thing about down here, Gerard, is the wind, and when it's a day game, there's always a wind to the left of screen for anyone who hasn't been to the ground. And night games are a little bit different, so maybe that might play a part tonight.
So there was that game last year on a Saturday night against the Giants where the goalpost was shaking, but then it was perfectly still, which I actually fancy sort of made it quite difficult in the game against Adelaide, and it's still tonight. So what that does with the dew and just how slippery it gets is interesting. But yes, is the wind, which can be devilish, is not going to be a factor.
Yeah, that Giants game was hard to watch.
What would you rather?
I'd rather the dew. I'd rather bucketing rain than wind.
Yeah.
Wind just makes it so hard to predict what's going on.
Yeah.
The ball's out of bounds most of the evening. So I just think unfortunately, it's likely to be a night. Both teams like to send up a half forward, Dylan Moore. From the Hawthorn perspective, Adelaide like to send up Rochelle or Keys or Neil Bullen. I think field position will be the king tonight. And I think we'll see scores from free kicks inside forward 50, those sorts of things. I don't think it'll be a ball movement night tonight.
Have you got an overall view, Simo, on the AFL moving Hawthorn out of Launceston to clear the way for the Devils?
It makes total common sense, Gerard. And I think Hawthorn, if they didn't plan this 2 years ago when the day it was announced is the day you plan to get out of Launceston. Surely it's in my eyes, it's an obvious, okay, well, we're done. Surely. So whether it's another year or 2 years, it was always going to end. So I think it's okay to kick up a little bit of a fuss, but surely they would have moved on and prepared. And I mean, they're fortunate too, Hawthorn. They play an exciting brand. They've been up for a few years. They've got some exciting players. I think finding another sponsor wouldn't be as difficult as perhaps a club that really relies on the money that they've supplied. What they're going to lose the most is the advantage, and that's what Sam would be thinking.
75% win rate down there.
Doesn't happen often. It's as close as GMHBA Stadium as you can get, and whether it's the wind, whether it's the hotel, whether it's the locker room, whether it's just we win here when we play here, it doesn't matter. That's the sense. We come down here, we win, we go home, and that's what they're going to miss in a couple of years.
All right, so in our pre-match, we'll have the teams shortly for round 11 and we'll go through those. There's a lot to discuss, but we're going to zero in on the two teams before we stray terribly far. Adrian Hickmott's about to join us from the Hawks, and pretty well immediately after that, Nathan Van Berlo from the Crows. You got heritage with these two, so you coach with both of them, Simo?
Yeah, well, Sam Mitchell, Van Berlo and Hickmott were all coaching staff in 18. So they're all the crew. So they've all kicked on, and I'm here with you.
And Nathan Van Berlo was your captain at one stage.
He was. I was beside him, believe it or not. One day we were doing a warm-up out on the West Lakes Oval, and he sliced his Achilles open with a sled. I won't ask him about it because it's not a fond memory for him, but somebody else, I won't name that player either, pulled up a little too quickly. The sled didn't, and it ruptured his Achilles. It was a grim.
Who was it?
A grim morning. It was actually a short Tasmanian. There's a very, very good hint.
Okay.
Yes,
There's lots of them.
Yeah, not playing for us. There won't.
Josh Jenkins and Adam Simpson on duty tonight. Dwayne Russell's going to join us for the call. It's the Hawks and the Crows from Launceston. This is the Bunnings build-up on AFL Nation. Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
You're listening to the Bunnings Builder on AFL Nation. Site ready, site go. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
So Some crashes to watch out for on your way home this afternoon. One on the Ring Road Greensboro bound entry from the Tulla Freeway in the left-hand lane there. One in Ashwood, Huntingdale Road northbound at Highbury Road. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Absolutely everything is on sale at Freedom. Save up to 60% off absolutely everything. Plus enjoy free delivery until Monday, only at Freedom. And you won't miss a minute of this year's AFL season with every game live on SEN and streaming on the SEN app.
Off-road performance now in hybrid with 3,500 kilograms of braked towing power. Lexus LX now in hybrid. Available in Sports Luxury and F-Sport, it combines a V6 twin-turbo engine with 20 years of hybrid innovation, making the Lexus LX 700H our most powerful hybrid yet and giving you the luxury of even more choice. Visit Lexus of Brighton to book a test drive. LMCT 9897.
Want to build same-game multis differently? Try PointsBet's 5 for 25 on AFL. Answer more or less to 5 player performance score questions and get $25 odds. Plus, track player performance live with PointsBet's AFL Bet Tracker. PointsBet, built different. You win some, you lose more.
Gazy, can you talk us through the on-field action you've just seen?
Well, it's easy. The studio crew snuck in and cooked up a treat with the chilled on-the-menu pasta and sauce range, like watching a magician pull off a great trick. And just like that, now I've got a delicious pasta for 4, ready in just 5 minutes.
Mate, I meant the game.
Discover the on-the-menu pasta and sauce range chilled at Coles.
On the menu. Are you just investing or investing better? CMC Invest brings it all together in one place. Access over 40,000 shares and ETFs across global markets with crypto right alongside your portfolio. Plus get $0 brokerage on US shares. Backed by more than 35 years experience and trusted by over 1 million Aussies. Don't just invest, invest better. Visit cmcinvest.com. General advice only. Crypto is unregulated, high risk and complex. All trading involves risk. FX spreads and T's and C's apply.
Pre-game nerves? Post-game bragging rights? Get to Kingpin wearing your team's colours on game day and get a free upgrade from schooner to pint of Hans Super Dry. T's and C's apply. Please drink responsibly. Established at Crown Complex and now open on Collins Street. Escape ordinary at Kingpin.
Whether you're a first-year apprentice or been on the tools for decades, one thing doesn't change. You need the gear that shows up every day. That's why Sparkies have trusted Klein Tools for over 170 years, on-site and at home. Klein Tools, family-owned and supporting generations of electricians worldwide. This National Sparky Day, get into AWM Dandenong for in-store offers and a proper look at the Klein Tools range.
Does your local tick all the boxes? Monday steaks, Tuesday Palmers, Wednesday trivia, Thursday oysters and Prosecco, Friday discounted schooners during the footy, and a Sunday roast. Sounds like the Flying Duck, where Gastropub meets the neighbourhood local favourite. 67 Bendigo Street, Paran.
For ultimate braking performance on your off-road adventures, fit Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Their high-tech ceramic formulation provides low dust and noise while delivering high-temperature stability and exceptional fade resistance. They also feature our mechanical retention system backing plate for improved pad attachment strength. Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
Kilmore Toyota's demo sale is on now. Don't miss out on incredible deals as Kilmore Toyota clears their yard in preparation for the new financial year. Visit kilmoretoyota.com.au to test drive today. LMCT 808. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation. Site ready, site go. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
This is the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Warehouse. Hawthorn and Adelaide a feature Thursday night, and Adrian Hickmott is with us in the Hawks cab. Adrian, great to have you with us. Welcome to AFL Nation.
Thank you very much, guys. Good afternoon.
You know these conditions well. Just give us a feel for Lonnie tonight.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, it's beautiful. No wind. A little bit of dew, but no, she's a beautiful night down here.
Is it different from last year in June when it was 6-5? That wasn't a wet night, but it seemed to get very chilly and affect the game.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit warmer, but only just. The temperature's actually beautiful. Like guys are walking around in their shorts here. No wind, no wind helps, but it does settle the dew a bit. So It looks exciting. The ground looks very nice too.
Hick, Josh Jenkins here. Good luck tonight. We'll start with something that's actually happening tomorrow night. Will Day's going to play some VFL footy. I know Hawks fans, and I'm sure the coaches and his teammates are pretty excited about that.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Young man who loves his footy, and the work that he does off field. We all know, all the players, AFL players, work hard off field, but his work rate and also his willingness to help others. He worked on the bench for about 5 weeks during games. John, you can see you laughing at me. During games, and had real good knowledge of the game through that. Then stopped doing that 3 weeks ago and just focused on his training and football. So, yeah, we're all excited to see how he goes.
Tell us about this week's match committee meeting. I imagine it was a long one. You made 4 unforced changes. I wondered whether maybe this week you'd go with 1 ruck versus 2 rucks. You've got maybe Orchol who can do a little bit of that. Ramsden's a big body who you haven't used in the ruck. He goes out of the team. So how much conversation went in this week about 2 rucks, 1.5 rucks, how many tools in the front half?
Yes, sir. Yeah, there's always a lot of conversation match committee. They're good fun. We had a short week this week, so we couldn't really have long discussions. But no, our effort was down last week. We wanted more run in the side, excitement in the side. So we chose a side tonight that we thought that could help us in those areas.
Hey, Hick, it's Adam Simpson here, mate. Good luck tonight. First of all, stop calling Josh, sir.
I'm quite enjoying it.
You need to pull that back a little bit. The respect is a little bit too high for outstanding. But
okay, so I always did what you said, so I'll listen to you.
I know you didn't. Not enough time during the week to work on effort and intensity. I'm assuming there wasn't bring your mouth guards. So how do you go about trying to get better at attitude and effort when you can't train it?
Yeah, it's a good point. Short weeks are awesome coming off, a loss anyway. You get straight back into it, but a lot of chats between the lines. It's mentality, working on understanding each other and knowing that we can and are very good at producing good effort consistently. So we go in, speak about it, and then work towards it. We can't train it, but it's more about the excitement, look at each other in the eyes, patting each other on the back to celebrate good things too.
If anyone get the group up, it's Hick. From what I did have the pleasure of working with Hick for a number of years at West Coast, and he was the energizer when required. And when it comes to the system and playing your role versus strategy and tactics, where does Sam and the match committee sit with the evolution of your style this year? Is it continue just to play your role, play our way, or do you dip into the opposition a little bit more now that you're missing a couple of key players?
Yeah, as you know, so it's always a fine line, isn't it? You're fine line between having players play off their instincts, not think too much about strategy and tactics, just to play their game, and the way they play individually helps us. But most importantly, we also want our players feeling good. Within a reason, you still need to play roles.
Yep.
Still need to understand what each other's doing out on the ground. But once you've done that, let's go for it. Let's relax, play for instincts, and then see what it can produce from that.
I love your use of your high half forwards. Certainly they feel like they're an extension of your midfield. Dylan Moore, who played really well in this game last year. I think he had 13 tackles in this game against the Crows last year. He feels like a half forward who works his tail off between the arcs, and Jack Ginnivan the same. They're such impressive players for you guys with their work rate and their ability to still be creative as forwards.
Yeah, getting up the ground it can be hard work also, reading the cues and reading the game itself. But Dylan Moore and Jack Ginnivan and Connor McDonald, Finn McGuinness tonight, their work rate over the ground is really impressive. Got to be smart in where you run, you just can't run anywhere. And making sure they get back and engage that forward line, so they can have some shots on goals. They are half forwards. We do like kicking goals, so making sure they get back to do that.
And final question from me, and you've been around a long time, you've done so much work on yourself and your philosophies. How far away are you from putting your hand up personally for the next step and taking on a senior role?
Yeah, it's coming. I feel like I'm 54, starting to mature even more now as I get on. Over the next few years, I'll start heading towards that area. And if I'm, good enough to do it, qualified good enough, I'll have a crack. And, if I'm not, well, then, I'm very happy just where I am at the moment, just getting this job done and making sure we get wins on the board and help our young players improve.
So there is a club you played 7 seasons for, Adrian, that's in the search for a coach. Are you ready to put yourself forward should you be asked for Carlton?
I think I'm ready, yeah. I think I'm ready at the moment. But as you know, we've got tonight to think about, men. So you know that one. So got tonight to think about, but we'll see what happens with all that sort of stuff.
Just a final question on tonight. What's the one thing you need to take away from Adelaide?
Oh, they're getting over the ground. They're a good running side. They've got good, strong midfield, good forwards, and making sure we put pressure on them. So he put pressure on the ball. At all times when we can, will help us. Will help us stop them if we can.
Great.
Yeah, bring the heat.
Adrian, great to have you with us. Good luck for tonight and beyond.
Good on you guys. Thanks very much.
Good luck.
Adrian Hickmott, assistant coach. You don't have to look too far to hear a real rap on the way that he's been over a long period of time, and he is in the group of futures.
He is, and he's done it through hard work. So his journey before he got to West Coast is another whole journey. But when he was with us, at least 10 years, and then we gave him the 6 most biggest issues we had, problem childs. So Liam Duggan, we couldn't work him out, and we love Liam. He's captain now, but couldn't get the best out of him. Liam Ryan, Elliot Yeo, so they were like the special project players when they were young. And he would just go, no, I've got them. Just no one talk to these guys for 12 months. And he'd do things like you have to go learn to brush your teeth with your left hand. That type of, you're not allowed to talk for half an hour while we have a meeting. He'd just do lateral things that you and I wouldn't do. And they loved him. They hated him, like this is not working. And then after 6 months, they loved him. So every person at a BNF that gave a speech, I promise every person that was connected to him, he was the first person thanked.
Yep.
So he's got that about him, and now he's coaching a line which are doing special things, and we heard him talk then about believing in yourself and just express yourself and just play. He's that type of coach. He's not data, X's and O's. He's let's play footy, boys, which I think a lot of us love.
Yeah, it's great. Yep.
So when he makes the private decision, would you put yourself forward and see what happens?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's 54, as he said, so it's not like he's still learning.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of coaches out there, JJ, that have had good careers as assistant coaches, and we'll never really know until they get the job. But how do you get that? I'm in the system. I've done a lot of good things. Pick me to present. I don't know how you go from there to we're going to pick these 6 or 7 players through either reputation as a player into coaching. That seems to matter still, which it shouldn't, versus the fly type of coach who, hey, this guy's been around for 15, 20 years. He's done all aspects of coaching and he's ready to go. So whoever, it doesn't matter, not just Carlton, anyone coming up, whether they go for the Longmire Hinkley or these types of coaches, not exactly young. They've just done it differently, done it the hard way.
It'd be a wrestle, wouldn't it? Because you've got, I think it's fairly overwhelming, isn't it? Premierships won by first-time coaches. That number sort of would hit you in the face as a selection committee, but then you want, particularly if you think about Carlton, do we need to stabilise the club with someone who can stabilise the club, or do we take the chance on someone who we're probably as likely to sack in 3 years as we are to find the right guy? It's a risk.
Yeah, well, I mean, the one thing Carlton does have going for them, and this is not really a Hickmott discussion, but Graham Wright and Chris Davies, they look like rock solid. They're going to be there for a long time type of people. They're not new. I mean, Graham's new to the role, but you can sort of feel that there's stability there. And then the last piece of the puzzle is they've got to hitch their wagon to someone, and that decision will be a big call in the future weeks.
All right, so that's the Hawthorn side of things. We'll touch base with the Crows, and the teams have landed, so we'll run you through the rest of round 11 shortly. This is the Bunnings build-up on AFL Nation. Spec-Right pre-oiled Murbo decking, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation. Site ready, site co. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Look, out for a crash on the Ring Road Greensboro bound entry from the Tulla Freeway, and still got delays following that earlier broken down truck on the Monash Freeway outbound before Warrigal Road. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. The Australian Ballet's Romeo and Juliet opens soon at the Regent Theatre. Buy 4 tickets and save up to $71 per ticket. T's and C's apply. Book at australianballet.com.au. And you won't miss a minute of this year's AFL season with every game live on SEN and streaming on the SEN app.
Choosing an aircon can be a lot. So look for the one that gives tradies and homeowners more. Looking for easy installs, local support and stock all across the country? Search Caden. Looking for Wi-Fi, energy efficiencies and aircon made for Aussie conditions? Search Caden. And want it all backed by a 7-year warranty from Reece? Search Caden, the aircon that gives you everything you're searching for and more. Caden, your perfect climate.
Want to build same-game multis differently? Try PointsBet's 5 for 25 on AFL. Answer more or less to 5 player performance score questions and get $25 odds. Plus, track player performance live with PointsBet's AFL Bet Tracker. PointsBet, built different. You win some, you lose more.
Making the switch to electric? Discover European quality with the Volkswagen ID4 and ID5 mid-size SUVs available now. The MY 25.5 ID4 Pro starts at just $62,990 drive away. Head to Berwick Volkswagen today. LMCT 12366.
Life's too short for coffee that doesn't give you a goal-kicking, winning feeling. So grind with the Bean Cartel. It's award-winning coffee in Australia and overseas. Roasted fresh in Melbourne and delivered to you, Australia-wide. Dangerously good coffee. TheBeanCartel.com.au.
With the greatest tournament in world football upon us, Harvey's Sports Bar is ready to welcome all fans on the journey. Showing every game of the tournament, be there Saturday night for an atmosphere like no other. Harvey's Sports Bar, Fitzroy Street, St Kilda.
Mimosa Homes' V Collection is redefining what's possible, even on a budget. With prices starting from just $199,900, it's quality made affordable. Plus, every V Collection home includes our 50-year structural warranty, because peace of mind comes standard. Build your personalised quote online at mimosahomes.com.au. Mimosa Homes V Collection, quality made affordable. T's and C's apply. V Collection homes only.
Mimosa Homes. G'day tradies, tired of spending hours on paperwork after a long day? Ditch the admin. Get back to what you're good at with Service Titan, a game changer for plumbing, HVAC and electrical businesses.
So the industry, communication-wise, has changed dramatically. That's probably been the biggest change in this industry for us.
Being able to communicate with not only your team members, but also with your client base as well.
Get quick reports, simplify how you work and wow your customers with multiple job options on the spot. Book a free demo at servicetitan.com.au.
Are you just investing or investing better? CMC Invest brings it all together in one place. Access over 40,000 shares and ETFs across global markets with crypto right alongside your portfolio. Plus get $0 brokerage on US shares. Backed by more than 35 years experience and trusted by over 1 million Aussies. Don't just invest better. Visit cmcinvest.com. General advice only. Crypto is unregulated, high risk and complex. All trading involves risk. FX spreads and T's and C's apply.
Whether you're a first-year apprentice or been on the tools for decades, one thing doesn't change. You need the gear that shows up every day. That's why Sparkies have trusted Klein Tools for over 170 years, on-site and at home. Klein Tools, family-owned and supporting generations of electricians worldwide. Throughout May, get into Bunnings Warehouse and have a proper look at the Klein Tools range.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation. Site ready, site go. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
This is the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade. Hawthorn and Adelaide tonight from Launceston. Gerard, Whateley, Josh Jenkins and Adam Simpson with you. And joining us is Nathan Van Berlo from the Crows coaching staff. Nathan, great to have you with us on AFL Nation.
Thanks for having me. Hi, Gerard, JJ, Simo.
I'll get out of these two's way, I reckon. Go on, you both know him well.
Yeah, it was long time ago now, isn't it, VB? It's been a while since we spoke, and the memories I have of him are very fond, very fond memories.
Fond memories, Simo, don't we?
Yeah, it all, you know, it all went south when he left us. And you're still doing the midfield at the moment, VB?
Yes. Yeah, still doing the mids, yeah.
And how have you found, what's the biggest difference, do you think, in your evolution as from an assistant coaching point of view? What have you noticed the biggest difference from back in 2018, let's say 8 years ago, to now? What's the change that you've seen?
Oh, look, I guess demographic in terms of the side we've got now, we're definitely a younger midfield group that I'm working with, and obviously working with yourself and the mids at West Coast. They're an established senior team, and in a lot of ways it was managing those players as a group of six, trying to fit them into 3 or 4 spots, whereas now trying to develop, some young guys' craft. We mentioned guys like Whateley or Rankin, Saligo, still learning his way, but also trying to build a midfield group from the ground up a little bit, but also on the run. So we've got Dawson and guys like that who've been at the level for a long period of time, but just trying to find the way to complement him and others around the ball.
And the roles were very role specific back in the day, and everyone had a specific role in the reserves level, and they come up and they play their colour back then, I think it was. And how does it work in the modern game? Is it the same situation, or is it done differently?
Oh, very similar. It hasn't. Roles are bigger than they ever have been, really. And it's just finding the way to, like we did back in 2018, is trying to find ways to reward those roles that aren't as glamorous as others.
Red Wing.
Red Wing, Chris Maston role in 2018. He was as important as anyone in terms of how our system worked. But we've got similar roles where it's it's up to guys to be playing with width or playing selfless roles that allow our A-grade players to shine brighter. And at the end of the day, we try and highlight that as best we can during the week so that they continue to perform those valuable roles for us. And we sort of found a really good balance to that last week in terms of guys playing their roles and bringing the contest and pressure that's probably been has been a bit lacklustre in our game over the first 10 rounds of the year anyway. And it was nice to reach a consistent level with that last week.
VB, I feel like I'm asking this on behalf of Crows fans on social media. How come there seems to be a reluctance to play Rankin and Whateley around the footy at the same time? Now, they've pretty much chopped and changed. Whateley went in there and particularly against Geelong, had 30-plus, kicked a goal, looked like he was going to stay there. Isaac's been there, 26 a game over the past month. What's the reluctance? Is it because you really want one of them in the forward line, or is it defensively around the ball? What does it look like with those two?
Yeah, it's more the fact we want one of them ahead of the ball, JJ, to be honest. We love having both of their presence around the footy, and they give us an electric dynamic around the ball, the ability to get from inside to out and add that bit of polish that we feel like we need at times around the footy. But also we need to find a way to score ahead of the ball, and you've probably seen Josh, particularly the last couple of weeks, been really dangerous as a deep forward and asking questions of the oppo with his ability to play that forward line role for us. So trying to balance it out. Unfortunately, two guys don't always fit into the mix of things. We've had Sam Berry have a breakout year for us this year. Geordie Dawson's obviously come back in for the last couple of weeks, which has been great for us. And James Peatling as well. I feel like he's elevated his game the last month. So trying to fit them all through there has been quite difficult. And we even saw last week Jake Saligo playing as a forward when he's traditionally played as a midfielder as well. So we'll keep trying to build it, but we need to try and find that balance, and we love to have a bit of talent around the ball and also ahead of the ball.
What about Dan Curtin? He's been back for 3. I think tonight's his 4th game back. Low numbers. I think he's been 11, 9 and 11 or something like that. Is he a bit of a victim of what you spoke about? He's often, playing a wide wing, or he just hasn't been able to see the footy in that wing role. Is there a chance we might see him play some inside mid now that he's got those game legs under him?
Yeah, there's a chance that'll happen. And again, we feel like he has been building his game the last few weeks. That's sort of all we've wanted of DC over his AFL games this year, has just been to continually build. And last week, he honestly could have had a game that was 20-odd touches and kick a goal or two from a wing, which would be a really damaging performance. But unfortunately, didn't maximise all of his opportunities, and we didn't exactly kick to his advantage on a number of times. So a bit of a victim in that regard. But we feel like he's building in the right way, and we're certainly not trying to rush getting him to the level. He's spent a long time out of, playing AFL footy since pre-season. So trying to grow his game, and hopefully he takes another positive step tonight. And whether that be a bit of midfield minutes, we'll just have to wait and see.
Now, you used to eyeball me for not bringing the ball to ground way back when. Are you going to look the mids in the eye and just maybe give them a subtle reminder of what happened in that final last year? Because it was at centre bounce where Newcomb and others really took it to you guys. And, I mean, from afar, the game was over, what felt like it was over inside 20, 25 minutes. So a bit of a reminder there, or is it process-driven for you guys?
Oh, it's a bit of both, JJ. Like it is, we certainly focus on our process going in, but, there's also the reality that they ended our season last year and it stung like there's no tomorrow, and knowing that we didn't put up a fight that we thought we could, and they embarrassed us in front of our home crowd. So, yeah, there's definitely some scars there and some reminders that we'd love to, atone today. But it's got to start with our contest and pressure work, which we felt like we got back to a level we'd expect last week. So, going against the Hawthorn side that we really rate highly and know that their best is at an elite level is going to be a big challenge for us. But certainly we'd love to respond tonight.
Contest and pressure seems to be your DNA, VB, but your metres gained by handball's not. The second quarter last week, you kick your 10 goals to 1 point, but you're minus 43 metres gained with handball metres gained. You seem to be a little bit more feet it back before you go forward. Is that a deliberate buck the trend type of attitude, or is it just the way the game rolls out for you guys?
It's an interesting pickup. I mean, it's definitely an element of our game that we're trying to work on. And if you look at the most potent teams in the comp at the moment, with ball in hand in offence, their run and gun off half back is certainly what breaks the game open. And felt like we were able to do that at a better level last week, albeit not at the level that we know we need to be consistent against the best teams. And we have, at different stages this year, found we've been way too, stagnant with ball movement, and that's more of a kick mark game, which can work at times. You definitely still need to have that in your repertoire, but we've got to find that balance of being able to energise the game and get it into our forwards 1v1, because we know if we do that, they're pretty potent.
Nathan, great to have you with us. Good luck for the night ahead.
Thanks, guys. Good to chat. Cheers, guys.
Nathan Van Berlo with us from the Adelaide Crows. They play Osgana tonight in the Sir Doug Nicholls rounds. Righto, we'll come back in our previews when we get there, but time to talk the rest of the round, shall we?
Sure. Yes.
The teams are in, so let's work through from Friday night. Dreamtime at the G2, changes for the Tigers. They managed to keep from the senior lists. Lafau returns and Elgar is back. Gray's got the long-term hamstring and Fawcett has been omitted. There are 4 changes, 3 chosen at Essendon. So Wright misses with the knee. Cox, Setterfield and Newen have been dropped. Ben Mackay does come back. Gresham, Guelphy and Edwards.
Didn't understand Setterfield being chosen. One too many inside mids last week. I saw Jasper Elgar play in Richmond's VFL before he got injured. He looks a bit of Cam Rayner about him.
Is that?
Yeah, very powerful, very dynamic, can take a hanger.
That's bold.
Yeah, I'll stand by that for now. Till he proves me wrong.
Yeah, well, that's... Is there any First Nations players playing for that game, Gerard, the Dreamtime game? Yeah, it's a worry if there isn't. So, it's been obviously a massive part of the fixture, and it's sort of an indication of where it's all at the moment with First Nations Indigenous players in the competition. It's a bit of a worry. So, and then the game itself, like what do we expect from Richmond?
Well, what happens if Richmond win the game?
Yeah.
From an Essendon perspective, that kind of can't happen, can it?
No, it can't. And selection says that too. Bringing Mackay, Gresham and Guelphy in. Let's just put our most experienced blokes in. They are threadbare. Just go and get it done. Yep. And we'll worry about the future in 3 weeks' time.
Otherwise, it mightn't be future.
We're just betting down and winning these games.
Gresham is a First Nations player, so that's good. That's good and healthy. But yeah, it's the way that your interpretation of Brad this week and the way he presented. He always presents well. Always fronts up. He's reasonably honest in the way he delivers his message, and it was quite stoic this week. Being connected to the board doesn't really... I was really connected to the board too. We're best mates. Yeah, we're on this path together, and then you look over your shoulder and there's no one behind you. So there's that's reality. But it did sound pretty stoic, pretty connected in the course of this week.
Yeah, so he's trying to keep them all aligned, and he believes that they are aligned. And the chief executive, in his first public utterances, which weren't terribly impressive, he lent on aligned. And we just wait to see that there's a level of losing which always breaks things. They shouldn't be there.
Yep.
Losing to Richmond might tip them there. I suspect that that's not the case. Win this game, then see what happens in the next two. I think there's a bit of failed logic in that. They are not favourites against West Coast in Perth, and they are not favourites against Carlton. So this is the one game. There are no excuses and alibis. So just go and win this, keep the Wolves from the door, and keep the long term going. And then I'm sure there'll be a moment in there of reassessment at some stage, but it shouldn't be now.
It's a risk. Well, I don't think it's a risk. Sorry, how do I explain this? If you're stating how the board are with you in a meeting, in the media, there's a risk with that. If you're not certain that's the case.
So he is certain.
Yeah, that's what my point is. He's that certain that, hey, we're all in this together. They're really clear. They're on the board. Now they're CEOs and chairmen, all those things. So there is absolutely nothing that could happen to me right now that will change my position in the net. So if they lose, he'll be thinking, no, this is all part of the plan. It's not great. We didn't win, but we will move on to the next week. And that's how he's going to treat the next 3 weeks regardless. So what'll be interesting is all the interviews before the game tomorrow night when they sit down with the GM, sits down with someone, the CEO, the chairman, the questions get asked and, is he still your next premiership coach? All those questions will come, and that'll be interesting to fall out from that. So, anyway, the politics of the game.
Yes.
I hope the game's better than last year.
Oh.
It was horrendous.
Well, luckily we've got another one to turn across to in case.
So Fremantle, Wagner in. Sarong is out with a calf injury. So Young and Sarong are both out of that midfield now. And St Kilda, Wood returns and Higgins couldn't make the flight with the knee.
I thought, Sarong out and Higgins staying in. You think, gee, St Kilda, maybe they can. But without Higgins, which is probably the reason why the Saints aren't quite there yet, they probably, how do they kick a score against Fremantle over there? That's a query. So, I mean, the Dockers are airborne. At some point, they're going to have a hiccup, aren't they?
Well, they won 9 in a row, is it?
Yeah.
So
they're overdue for their hiccup.
Yeah, they are. But I can still see, I've said this before, they look like the most organised leadership group on field out of all the teams in the competition. They even challenged Geelong with what they do. I just think their leaders just know the right things to do at the right time, and that takes years of preparation, as you know, JJ. It doesn't just happen where you click your fingers and your leaders all stand up at the right time. But Brayshaw, Ryan, even Cox and these guys, they seem to be aligned. Tracy's the one that gets behind the play. So no Sarong, that's interesting from a leadership point of view, but there's plenty of leaders there. Jackson's having, he's probably career best season, and I still think they go in heavily favourites.
Yeah, I agree. I do like what the Saints are building with around the footy. So now it's a bit more Max Hall. It's Garcia, who's a better athlete than I thought he was. Darcy Wilson, Filippo. So, I mean, it probably begs the question what they do with McRae and Flanders to an extent. But they are building a fairly dynamic midfield group.
I'm starting to turn on the Saints, Gerard. I thought they were just average at everything when I looked at the stats a few weeks ago. But I think that some of their youth coming through and some of their numbers are starting to stack up. And the final point on Freeman, Erasmus, he gets a chance now to play on ball where he got drafted. He's a top 5 draft pick. Can he actually complement this very, very strong midfield group when a few players miss?
So Saints are 5-5. They've got 4 weeks where they'll do well to get themselves to 7-7. The risk is they fall behind. The only rider I would put on St Kilda's, so if you use a short block, they beat West Coast by 100 and they played Richmond, who have no players left. So it has changed their profile. And having watched that game back, knowing that I'm doing Richmond tomorrow night, I would dismiss that game out of hand. And I'm not being rude. I would simply dismiss that game out of hand.
Yeah. Well, you probably do the same with the West Coast game.
And so that's my... Yep. So I just want to see it, and these 4 weeks will tell us. If they get themselves to 7-7, they'll be in a great position to attack the wild card from there. But if they lose 4 in a row... they'll never get out of the hole. So I just want to see these 4 weeks before I commit myself to, yes, they have improved.
They've got to take a big scalp at some stage, don't they?
Yeah.
So this is an opportunity.
It would be an enormous high bar.
We haven't seen a Ross Line masterclass, have we, just
No,
yet?
no.
We've seen some solid performances.
And are Fremantle vulnerable to that? Remember you did it to them last year. It was at Marvel. And Fremantle couldn't figure it out. The whole night they couldn't figure it out.
Up on the inside, Gerard.
And it was their last bad performance of the year, Fremantle.
Yeah, yep.
But he couldn't solve anything within game. So I'm so interested in, so what does Ross do here?
Yeah, well, he's had an up and down year too. He's gone all quiet now in the press conferences I've seen, JJ. He's pulled back a little bit after your mate Pickers got into him. So he's a sensitive soul after all.
What would you do with Fremantle? So Sarong's out. You don't have to worry about him. Shea Bolton's been pretty good this year. Murphy Reed hasn't yet had any attention.
No. Well, I just think what's happening is analytics are starting to creep into the AFL even more so. And it's always been there, but I think that's definitely coming where it's let's take away 2 or 3 strengths, not one. It used to be take away the corridor and maybe run with this guy. I think that's gone from 2 to 3 or 4 now. And Geelong, they're miles ahead of everyone else with strategy. So they still manage to play a certain brand with taking away 3 or 4 strengths.
Yeah.
And I just haven't seen that with the Saints just yet. Are they ready this week?
All right, those are the Friday night games. We'll cast an eye toward Saturday next, including Geelong and Sydney and the showpiece game of Scott Pendlebury's record breaker. This has been the Bunnings build-up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Warehouse. Site Ready, Site Co, available at Bunnings Warehouse. For those listening on Bunnings Tradio, flick over to SEN to keep listening as we set up Thursday night footy. It's Hawthorn and the Adelaide Crows in Launceston.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation. Site Ready, Site Co. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
G'day there, delays following a broken down track on the Monash outbound before Warrigal Road. Also got reports of a crash inbound on the Monash Freeway before High Street. And a crash on the Ring Road Greensboro bound entry from the Teller Freeway inbound lanes. The left-hand lane is blocked. Get half price off RRP on Blackmores at Chemist Warehouse. Yes, half price Blackmores. Hurry ends May 27. Excludes bulk sizes. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day. And you won't miss a minute of this year's AFL season with every game live on SEN and streaming on the SEN app.
This end of financial year, expect more from Honda with great deals on selected 2025 Honda SUVs. Now's the time to upgrade your drive with confidence, style and smarter performance. With their premium engineering and exceptional value, the Honda SUVs are a standard that sits a cut above the rest. This is the end of financial year event, only from Honda. Only while stocks last. Terms and conditions apply. Visit your local Honda dealer or go to honda.com.au. Offer ends June 30.
Good health is contagious. And at Bupa, we're helping it spread around Australia by helping our almost 4 million members live healthier. Search Bupa Health Insurance today. Proud member partner of Carlton Football Club.
At Officeworks, we've dropped prices on hundreds of must-haves. Like a 10-pack of J. Burrows ballpoint pens dropped to $3. And a Keji whiteboard value pack dropped to $15. That's low prices every day and here to stay. Officeworks. Big ideas, low prices.
Are you just investing or investing better? CMC Invest brings it all together in one place. Access over 40,000 shares and ETFs across global markets with crypto right alongside your portfolio. Plus get $0 brokerage on US shares. Backed by more than 35 years experience and trusted by over 1 million Aussies. Don't just invest better. Visit cmcinvest.com. General advice only. Crypto is unregulated, high risk and complex. All trading involves risk. FX spreads and T's and C's apply.
Whether you're a first-year apprentice or been on the tools for decades, one thing doesn't change. You need the gear that shows up every day. That's why Sparkies have trusted Klein Tools for over 170 years, on-site and at home. Klein Tools, family-owned and supporting generations of electricians worldwide. This National Sparky Day, get into AWM Dandenong for in-store offers and a proper look at the Klein Tools range.
Do you have or need a trailer with air brakes? With almost 130 years of experience manufacturing in Australia and with branches in Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne and Perth, Rogers Willex has a solution for you. If you require a full ADR approved axle and suspension system, or you're simply needing spare parts for your existing Rogers axle or suspension, you can now order online at rogerswillex.com.au. Rogers Willex, engineered to perform and built to last since 1896.
Crust Pizza. One mission, one very bold decision to do pizza differently back in 2001. Then came the peri peri chicken, the meat deluxe, the garlic prawn, and a following that never looked back. Try the difference. Signatures from $21, classics from $15. Real ingredients, unforgettable flavours. That's how Crust does pizza differently. Order online at crust.com.au. T's and C's apply.
You got Betfair on your side for the footy?
Betfair? No. What's so different?
At Betfair, you can find better value and bet in unique ways.
I like the sound of that.
And so should everyone. Download the Betfair app today.
You win some, you lose more.
This end of financial year, don't just get your tax done, get your backyard done with Australian Outdoor Living's end of financial year sale. Enjoy huge savings off our custom designed and installed pergolas, verandas and decks at Australian Outdoor Living.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Thursday night footy on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. Launceston tonight, it's Hawthorn and the Adelaide Crows. Our pre-game show is Before You Dig, before every job search, Before You Dig online every time. Gerard, Whateley, Adam Simpson, Josh Jenkins. Dwayne Russell will be in for the call in a quarter of an hour's time. We're just going through the teams for round 11 at the moment. We're up to Saturday. North Melbourne and Gold Coast is the early. Hardiman is in and Blamires is out for the Kangas. Long and Closey in for the Suns. Weller with a hamstring and Graham is concussed. This game's at Marvel. This has been the tricky slot for the Suns post-Darwin. Dominated Darwin and coughed up games every year in the aftermath.
Yeah, this will be, you run into the opposition who will be wound up, fairly wound, or better be wound up, Simo.
So, I didn't see it coming, JJ. And like we spoke earlier, was it Adelaide or was it North? And they just got bullied. They got beaten up in that midfield. And
after starting the game unbelievably well.
And they couldn't convert early. And then once Adelaide got going and got on top, there was just, we call it the shark eyes. They did not know what to do. When you're at quarter time or half time, you're looking at your players and they're just bereft of all type of confidence and concentration. And I thought North would pass that a little bit. So this is an interesting game and how they might respond in. Is this a winnable game? That's the question we're asking ourselves for North Melbourne. And if you the Suns, this is definitely one they should be ticking off.
Yeah, they should be. I think the best against the best version or close enough to the best version of Gold Coast. It's not a winnable game, but as Gerard has told us, you don't often get the best version of Gold Coast after Darwin. So I'm looking forward to that game.
Who are you tipping?
I think I'll stick with the Suns, yeah. I've got a little bit more trust in the Suns than most, I think.
Yeah. When are they going to grow up, I suppose, is what we're all asking. This is a game that should just be whack.
Yeah.
You know?
I had their game at Norwood, and what struck me, Norwood's amazing because you're up and you can hear what everyone's saying. They weren't saying anything. So behind the ball, Noble, Ewell and Collins, I think, is set in his way. He wants to focus on his man. Ballard, McAndrew, it's not a group. They were really slow to get organised, which I found really interesting.
Geelong and the Sydney Swans, the first of the twilight games at GMHBA Stadium. Geelong is unchanged from the team that beat the Lions at the Gabba, and Sydney have made 2 changes. Cleary and Hanley in. Cunningham and Cootie have been omitted.
Well, is it this Geelong at home? Is that how it just rolls?
It's a great test for the Swans, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, we know what the Cats will do. They'll be the hunters in this space. And Coxey's evolution is in his second year, so there's still a lot of growth in him and his players, and he's got to work with this style of play about round 20 last year. And teams are working it out, but they haven't broken them. They haven't broken them yet. So this will be a classic audit.
What about the most interesting part of the game for me, and I wonder whether both teams might hold it back a little bit. You've got Jordan, who has gone to Stewart, might go to Smith, might go to Holmes, who's sort of playing as a back half mid as well. So that's interesting. Who does Jordan go to? And then O'Connor has beaten up Heaney the last couple of times. Heaney's been really thrown off his game, gotten physical, wanted to wrestle. And O'Connor can do that. Nicest guy I've ever met. But on the field, he's one of those Irish guys who can just lose his way and get engaged in the scrap. And then you've got, of course, the Sheen Mullen I wouldn't be surprised to see Mullen go to Nick Blakey and see whether Nick Blakey can handle it, or Justin McInerney. Can Justin McInerney handle it?
There's a few stars there, though, isn't there? I mean, I know Brisbane was the same, but Blakey, Costanti tried to go to Blakey a few weeks ago, and it's hard to defend as a forward, a rebounding defender who just runs forward of the play, and it's like, how do you play in front of him? Do you try and play through him? It's he did a reasonable job, but I still think he had 25 touches and 900 metres gained that night. So, yeah, get ready. I don't think they'll hold anything back, is my gut feel. This will be on this week, and both teams, they're up for grabs.
Collingwood and West Coast in the Pendlebury record breaker. So the ends for Collingwood: Pendlebury, Moore, Cameron and Lipinski. So they all made it back to be part of it. Steen is out for the rest of the year with a knee injury, and the omissions are Buller, Parker and Anderson. For West Coast, Allen replaces Hutchinson, who's done a hamstring.
It's disappointing. Geez, they were good last week, West Coast.
Very.
I think it was the best coach game McQualter's had since he's got to the club. He spoke about Hunter's mindset at the start of the week. Take out two of their best players, take away the corridor. It looks like the Giants are an easy kill with take away these one or two strengths, and you're in the game. And what are they going to do, JJ? Who are they going to go after? So there's two tags. What would you do?
The brothers, I think it's because I thought Finn Callaghan would burn Brady Hoff off. I thought he would. Didn't worry me that much that there was going to be a tag to Callaghan, and he will. Dacos has tried to break the tag this year the same way Callaghan tried to, just burn them off. But
Hoff, I had the pleasure of coaching Hoff, and he's just the discipline.
Yeah,
he's got all the tools. He's probably not the greatest disposer of the ball, but in terms of the concentration and the will, and then Murdoch's the other one.
Yeah,
he's a little.
I think it's good to see if you're a West Coast fan. Okay, now we're scheming to win some of these games, not just trying to teach our young guys the game and the way we want to play. Yeah. Now it's like, let's take these two guys out for GWS and we might be able to win the game.
Like the same thing as I spoke about earlier. I think McQualter's come in with a system. Now it's like, no, well, let's bring a bit of strategy.
Yeah, and let's take something off them.
So 90,000, Gerard?
Yeah, so last night the estimate was 85 and growing, that's great. Surely we get to 90.
It'll be a really special day, and it's hard not to get caught up in it, but we're here to play. We're here to win. So there's going to be a conversation had at some stage about the celebration, enjoy it all, but we have got a job to do. And if you're West Coast, there's so many buttons you can push.
Out there.
Oh, my God, if I only could get Ken to coach this game this week, it would be the biggest fire up. Like, he probably would go to Pendlebury and we go, well, let's ruin this whole day. And it feels mean doing it, but part of me wants to see it. Like, Murdoch could terrorise Pendlebury.
Well, I mean, you can mount
really good.
You can mount the case that Collingwood have chosen West Coast, so West Coast go and choose Pendlebury.
Yeah,
and his form's been really strong. So it's not like you'd be tagging him just to try and spoil his day. He's been reasonably prolific for the Pies.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to go past the Dacos.
It is,
brothers. But if it's a spiritual leader you want to take out, he's the one.
Port Adelaide and Carlton Adelaide Oval on Saturday night. For Port, Marshall, Ware and Lai are in. Jones with concussion. Lorenz and Visentini have been omitted. For the Blues, now Wiedering misses with calf tightness. Hollands has got an ankle and Williams has been managed. So Dirksen, Byrne and Young come in. So that's a loss of selection.
Yeah, it is. And they're going to take their time with... They've got 14 weeks, Gerard, to work out younger players, exposure. If there's 3 games to go, it'd be get all the kids in, take the game on and see what happens. But when you've got 13, 14 weeks, you need to probably work your way into what you think might work with either exposure of the young players or try something different with your style of play, JJ. But you can't change who you are, really, even with a different coach. There's still going to be contest and clearance, aren't they?
I think so, yeah. Am I reaching Gerard? There's been some queries on Jacob Wiedering and, whether he wants to beat his man and he's not worried enough about helping others. Should they have just written calf and not calf tightness? You know what I mean? It's not a strained...
Yeah, but I suppose if he's only going to miss 1 week... the second guessing would have been the 1 week calf, I guess.
There'll be people who suggest, well, come on, it's a tight calf. That's all I'm saying. There'll be people who make that assessment.
Yeah, geez, we read into things, don't we, when the teams aren't going well? And unfortunately for Weitering, he's copped it. But even Harry Mackay was like, look at him trying to be a leader. I was like, is that bad? Or why didn't you do it last week when he's getting the boys together? So
knock them when they're down, knock them when they're up.
Yeah, but it's been obviously a hectic season for Carlton. But for Port Adelaide, some of their numbers are really good, Gerard. They're actually delivering on some of the metrics you'd like to build a style around, but they're just not getting it done. And the season's probably slipped away a little bit now, but there's been some growth with the way they play.
So they've got to get out of Dataland and beat Carlton.
They've got to get it done. That's probably they've lost too many close games.
Jason Horne-Francis, a big game from him. He's been in the best 2 or 3 on the ground 3 or 4 times, and maybe the bottom 6 or 8 in the rest. So it'd be great to see him dominate again.
Our commentary team is for AIA, protect what matters. AIA, do it for life. Sunday, so these are squads. Angwin is out with a hand injury for the Giants. Buckley, Brown, Stone, Hannaford into the squad. Brisbane lose Leicester to a calf. Curtin's been omitted. Gallup, hard to pick who the next one will be. Beacon, Zakostelski, McLaughlin and Sprain. So their net loss every week at selection, the Lions, for the time being, and that looks that way as well. And then there's the Bulldogs in Melbourne, which is the middle of Sunday. For the Dogs, Buslinger is out with the shoulder and Williams with a hamstring, so the into the squad. O'Donnell is back. Jakes, Croft, Treloar, Cleary. And Melbourne would probably like to be unchanged. Oh, no, Windsor will come back. Windsor, Henderson and Monty's Wakefield.
2 games on Sunday. I'm just not a big fan of it.
I'm going to miss the putting the kids down early as possible and watching a bit of footy at sort of 6 or 7 o'clock.
How good was it last week when it was a good game? It was West Coast Giants. At least we get the Bulldogs in Melbourne. We're going to be entertained. This makes no sense to me to have 2 games on Sunday and a doubleheader tonight. It's just dumb.
Would you prefer, Gerard, the 12:30 start or make us wait until 3 and then have one afterward? I know a little bit of it is around allowing teams to fly back home.
So the problem is if you put it later, they put it at twilight rather than at night and you overlap. So at least this schedule has no overlap. You can watch the Giants, Lions right to the end and then the immediate start of the Dogs, Melbourne, which is vastly superior to some of what they've been doing when there have been 2 games and they've overlapped.
Well, the West Coast Giants game was 6:10 last week.
Yeah.
You can't run that schedule?
Well, you can't. WA, it's on at 4:10. So
this is the folly of the Friday night doubleheader, which I have had it explained to me, and I reject it out of hand. I just reject it out of hand.
Right. I'm glad I wasn't doing the explaining.
Yeah. It's about crowds in their local markets. Well, I just say nonsense. It's about you are burying games on Friday nights.
Yeah. See, I thought it was because it gives them more teams to choose from for the following Thursday, but it's not that.
It's a
that would have been a better excuse
and a mess. SEN's AFL tipping is back for season 2026. Win weekly prizes or a footy finals experience thanks to the brand of hot water that comes on steady, hot and strong. Ream. Register now at tipping.sen.com.au. Who are you tipping tonight, JJ?
Well, Simo wants more from me, and I'm on Crows Nation, so up the Crows.
Up the Crows.
Our pre-game show is for Before You Dig, AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. If you're in Adelaide and you fancy the Crows call, JJ's going to join John Donohoe, so you can take it in there. Dwayne's about to come in and join us. The teams are unchanged. Cameron Nairn is going to make his debut for the Hawks, so he'll be part of our preview as well as we set it all up. The Hawks and the Crows coming up on AFL Nation to get Sir Doug Nicholls' round 11 underway.
An odds update brought to you by PointsBet. It's like hot sauce, but for footy.
Jules de Stoop here with an odds update for PointsBet. It's the Hawks and the Crows tonight, 6 versus 9th down in Launceston. Now, the Hawks, given their amazing record at the ground, they start $1.42 favourites with the Crows $2.80 outsiders. The line is 15.5. But the Crows have been finding their groove of late, but rolling into Tassie against the Hawks is certainly no easy assignment. Remember to apply your Pullum token, build out your same game multi, so a minimum 4 legs at a $5 total odds. Now, the leg leg's not firing by halftime, simply remove it via the bet slip before the start of the third quarter. So here's the multi for tonight. Jordan Dawson, the Crows skipper, 23 plus disposals at $1.65. He was a major reason the Crows dismantled the Roos last week. And here's a stat-mate hot stat. He's had 23 plus disposals in 6 straight matches, and PointsBet say lock him in for 7 straight tonight. For leg 2, Connor McDonald having a good year for the Hawks, 1+ goals at $1.50. McDonald has certainly found a way to hit the scoreboard in Tassie in recent meetings. Via StatMate, he's kicked 8 goals in his last 5 matches down in Tassie, and at least 1+ in 7 of his last 8 games at the venue. Leg 3, Jarman Impey across half-back for the Hawks, 22+ disposals at $1.65. As always, he's generating a lot of run and carry from the back line. Impey is critical if the Hawks want to beat the Crows tonight. Now, via StatMate, he's had 22+ disposals in his last 5 games, including 28 last time down at UTAS. Back him into fire again on his home deck. And leg 4, Dylan Moore, 2+ goals at $3. This is the value leg and on pull and watch. The Hawks workhorse certainly rolls forward. 2+ goals at $3 is the longest leg of the multi. At the bigger price, this is your standout value leg and on pull and watch. So, your same game multi for this one is the Crows skipper, Jordan Dawson, 23+ disposals. Connor McDonald, 1+ goals. Jarman Impey, 22+ disposals. And the one on pull and watch, Dylan Moore, 2+ goals. Juicy odds of $10. And remember, Pull'em is exclusive to PointsBet. Got a same game multi leg lacking heat? Well, simply pull it with PointsBet before the start of the third quarter. Overall, you just can't tip against the Hawks in Tassie. It's going to be a tough, low-scoring game, but they'll get up by 10 points. For all your AFL markets, get onto the PointsBet app.
Brought to you by PointsBet. It's like hot sauce, but for footy. PointsBet, built different. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. You're listening to the Bunnings Builder on AFL Nation. Site ready, site go. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Whether you're a first-year apprentice or been on the tools for decades, one thing doesn't change. You need the gear that shows up every day. That's why Sparkies have trusted Klein Tools for over 170 years, on-site and at home. Klein Tools, family-owned and supporting generations of electricians worldwide. Throughout May, get into Bunnings Warehouse and have a proper look at the Klein Tools range.
The Mazda end of financial year event is on now.
Are you ready for this?
Get a great deal and immediate delivery on select dual cab and single cab Mazda BT50s. Don't miss out. Ends June 30.
At CommBank, we'll help you get your business in shape, no doubt. Whether you need capital, cash flow or payment solutions, talk to one of our local specialists today. Search CommBank Business. Eligibility criteria, T's and C's apply.
Does your local tick all the boxes? Great food, a large atrium perfect for events, and a beer garden and marquee for hanging with mates? Sounds like the Flying Duck, where Gastropub meets a neighbourhood local favourite. Drop in at 67 Bendigo Street, Paran.
Your business's vehicles are one of its most valuable assets, so knowing where they are at any time is paramount for keeping them safe and secure. Radius Telematics offers GPS tracking, asset tracking, high-definition dash cameras and more, all live on your mobile app or desktop. Their fleet solutions scale with your business, so no matter how big or small, they have a solution for you. Be informed on previous locations, speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus much more. Visit radius.com today.
So, you've had a car accident and it's not your fault? Now is the time to take control. Just call Sheen Panel Service. Questionable insurance companies equal questionable repairs. Come to Sheen to get the right advice. We'll provide an accident replacement vehicle and a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. Plus, we pick up and deliver 24 hours a day from 27 locations across Victoria. Questionable insurance companies equal questionable repairs. Call Sheen first. 1300 Repair.
Sheen Panel Service.
Getting some momentum starts with taking the first step, like finally cleaning out your junk drawer. Then you're reorganising the whole kitchen. And then you may as well repaint the entire house. Next, you're hosting a renovation show on primetime TV. And Momentum Energy can help you take that first step. with your energy. For a great plan or business energy solutions, talk to the company that helps you get some momentum. Momentum Energy.
No one likes unexpected costs.
That'll be $5 for the coffee.
Great.
And $2 for the milk, $1.50 for the sugar, plus a $2 service fee.
What? Luckily, there's one building company where what you see is what you get. Mimosa Homes offers fixed price contracts, so you won't encounter any unexpected costs. That's why Mimosa Homes is one of Victoria's largest and most trusted new home builders. mimosahomes.com.au.
Mimosa Homes.
G'day, Dermot Brereton here. Impress at your next barbecue or dinner with something from the Top Paddock, Smoker's Pit, or even tasty dry-aged beef from the Butcher Club. A traditional caring butchery that's simply not your average butcher shop. Sourcing quality produce, their grass-fed beef and lamb, hormone-free pork, free-range chicken and seafood are all locally sourced and 100% Australian. Download the free app for rewards of up to 50% off weekly specials plus discounts on premium steaks and wine. Visit thebutcherclub.com.au.
Choosing an aircon can be a lot, so choose the one that gives tradies and homeowners more. From easier installs to built-in Wi-Fi, Caden gives you everything you're searching for, and more. All backed by a 7-year warranty from Reece. Caden, your perfect climate.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
As Stadium in Launceston, Hawthorn's home for the past quarter of a century, a ground they have lauded over opponents, but not necessarily Adelaide. The Crows have had a good ping the last 3 times they've been there. 2 losses by 3 points and a win by 3 points. Will we extend the trilogy to a quarter of 3-pointers tonight? AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. Gerard, Whateley and Adam Simpson, joined by Dwayne Russell. Hello, Dwayne.
Gerard, can't have enough of Hawthorn. I can't have enough of the Adelaide Crows. They're the kind of teams that you want to be watching. I think there's still a huge upside for Adelaide, so I'm looking forward to seeing how their forward line evolves. No Tex tonight. Will they bring him back in? They're sort of messing around with it a bit with Nick Murray and whatever else they're going to do, and now having, There's a no golf rule probably for Fogarty for the rest of the year, so I'm looking forward to seeing it. And Hawthorn's forward line's the same. They're trying to work it out as well. So Chol's in, they drop Deer, drop Ramsden. So both these teams are kind of still working themselves out, I reckon.
Where did you have them on the pressure meter?
I've got Hawthorn 2, Collingwood 1. Can't lose that game. And if they do lose that game, they can drop as low as 13th Collingwood. So there's a bit on this game. Should win it. But, yeah, Hawthorn was at 2 for me. This is one of those. Well, they haven't won for the last 3 games. You guys have been talking about it a bit, but they haven't won their last 3 games. So, yeah, the acid's on Hawthorn to get this job done, and they normally get his job done in Launceston.
Teams going through their warm-ups for Ream Manufacturing in Australia for more than 80 years. So we had a general chat earlier. Let's fine it down a little bit here. Adam Simpson for Power Bay Premium Energy Solutions for sustainable Australian homes. Just dig into it a little bit for us,
Yeah,
Simone.
it's fascinating. I think both teams are trying to work through the next phase of the season, Gerard. You get to round 10 and injuries have sort of set in. The weather's a bit different and, both going a bit smaller in the front half. Obviously, Adelaide by choice with leaving Walker out, and Hawthorn, just when you thought they had a really clear, distinct system with a disconnected Gunston and a back line that just lived off intercept marks, they're now not doing either. So this is a little moment in time for Hawthorn for me. And how do they just get a couple of wins on the board and get back to what they do best when the season gets a little bit tighter? And for Adelaide, they've won 3 in a row, I think, and the remarkable second quarter of last week, we spoke about this earlier, was it Adelaide or was it North Melbourne? And I think we'll find out in the first quarter tonight. And they're still traditionally a slow starting team, Adelaide. Even the first 10 minutes against North, they barely touched the ball, and you just can't afford to give away a poor start tonight in what's going to be a really close game.
Debutant for the Hawks tonight, Cam Nan. There have been great raps on him since he arrived at the club. He was taken at pick 20. He's 185 centimetres. We'll see him around half forward.
Yep.
So, and this is part of the change in the
change.
They were too tall up forward, so Chol replaces Ramsden, but Nan replaces Deer.
Yeah, and that just tells us that they're not quite satisfied. This happened pre-season as well. The breakdown early in the year for them and going into the opening round was their front half, and they couldn't get it done. And they worked through it really well, and Sam lent in on contest and pressure and tackling. He didn't lean in on, you've got some work to do with connection or our centre bounces or centre ball ups. It was more effort, and he's gone again with that, which, I don't know, it just looked a little, not desperate, but just looked like it was, please be good at this tonight. That's what it felt like in the press conference. I'm not sure how you guys read it, but it felt a little bit like, come on, guys, please, rather than, here's the answers. It's really difficult to say, just get better at the contest. It's easier said than done.
A ground report for Ram Truck, built for 4x4 performance. Ram Truck's 1500 Rebel has landed. So it's likely to be tough. It's not breezy, which is great.
Yeah.
But it will be dewy. They played a month later last year, and it was 6-5. And it was a really hard slog all night. So it mightn't quite be that, but it'll challenge. That's for sure, I suspect.
Yeah, if it's a who's tougher, Adelaide have got the advantage. I mean, last week they were plus 26 to contested possessions, and Hawthorn were minus 11. So one's coming off probably their season's best contest and pressure game, and one's coming off probably their season's worst. So, I mean, the home ground advantage, which is not long left in them, that's definitely there. That's got to be part of what they do, and they'll lean into that as much as they can. Embrace the cold a little bit. It doesn't look like the wind's as bad as what we've seen in the past. So when it's no wind, it's quite still
Football
and dewy.
Fans,
So
please turn your attention.
Let's join the Sir Doug Nicholls round ceremony.
Our welcome to country with Graham Gardner, Jesse, Danny, Allegra, Aspen, Manny, and Linton.
Ya Palingana. Welcome to the 2026 Sir Doug Nicholls round. Named in honour of a legend, both on and off the field. We gather here tonight where the Laikila and Plimatula rivers meet the Kanamaluka. This area has cultural significance as it was once the homeland of the Penina people. Mina Tanapri Nigipi Nungapi Takara Miladina Nika. Mina Tanapri Pakana Manamapa. I acknowledge the Penina and the Tasmanian Aboriginal community of today. May we reflect on the Aboriginal pioneers of today's game and honour those who are no longer with us, for they created a pathway for this game adorned with all its Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander culture to be played here tonight. As the players stand shoulder to shoulder in preparation of their upcoming battle, our cultural practitioners are cleansing the teams with a smoking ceremony, inviting them to compete on the land once walked by the Penina. Kuwana Pulara, Hawthorn Karina, to the players, may you play well and in the spirit of the game.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the game.
6 versus 8 tonight, Hawthorn and Adelaide. What will be the unmissable moment tonight for Drinkwise? You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise. There is excitement all over the field. There's heavy star power.
Rochelle, Rankin and the Wizard there, and Ginnivan. So I think we can't help but look at those guys and what they'll bring tonight. And, last week the votes went to Dawson, Rochelle and Rankin. If that happens again tonight, then Adelaide probably wins. So the talent at both sides is going to be special to watch.
Choose to Drinkwise. If you're watching the footy from home, open the SEN app and use SEN Sync to match your TV with our AFL Nation broadcast for Australian Made. It is Australian Made week right now, May 18 to 24. The way they've put Rankin into the midfield in recent weeks.
Yeah.
Simo and Josh Jenkins with the point before they won't put Rankin and Rochelle in together because they want to have one ahead of the footy for when they win it.
Well, I've called a few games for Adelaide this year, and when you're right under the pump, we used to call it front line. Get your best players in your best spot. And I think both of those guys being on ball is what they can go to. Get all three on ball with Dawson there as well. And they don't like to do it because they think they need the talent in the front half. But if they're getting beaten out the middle, it's a no-brainer for me. They were reluctant to do it in the game against Brisbane early in the year when they really needed some bounce out of the middle. And I wonder if they'll do it tonight.
Both teams going through the last of the warm-ups for Ream, steady, hot and strong. We imagine Berry goes to Newcombe.
I'm not sure. I mean, he did last time in the final last year and did a reasonably good job until he didn't. And so it's, the strategy around tagging, I'm intrigued by it at the moment because sometimes it's not going to be the obvious player. It feels like it should be Newcombe, but you never know. The analytics might tell you something a little bit different, Joe.
Our pre-game has been for Before You Dig, before every job, search Before You Dig every time.
The one thing that you could possibly do if you wanted to keep your system, if you're Hawthorn, is play Sicily forward. I don't think they will, but there's an avenue now to flip him forward if they need to. They're not going to be too tall if they do that.
Right, so huge portions of this ground are a building site. If you watch on TV tonight, is the third of the ground that is in shot all night, and then a lot behind the goals as well. So it is the circumstances make it a very odd choice for a Thursday night game.
So a few weeks ago when the game was here, I did the game for Fox, and there's no directly side-on shot. There wasn't an ability to put a cameraman in there. So every time you saw a ball up, you saw it on a 45-degree angle, which made it a little strange. People thought the director was being artistic. Well, it wasn't that. It was actually the fact that it wasn't. And here we go with this 45 shot here. So if you're watching this on the TV, listening to us, it's not a directly side-on shot to the centre circle. It's a 45-degree on shot.
Because there's no available stands to get side on. So well, you surely can't do it in the off-season, build this thing? Does it take more than, I suppose, it's a 12-month job?
Yeah. The coin toss for Keno goes $40 million jackpot. Download the app. There's the exchange of gifts between the Indigenous players involved. Adelaide have won the toss. They're going to kick to the right of screen as we look at it. Archie, Miller and Rankin in attendance on one side of it. Impey and Amon on the other.
We've spoken about Archie and the rebound that Adelaide have been wanting, and this is possibility of him actually playing as a halfback as well and getting some rebound off the halfback because they're traditionally poor rebound side, Adelaide, so look out for that.
Keno go play with $2 today. So give us your final word, Simo, before the bounce for best sheds, Australian sheds at the lowest prices.
Well, I think it's going to be on, Gerard. I think the first 15 minutes are going to show some real intent if you're Hawthorn. If it's not brought in early, then Hawthorn, I think, will be in a bit of trouble. They've been talking about not bringing mouthful guards to training on a Monday, but it wasn't far off. So let's see what the work rate and intent is from Hawthorn. I think they'll get over the line just due to the home ground advantage.
If best sheds were built in that grandstand, Gerard, it'd be up now. We'd be ready to go. That's how good they are at best sheds. They get it built.
What do they do? Is it just a bigger, more seated stadium? Is that
well,
what
they're going to have probably 10 home games there when the Devils come in, 10 and 2 or 3 at Bellerive.
Right, yeah.
Until the main stadium gets built in Hobart, which we don't know how long that's going to take either.
Rankin and Watson are standing side by side in the centre of the grounds. It's Peatling who's gone next to Newcombe. Here we go, Thursday night footy, AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. It's Hawthorn and Adelaide, and you're with Dwayne Russell.
Tyre Power, great to have you on board as well for the opening quarter here. McAndrew got the kick away. Rochelle, a little handball wide. Archie gets the first shot at goal, and it's a ripper. How's that for a start? Cal Archie. 1 kick, 1 goal, 1 minute played, and the Adelaide Crows are on the board early.
That's just the perfect start if you're Adelaide and if you're Hawthorn. Sam's not even in the box yet. He's probably just getting it Kit Kat from the fridge out the back, and Archie's playing forward. There's a strong possibility he was going to start there, and just a surge kick out of the middle. Hawthorn, the worst team in the competition from this time last year to now at the centre ball ups, and the run continues. There's options everywhere too.
Yeah. Archie, 100th goal of his career, first goal as a Crow. So immediately on the board. And that'll feel great because he ripped the hammy in the Bulldogs game just after he'd put in one of the great defensive efforts that would have won his teammates in the crowd over, and then has had to sit since then. McAndrews winning the ball again in the middle. Peatling tosses it forward for Adelaide. It's an awkward bouncing ball. Thilthorpe kept it in front of him. Keys tried to get onto it. Battle ripped it away, but lost the footy in the transaction. Cook, Thilthorpe, Keys. Probes inside 50. It lands in vacant terrain. Ryan, he was pushed into it by Rochelle, and he handled it well for the Hawks. Put it through Impey, out now to Moore. Kicks down the outer wing in front of the construction side. He's gone too far with the kick, though, and to put it right onto the chest of Butts.
Heads inboard, so a little bit of maybe possession ownership here. Laird heads out wide. He speared it to Cook, missed him completely. Lewis got a hand on it, knocked it down to Ward. Hawks about to go inside, attacking 50, although they go back. Newcombe went back rather than having that attacking move forward. Ginnivan at half forward sort of slipped through his hands. Borlase picks up the crumb, and they can relieve the pressure here with a quick kick, maybe on the outside. Free kick to Neil Bullen, so he was manhandled illegally. Adelaide Crows free on defensive 50, and they lead 6-0.
Playing the near side for Peatling. Crows defensive side of the middle, the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. So not much to work with. Long kick down the line, and it was touched as you heard called. So not many heard that. Curtin claimed the mark, off to Dawson, then to Millerer. Crows will get it forward, well-weighted ball. Thilthorpe, Battle made the spoil, on at the back. Ryan got collared high. Rochelle really had him cold, but he was over-enthusiastic 12 metres out from goal.
Looked good in his first couple of games. Has Bodie Ryan, short to Jarman Impey, back pocket, holds it up. Umpire telling him to move it on. He wasn't in a hurry and no one came at him. Hammers it to a 3-on-3 on the wing. Fists fly, no one flew for the mark. Rankin picked up the crumb. Millera gave it inboard, so just working it around. Peatling, well, he dropped into a high there. I reckon that's ball. Now, the umpire going to say high contact. Yeah, he's going to say... He pointed the wrong way, I thought.
Point the wrong way.
Yeah, but it's Peatling free for high, even though he slipped into the high and the tackler's arm went low.
Peatling put it through. Bart's Weddle on the interceptor, and the Hawks mean to go quickly. The give and go with Lewis. Weddle's full bore. He's had a bounce. He closes to half forward. Scholes, his man, and he's got it.
Well, just Adelaide's inability to transition the ball from the back half. They had 3 goes at it then, and eventually the turnover happens and a chance to rebound with lots of space in front of him for Hawthorn. And I'm sure he meant the kick. Well, I think he did. You know, it was a great sliding kick. Chol held his width 25 metres out directly in front.
He's missed 5. Mabior Chol, he's on return tonight. Chol's first look on return is behind as he's dragged it badly to the right. He has that in him, doesn't he? The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, a goal to a behind Adelaide lead.
Miller is short, goes to Worrell, almost smothered with the diving attempt from Chol and then stumped out of bounds. You can tell on the run-in he wasn't confident, Chol.
Yeah, and sometimes it's harder kicking them from 25 in front for some of these players, which you'd think that's their bread and butter, but yeah, there's definitely a deficiency in that ball drop.
Adam Simpson for Power Bay, Quality Solar Solutions. So the ruck free kick at the stoppage. Reeves gets it. Early ruck lotto.
That was ridiculous.
Reeves from halfway lofts it up inside the 50. What have they got in there? Chol had a leap. He couldn't hang on. Ball spills to ground. Miller in the spot of bother. Hardwick downs him. Holding the ball.
You showed us that on 360 this week, Gerard. You evade one tackle. That's your prior when you get stuck in the second one.
Yep. Yes, evade is the term that's being used. You turn away from one set of arms and into the next bear hug. That's a clear adjustment that can be made. Blake Hardwick, right forward pockets. He knows his way around goal and the chances that he gets. Searching for Hawthorn's first. Hardwick, beautiful kick off the boots. Never deviated. High fives all round for the Hawks. They lead it 1-1 to 1 straight. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Well, the pressure's picked up already, Hawthorn. It's just the worrying start of the first centre bounce, centre ball up, score against. But since then, it sort of feels like Adelaide traditionally haven't started games well, and it's not the same again. It looks slippery already, to be honest. There's a lot of players just tentative over the ball. It's only going to get worse tonight, and I'm sure Sam would be appreciative of that. Hunting in packs. Great to get their first goal off a pressured situation. Holding the ball was there in the end. That's how they judge the tackle these days, and what a great finish. That's how you kick.
And it shows it on the replay as well for Harvey Norman. The Harvey Norman replay screen. Bonus gift cards with selected Australian-made furniture and bedding. It's Monday at Harvey Norman. Free kick Adelaide out of the middle. And it's a long bomb inside attacking 50. Hard one to scoop up for Fogarty. Archie's got it. Little fend off. Then got the handball away just in time. It's in the middle of about 5 in the bottom of the pack. Ball comes out to Rankin. He tried to slip a handball back through the congestion. High bomb from Battle. Got it outside defensive 50. And Miller, the only guy who really wanted it, and jumped and got it.
Having such a good season. Hand pass to Dawson. That's a thumping kick to full forward, but there's nobody home. And Battle takes the mark. You want a ticket in Ruck Lotto tonight? That's 2 already. God knows what either of them was for. Sicily out in the left back pockets. He won't be able to clear because Berry gets across the front to make the spoil. Out of bounds.
So, Ray, if you're listening, next Wednesday, you got...
That's the one thing they need to tidy up with the new rules around the ruck, Dwayne. It's just the contest. Sometimes I just don't think it's necessary. I don't know who's going to win it.
I think that's the point. Pay the free kicks that need to be paid, maybe, and that the fans at home are screaming for if they think it's a free kick. Normally it is, but if they don't know, normally it isn't. Back into play. McAndrew in the ruck against Reeves. Ball hits the deck. McAndrew went back in to try and get it, but the umpire will need to sort it out. 55 from Adelaide's goal.
It's like Hawthorn are going wings one-on-one, so just full-on accountability around the ground.
Gee, Dawson was doing the ruck work, pushed out by Nash, got away with it. Handball came up to McKenzie. He kicks long towards a one-on-one. Half forward. Hardwick, to mention, playing forward at the moment. Missed it. Borlase went and got it. Gave it to Butts. Tried to give it back to Borlase. Caught by McDonald. Ginnivan gets a moment. Gave it towards Hardwick. Manhandle didn't really have it. Nankervis came up with it. Gave it to Cook. Out of trouble here, Adelaide, although who's going to get it? Ryan had a good set on it. Fogarty went and crumbed it. Gave it up to Curtin. He weaves his way past a couple. Wobbles one inside 50. Tough ball, but Archie's going to gather it. 1 metre in from the boundary. Handball to Rochelle. He's taken to the line by D'Ambrosio, and the umpire said he was out. Throw it in. I'm not sure everyone's convinced, but we'll go with it. As we see Thilthorpe taken to the bench for a rest, or did he start there? Taken to the bench, I reckon.
Yeah, it's normally the time of the first rotations. You sort of get the second string midfielders now coming into the midfield group.
At the throw in, McAndrew unopposed, knocked it out in front of Rochelle. It took an awkward bounce. Ryan didn't quite deal with it. Fogarty around to Rankin, open goal. How did that happen in the right forward pocket? And Rankin couldn't help but curl it in. So there'll be all sorts of defensive coaches being told to have a look at that replay. Sam Mitchell immediately on the phone. It's 2 straight to 1-1. Crows are leading on the tyre power score with your trusted tyre experts.
There's one coach copping it at the moment, Gerard. It's the stoppage coach. The centre ball up goal came out way too easy, and that defensive 50 stoppage for Hawthorn. You don't get beaten out the front. It's the one area. They all get on the fly, the Crows. What they do, they just get all on the defensive side, then they rush through, try and flush a ball, and you've got to have someone on that defensive side.
Well, Ryan was there. He just fumbled it.
Yeah, they bypassed the spare initially with a long hit towards the boundary line, and then, Ryan, he slipped over on the first goal as well on Archie. So, young player learning his way.
And then McKenzie gave Rankin way too much latitude.
Yeah, that's a couple that I'll have a chat about. So Rankin goes and gets a clearance here. Gave it to Berry. Gave it back to Miller, who's from centre half back heading towards Saligo. Manhandled by Ryan. Didn't have it. So there's 3 that have been blots on his copybook so far. Bodie Ryan. All towards half forward. Dawson takes a good mark. 55 out. Looks around. Takes some time to assess. It's just beyond his range by about a metre, although he might make a liar of me. He launches long. It's long, and it's got there by an inch. Great play by Dawson. Silly commentary by me, but that's all good.
He did.
He did have to wind up on it, but it was beautiful to watch. And they've got 3, Adelaide, 3 straight 18 to Hawthorn 117 Tyre Power scoreboard. Their Mega May sale is on now at Tyre Power. Now on with 25% off selected Kumo tyres, tyrepower.com.au.
Interesting. Archie's playing as probably the Walker role, really. He's the forward that's come in, and he looks dangerous. He's getting his hands on the ball, and yeah, they look potent going into the front half. The efficiency is up to it's only around the 43%. So the supply is good for Adelaide. Good players are getting the ball, and they just look a bit sharper last couple of minutes.
Running hot for Ream and Ream, Australia's favourite. 3 straight to 1-1. And you'll point that the better players are getting their hands on it. Oh, we've got another ruck free kick. This one to McAndrew.
Yeah, it's crossed the line. It's the old bluff, Gerard, and the other ruck jumps and lands on the other side of the line.
McAndrew high inside the 50. Sicily had bounced awkwardly in front of him. Out to meet it, Fogarty. Hand pass to Berry. Just need a kicker. Dawson worked it out the sides. Good gather around the laces from Murray, but then got rounded up by Battle. He made no effort to get rid of it, and it had to be holding the ball.
How much they're missing Barras at the moment. Just doesn't look as settled as it once did.
So Battle back pedals. AFL Nation for 420 Pies. And he kicks it from defensive 50 out wide towards the wing. Big pack. No one can mark it, even though Meek was in the middle of it and got hands on it. We'll get another ball up. 7 plays 18. And we'll keep you in touch with those key matchups for Holman Plumbing, trusted quality Aussie standards. As we mentioned, that Mackenzie-Rankin matchup is going to be a big one. Ward's got it on the wing, kept it alive, gave it up just in time to McGuinness, kicked it straight up in the air, really. The mark will stand. It travelled at 15, even though it went 35 up. McGuinness almost crumbed his own ball, and we'll get a ball in on the wing. So the clock for Elders, the Elders clock, win with Elders Finance. We've got 12 minutes to go in this opening term, and the scoreboard for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Adelaide 3 straight, Hawthorn 117.
Ball tossed in, still peetling with Newcomb. Looks like the matchup early. Mackenzie couldn't quite gather. Weddle rounded up as soon as he got hold of it by Keys.
Inside 50s, 8 to Adelaide, 3 to Hawthorn at the moment.
Stats for Australian maids. Meek put it down. Dawson wins it. Puts the Crows high into the 50. Archie was the target. He knocked it away underneath. Gathered by Neil Bullen. Shot it around to Keys off balance. As he kicked it, it went out on the full.
It's good pressure from Hawthorn, but they're minus 12 at contested possessions already, wow. Gerard, and and Dwayne, that gets up around the 40. They're not going to win this game, so they'll address that. It's probably a flow-on from last week, to be honest.
Sicily from outside the boundary on the restart. Kicks it long up the line. Spoils are easily made, and McAndrew gets it to the boundary for a throw-in.
Minus 12 at ground balls, Dwayne, which that shows your intent a little bit. In particular, away from the stoppage as well.
They've got a bar heater down on the bench.
That's the heater they have in the rooms.
A little bar heater.
Yes.
We get one of them. Not bad. Back into play. Meek front spot. Just goes with a big slap. Knocks it forward. Cut off by Laird. Got it to Dawson on a half-back flank. Berry along the boundary line. Keys with a fend off. Back to Berry. All this up against the line. Ginnivan lays a tackle. Kept it in the area. McGuinness ducks and weaves. Gave it to Meek. Wrong guy. Mackenzie, he gave it to Meek, wrong guy. He gave it to McGuinness. Right guy, we can get a handball. He was slung 720. Had to be ball. Here's ball. Adelaide Crows free kick on the wing.
Where it's hot, they are overmatched Hawthorn early.
At the moment, it feels a little bit like last week with the intent from Adelaide.
Dawson measures off his kick to half forward. It was going to be hard to make. Knocked away from Keys. Ginnivan and Amon went to work underneath. McGuinness has got it again. Ginnivan wanted up ahead. He goes a bit deeper. Watson will give it to Ginnivan, running the contour of the boundary. He's waved on by the umpire. He gets to 45. He measures up the angle, and Ginnivan misses to the near side.
You got to know who you are too. Like, if Adelaide are just too strong on the inside, then what can Hawthorn do on the outside? And you did see a couple of times already. You get the ball on the outside, they can give some threat.
So Worrell goes along to the wing. It beats the pack, gets over the back, and Dawson hands to Keys. And Adelaide to half forward. Chip kick to half forward is good.
It's too easy.
Fogarty. 55 from goal. I won't say he's beyond his range, but he is beyond his range. Heads to the goal square. Impey, big grab. Got some lift. Last line of defence. Took a ripper, and I think he's got himself 50 as well to go with it. So stop the goal and might be able to create one from here.
Yeah, Archie just rookie mistake. Didn't get back behind the 10-metre line. Gave away a silly 50 metres.
So Impey has run on and on and on and on and kicked it up inside the 50. Free kick Crows way. Lewis was just a bit crude with the spoil. And it's Worrell who comes up with it. It's a 10-point lead to Adelaide halfway through the opening term. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre expert. Not a great kick to the side. Taylor was the target. D'Ambrosio all over him. Spoils it out of play. I think Hardwick's playing forward.
Yes. Yeah, he is. And we're going to do the metres gained watched again for Adelaide tonight just because it's fun. And they're minus 67 metres gained, 5 metres by handball. So they're bucking the trend.
Yeah, it should be sort of watched with the kicks metres gained as almost a ratio, because if you handball it back and get a long kick forward, then it works in your favour. Chol hands it up. Now, McKenzie around his body to the top of the square. Lewis dropped the chest mark. It was a tough one. Crows with the numbers behind the ball. Neil Bullen outside of the boot. Heads in the Fogarty direction. Missed him. Ball hits the middle of the ground. Mad scramble. McDonald, the Bailey variety, couldn't do something with it. Went through the legs. A battle. That was ugly. Impey the other way. A little toe poke. Didn't quite work for them. Handball out wide. Crows can set it up again here with a floating kick that does find McAndrew, who's going to send them forward.
It's running a bit harder, aren't they? The Crows at the moment.
Backward to Rankin, up to Berry. Play on was the call. Inside 50. Well-weighted ball for Fogarty to meet on the leads. He's at the juncture of 50 and the boundary, and now he's decided to go back and take the shot.
It's been a good start. The Crows, they're not known for their back half transition, but it's coming back pretty easy, isn't it? Once they break one line, the Crows, they seem to get it inside 50.
So heavily restricted this year. Darcy Fogarty, 5th game of the season, winds it up from 52. Contact was sweet. The fly is beautiful. Now it's a photo finish as to whether it was touched on or behind the line by the leaping Whateley.
Behind, check it was touched before it went over, please.
Umpire on the spot is called touched.
Umpire's call is touch run behind. Will you please make sure it was touched before the run?
It's a Bendix Breaks big moment. Bendix, the best known breaks.
Looking at this angle, we can see the ball's touched before crossing the back of the goal line.
Goal umpire all over it. It's an 11-point lead to the Crows. 3-1 to 1-2. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies.
That scoreboard for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. And the clock for Elders. Win with Elders Finance into time on opening term. Aim on with the kick in. Thought about going straight down the middle. Heads out wide to the set play into space and battle. Read it well. Outmarked Thilthorpe. They do have a few set plays from the kick-ins. Hawthorn, and that one worked, although it's not going to work now because Worrell cuts it off. Went down low, centre half back. Inside kick to Rankin. Still at centre half back. His chip kick does work as well to Neil Bullen. Picking their way through them with dangerous but aggressive kicks now out wide, and Taylor takes the mark on the wing for Adelaide.
He measures up the next short pass. Saligo is the target. He's got the kick up inside the 50. Fogarty propelled forward. He might have had an arm chopped by Whateley.
Interesting matchup, isn't it? Without Barras there.
It would have been the same shot again, so Fogarty decided not to take it and leave it short. Meek onto the bouncing ball in the back pocket. The give and go. He ended up back with it. Off to D'Ambrosio, who clears the area. The wrestle. Chol brought it to ground. Needs some support, but Crows have numbers all around it. Taylor links it up with Rankin. Has to give a bit of ground with his hand pass to McAndrew. Forward to Millerer. He'll go backwards and sideways. And see if they can unpick the lock here. Hand pass found its way to Taylor. Kicks it for Rochelle.
He wouldn't have marked that 2 years ago. That was a great commitment from him.
It was. As we see a very frustrated Sam Mitchell in the box. They're getting beaten up around ground level between the arcs, and sometimes just got to fall in the right player's hands when you're entering inside 50. It was a great kick as well. They're tough, those ones, aren't they? Running back with the flight, a bit of 45 angle. Don't really know what's coming.
Kicked a couple of beauties last week. He has 17 for the season in the long sleeves tonight. Josh Rochelle, simple enough shot. Crows are all over Hawthorn early in Launceston. It grows to 17 points. 4-1 to 1-2. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Sometimes that's the problem, Gerard, when you talk about attitude, effort, work rate. It's got to be a little bit more than that. There's got to be a little bit of method behind working through a bit of a slump, and the reason for that is if you don't produce it, what's next? And I'm sure that's what Sam and the coaches are talking about. Adelaide have been good, but I think Hawthorn have been bad.
Yeah, I reckon you can. Well, you're the coach, Simo. 5 minutes, you think, okay, well, this will change, but this is the whole quarter of it from Hawthorn, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the contested possessions, as we said, it's minus 13 now. Inside 50s, 13-6. I mean, they're lucky their efficiency is not as high as perhaps it could be. They're only going at 38%. Adelaide, but clearances, they've kicked 2 goals out of the middle, 0-5 out of the centre bounce.
So we'll see how the ruck goes here. It'll knock down back to Reeves. They've got a toe poke on it to get the clearance. D'Ambrosio breaks past a couple, but he's kick smothered by Miller. And Reeves got another toe poke, got it inside 50. Watson couldn't do something with it. Might still be a chance to get it. Handball missed him. It's the second option. Handball should have gone first time. Laird heads out wide to Rankin, and the Adelaide Crows can reset here. They lead 25-8, and their confidence is rising. Peatling bites off the difficult kick, and Sicily cuts it off.
That was a critical interception because the Crows were set. Inboard to Ryan. Hand pass to Bailey McDonald, who got a bit lost. Long way backwards to Battle. So the Crows' pressure is excellent, but Hawthorn's kicking game up to it. Amon has it at half back. He balked 3 different kicks and has to settle for one out the side. Bailey McDonald brings it up, and Connor McDonald has footy in hands, no way forward. That's a very short kick sideways. This is Nan's first look at it. He brings it into Battle.
This looks like a call from the box, Gerard. Just control the ball. Uncontested possession, 61-31. So just own the ball for a little bit. Try and change a bit of momentum.
So a necessary phase from the Hawks after having 4 put on them. McInnes wobbles the kick up to half forward. Scholl led up. Took the mark in front of ball, lays, rolls and goes. What's he got inside the 50? That full-chested Hardwick, deployed as a forward tonight, will line up at his second.
It's an important kick. Just shows you intervene with a little bit of control. Get a mark down the line. Scholl. You got Hardwick playing the Gunston role, the disconnected forward. He's been getting cold in that goal square. Chance here.
Got to make the most of every look that he gets. Blake Hardwick, the chosen avenue tonight. He stabs through his second. Both of Hawthorn's goals. And when he has a night in front of goal, he really can go. There's a couple at Adelaide Oval that stick in the mind. 2-2-14 to Adelaide, 4-1-25 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. There's 4 minutes and 9 seconds remaining on the Elders clock. Win with Elders Finance.
Yeah, and as we see his role tonight, it might not be all night, but to get back in the goal square, disconnect just like Gunston does. It'll be a different type of disconnection, but to kick 2 in the first quarter, Jerry, that's a win already. And to do it a little bit differently with all the space to lead into, and Adelaide aren't really filling in that hole either. So
it was the only damaging way into their 50 has been to kick it to Hardwick. He's got their only 2 goals, and with 4 minutes left, Mitchell's taken him off. I know there's set rotations and stuff, but there are moments where you just change your plan, isn't there? Adelaide get the clearance. Shelley goes and gets it, fends off, gave a handball out. Didn't hit his target. Ward did. Handball to Sicily. He sweeps it all the way back to Nan. Had to go all the way back into defensive 50. Trouble in paradise again here for Hawthorn because Dawson's marked it within range.
Yeah, well, the alarm bells are out of the middle. They're -5, Hawthorn at centre ball-ups, and it was a struggle last week. They started well in centre ball-ups and finished poorly, and the runners happen again. This would be the 4th shot at goal from centre ball-ups this quarter.
And a chance for another Bendix breaks, big moment. Bendix, the best-known breaks. The instant reply to Hawthorn's second Hardwick goal. Hawthorn 2-2, Adelaide 4-1. This Dawson kick to come from 50 and it looks pretty good off the boot. That is magnificent if it's got the carry, and it hasn't got the carry. So he kicked the last one that I said he didn't have the distance from 55. He kicks this one from 49 and doesn't make the distance when I said that he's got it covered. So I like the fact that they're playing the game, the footy gods.
Keeps us sharp. Commentary team tonight for AIA. What matters most, AIA, do it for life. So it's a boundary throw in right forward pocket for the Crows. McAndrew and Reeves came down underneath, and there was some holding before acceptances, and it's Ryan who'll come up with the free kick. That is debut a couple of weeks ago in Perth, game number 3. The give to Impey on the wraparound run. Brings it out beyond half-back. Reeves was the target. He punched it inboard. Ginnivan onto it, but they were onto him straight away, and Laird stopped him in his tracks.
The pressures at the moment, it's just one of the standard games, both sitting around the 170 mark with the pressure ratings.
Stats from Australian made. Reeves reached around, but it's not a tap to advantage. Taylor tackled at the source.
Blocking, Ned. Straight back.
Reeves and McAndrew. Reeves moves McAndrew out of the way, taps it out the side, Ward onto it. Wobbles a kick forward. Scholl presents really well. Now they get racing up inside the 50. Nobody stood the mark, and 50 wasn't paid, so the umpire took pity on Worrell. Up to full forwards, punched away. Ground ball to be dealt with. Moore worked it around. Connor McDonald's snap is offline, and it bounces into the behind post for a throw-in.
Yeah, Worrell ran away and then realised he shouldn't have run away, and the umpire cut him some slack, but he suddenly stood. I am kind of am, yeah. I know it's... How do you write that rule in the book, though? That's the hard part. We're kind of going to give you 2 metres of leeway. So from the scramble, Lewis tried to get a kick away, top of the square, couldn't do it. Nankervis does for Adelaide, got it out about 40 metres from goal. Gathering it though, Bailey McDonald gave it to McGuinness. He flicks it over his head, but missed Newcomb, found Amon. 50 from goal. He goes back to battle, to the pocket. Flyer was Ginnivan, couldn't mark it. Hits the deck. Players slip over left, right and centre. Dawson gathers, pumps it outside defensive 50 for Adelaide. Whateley goes and gets. Dances inside, took on Soligo, pokes the kick all the way back and nicely measured to Ryan, and Hawthorn can reset from half-back with 90 seconds left to quarter time.
Ryan chances his arm up to half-forward. He'll need Scholl against 3 Crows. Brought to ground. Soligo is onto it. Handpass didn't find its way to Keys, who took a little stumble. Nash coming through. Muscled his way through the pack. Works the hand pass out the side. Nan stabs up to the 50. Should have been marked by Lewis. Wasn't. Bourlays dispossessed him. Nankervis and Laird combine in defence for the Crows, and Soligo's unmarked. In fact, there's a couple who are unmarked. Taylor brings it forward to Archie, who can run all the way to the 50 should he choose. He has a bounce and steers the pass for Rochelle. Sliced the Hawks up down the field.
We'll talk about it at quarter time, Gerard, but it's called the moment, and it's the moment you can't impact the play for Hawthorn when they've got the ball, and they're just not switching on in anticipation for the turnover, and there's players free everywhere for Adelaide.
Josh Rochelle lining up for his second. When the Crows were last here, they kicked 5 goals for the Knights and lost by 3 points. This is for 5 goals in the quarter. Josh Rochelle nurses it. The wrong side of the left-hand post. He didn't kick it with any conviction, and he pays the price. They're up by 12. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Yeah, up by 12, no damage. Could have been 18, and Hawthorn should mop up these remaining seconds and go in at quarter time to reassess. And boy, do they need some reassessment. Nan over it, Ginnivan over it. Umpire about to signal that. That's all she wrote for the opening quarter in Launceston. 4-2 to 2-2, the scoreline at quarter time. The Crows lead. That's on the Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Goal kickers Archie, Rochelle, Dawson and Rankin. 2 for Hardwick, the lone goal kicker for the Hawks. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Shop the Chemist Warehouse half-price vitamin sale range. Essendon and Richmond tomorrow night. Lafau's back for the Tigers, and Ben Mackay returns for Essendon among 4 changes made by Brad Scott. This is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power. Mega May sale now on with 25% off selected Kumho tyres.
The Toyota Tundra is now in stock and ready for test drive at Kilmore Toyota. Remarkable power, undeniable presence. Kilmore Toyota gets why a Tundra exists. Visit kilmoretoyota.com.au to test drive today. LMCT 808. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
Pre-game nerves? Post-game bragging rights? Get to Kingpin wearing your team's colours on game day and get a free upgrade from schooner to pint of Hans Super Dry. T's and C's apply. Please drink responsibly. Established at Crown Complex and now open on Collins Street. Escape ordinary at Kingpin.
Gold medals don't come overnight, and neither do residential developments, because development finance is complex. Podium Money can keep your project moving with structured development finance. From site acquisition to construction to residual stock and every stage in between. Podium Money's finance solutions work even when deals get complicated. Don't let funding slow your development project down. Step onto Podium Money and take your project to the next level. podiummoney.com.au.
Australian credit licence 391237.
At Kogan Mobile, we know kids are expensive. Ludicrously expensive. If you don't have them, you won't believe how much they cost. If you do, congrats on becoming the proud owner of an adorable money vacuum. Thankfully, Kogan Mobile's plans are not expensive. Get smarter with your kids' smartphones. Grab a 140 gig plan for just $179.90 to use over 12 months. Search Kogan Mobile to find out more. Kogan.com. Clickin' awesome.
The Royal Melbourne Hospital Home Lottery is where dreams are drawn. The dream of winning a brand new $4 million home in Mount Martha. The dream of having your own retreat. The dream of living mortgage-free. And the reality of all proceeds staying right here in Victoria to support patients and their families at the Royal Melbourne Hospital. Get your tickets now. rmhhomelottery.com.au. Permit 1006126.
Whether you're a first-year apprentice or been on the tools for decades, one thing doesn't change. You need the gear that shows up every day. That's why Sparkies have trusted Klein Tools for over 170 years, on-site and at home. Klein Tools, family-owned and supporting generations of electricians worldwide. This National Sparky Day, get into AWM Dandenong for in-store offers and a proper look at the Klein Tools range.
Push for better community, mental health, or even better biceps, just like mine. Doesn't matter how you push, what matters is why you push. The Push-Up Challenge is back for its 10th year this June. Take on 3,307 push-ups over 24 days in June to honour every life lost to suicide in 2024. Sign up at your workplace, your gym, your home, or with mates. Search for the Push-Up Challenge to register for free.
The Chemist Warehouse half-price big brand vitamin sale is on now. Bioglan, Blackmores, Caruso's and Fusion, half price off RP. Inner Health, Ethical Nutrients and Nature's Own, half price off RP. Exclusions apply. Sale ends May 27. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Hi, it's Hamish McLaughlin. Toyota's Good for Footy raffle plays a vital role in the footy community, raising funds for local grassroots clubs all around Australia. And it's the local legends within those clubs that get the job done. Here's a local legend sharing their club's story.
Hi, it's Brian McNabb, Vice President of Melton Bloods. Melton Toyota have supported the Bloods for over 50 years. Dealer Principal Grant Harrison is an ex-player, and over the last 12 years, contributions from Toyota Good for Footy has helped the development of the Melton Bloods Junior Football Program. Proven by 2 premiership wins in the last 4 years, achieved with 22 local players, a testament to the health of the club and the power of Toyota Good for Footy.
Another great example of Toyota's support for community grassroots football. Now that's Good for Footy. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Hawthorn and Adelaide, and you're with Dwayne Russell.
McAndrew got the kick away. Rochelle a little handball wide. Archie gets the first shot at goal, and it's a ripper. How's that for a start? Cal Archie, 1 kick, 1 goal, 1 minute played, and the Adelaide Crows are on the board early.
At the throw in, McAndrew unopposed, knocked it out in front of Rochelle. It took an awkward bounce. Ryan didn't quite deal with it. Fogarty around to Rankin, open goal. How did that happen in the right forward pocket? And Rankin couldn't help but curl it in.
Maccas, I'm loving it moments. Never miss a moment of footy with McDelivery.
Crows by 12 points, just the third time they've won the opening term, Simo. The only teams worse than them have been Essendon, Richmond and West Coast, but it's a good start to Thursday night footy.
They started well. Started with the first bounce, didn't it? And then some of the real obvious areas for Hawthorn is the centre bounce, the centre ball ups. I've got to get that right. Centre ball ups, not centre bounces, Dwayne, but -5 for Hawthorn. Inside 50s, the Hawks have had 9, Adelaide have had 16. Contested possession, Hawthorn are 13 down, -15 at ground balls. So much going right for Adelaide, and I mean the Hawks have done well to be within 2 goals.
See, some things evolve, but the name stays the same. So steamrollers don't run by steam anymore. But we still call them steamrollers.
Okay,
it's okay.
That's a great analogy.
So you can still go with the bounce. That's okay.
Well, I'll tell you what hasn't changed is Dawson, Rankin, and Rochelle. They're the 3 best players again. Dawson's had 10 possessions. Rankin's had the 9, 4 score involvements, and Rochelle's kicked 1 goal, 1. So got to do something about those players.
Adelaide by 12, entering the second term. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 sausage roll. Head over the ball in the middle.
Chol in the ruck, Gerard. There's your first change.
Newcomb held with it.
So is that telling Reeves and Meek something?
Yes, it's selling a lot.
Miller straight through the stoppage, though, for the Crows. Bounces it up to full forward. Philthorpe took it, gave it near Archie, missed him. And Sicily is able to clear. He set it high, and the leap from behind by Cook was a beauty. It looked like D'Ambrosio's ball. Cook pinched it, kicks it up into the pocket. Saligo, the target, kept away from him. And Fogarty pushes Whateley over the boundary for a throw-in.
It's an act of desperation, Dwayne, when you got your key forward who's actually going okay, starting in the ruck, and he's staying in the ruck as well.
So Joel just says to Meek, you go down there, mate.
Oh, no, they've swapped over.
Do the hard slog. I'm going to be in a good attacking position here for Newcomb's outlet kick, and he kicks it down the line, Newcomb, although the Wizard couldn't trap it. Haven't mentioned the Wizard. Seen much of the Wizard just yet. There's plenty of time left. Ball lays around his body inside 50 for the Crows. Impey dropped the mark. Tough one to take. Saligo crumbed it. Handball slipped through Meek's hands. Weddle mopped it up. Bailey McDonald out wide to D'Ambrosio. And it's close to out on the full. In fact, the construction worker might have to do some work here and get the ball for the player on the boundary.
On the fence.
Michael Lenny.
That's not very...
The camera angle wasn't that complimentary.
But the Wizards only had the 1 possession, Dwayne.
Michael Lenny's ball. He's retrieved it. And now he'll punt it up inside the 50. They have a fly. Battle made a spoil, and it's out of bounds in the right forward pocket.
One of the options they might be doing is Joel takes a centre bounce and drifts forward, and then the rucks take over from there.
Adam Simpson for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions. Deep forward for the Crows. McAndrew stood his ground in front. Tapped it down to Keys. Released it to Rankin. Shot it out the back. Berry overwhelmed by the pressure and dispossessed. No holding the ball. Call all. McInnes took a long time. Saligo's dispossessed. It's fierce around the footy. Berry to McAndrew. He got the snap away. The ruckman bounced it home. The Crows have 5. McAndrew, who's looked a likely type all season, strikes. 5-2-32 to Hawthorn 2-2-14. So that means he's beaten 3 ruckmen now.
Well, I mean, he's not beating them with hit-outs. It's 4-5 in general hit-outs. It's the ground level players, Gerard. And once again, a forward 50 stoppage for Adelaide and just a chain of handballs. It's 3 free kicks in this chain, by the way, that the umpire just let it go. And eventually he gets on the end of it and finishes off with a goal. So the alarm bells for Hawthorn haven't changed. It's the same pattern in the first quarter, as we see Chol likely to take the centre bounce and drift forward and Meek to come up and take the ruck around the ground.
Adam Simpson, our expert for Power Bay, premium energy solutions for sustainable Australian homes. Power Bay, and this quarter brought to us by Host Plus. That's a plus. So Chol's still in the ruck, and Rankin's still going to get the clearance, maybe. He flicked the handball out. Dawson towed it off the deck. Ginnivan comes in off the front of the square, missed his target, and Dawson will fend off on Ginnivan. Floats the handball in the direction of Berry, having an outstanding year. Loops the handball further forward to Rankin. And who does he want to pick out? He goes with the short rather than long. Oh, Dawson told it wasn't 15. Both players who were there knew it was 17. Umpire said, keep going. Rankin up against the boundary. He's got no left, and he's right. Left a lot to be desired. Impey takes the mark.
Rankin's up to 12 possessions, Dwayne. He's running amok this quarter in particular.
Stands for Australian Made Week, May 18 to 24. MP long on the way out. Knocked down by Butts. Ground ball to be dealt with. McKenzie and Berry scrap furiously for it. Umpire calls a ball up.
Minus 19 contested possessions. It's been a poor start of the second quarter for Hawthorn.
Up she goes. Low down tap from Meek. Picked off by Miller. Tosses it inside the 50. Archie trying to get out the back. Sicily kept it in front. And Impey gathers for the Hawks. Hampas missed its target initially but wasn't adequately dealt with. So McKenzie got it from Ward. Got barrelled by Laird. A bit too rough. Oof. And it's McKenzie's ball in centre field.
Got the Sunday umpires, Gerard, I think.
Shouldn't have. Maybe they're doing Sunday as well. It's the double-up umpires. Wide ball. Big fist. Back towards the wing. Amond collects it for Hawthorn, sends them to half forward. Low ball. Hardwick spend their only option. Just kick both their goals, Hawthorn. They're 2-2. So Adelaide 5 goals, Hardwick 2 goals as a scoreline roughly as it stands, and he goes inboard. Just hoping that they can set it up, just work it around the key. And every Adelaide player on the ground pretty much in front of the kicker. So the long bomb in hope to the goal square. Lewis got up there, couldn't mark it. Worrell crumbed it, gave it to Butts, gave it to Dawson. Back towards Michael Annie, who had no prior. He just ran into the tackler. Here's the Wizard. Wizard gets his moment. And the Wizard was magnificent. Something out of nothing in its truest form there. 3-2 Hawthorn to 5-2 Adelaide. Host Plus scoreboard, Host Plus named Best Super Fund by Money Magazine, Finder and Mozo. That's a plus issued by Host Plus Proprietary Limited. Check the PDS and the TMD at hostplus.com.au, and that could be a Bendix Breaks big moment for Hawthorn. Bendix, the best known breaks.
It's been a pretty red hot start to this quarter though. Adelaide's pressure is 295. But Hawthorn's going at 233.
Has anyone ever been 300?
I think I've heard of that before, right, Dwayne, but not for a long period of time. So as Sam gave some direct feedback down the line.
Let's get the lip readers in at half time. That'll be an interesting lip read, that one.
It's an important goal though. It's still only 2 goals. They're getting outplayed, but they're in touch, so they'll get their run on sooner or later.
It was wild there, Sam Mitchell.
Got Meek back in the ruck now. They've scrapped that idea.
Crows by 12. Meek got his hand to it, but McAndrew does the roving. Crows win the centre ball up again. Up inside 50. Fogarty onto the ground ball. Took a while to get it. Sicily came at him. Able to release. Neil Bullen works it backwards. Cook from 48. Kicked it out on the full.
We spoke about this morning, Gerard, the centre bound. You spoke about it too, Dwayne. Hawthorn is 16th in the competition at centre ball up differential, and they're getting smashed today.
So they're blaming Meek and Reeves, or are they blaming their midfield 3 around them?
At the moment, it looks like they're blaming Meek.
Whateley sends it long towards the wing. Pack there, 3-on-3. Laird tried to grab it. Ginnivan does. Quick fire handball, but didn't really work. Dawson comes up with the possession of the 8-metre kick, goes back to Laird, all the way back to Butts, and Adelaide can reload. They lead by 2 goals, but it feels like they should be leading by more.
Just a little unsure what to do with it, but the switch was there and he didn't take it, so it's high and long down the line. McAndrew got edged out, and it's Nan who takes the mark. 20 from last year's draft. Brings it inboard to Connor McDonald's. Defensive side of the middle. In fact, right on halfway. Let's see, make the adjustment on the angle. Kicks for Chol to have a leap at, and pinched by Meek. 2 towering figures in the pack.
Well, opportunity to get back into the game for Meek. He's started poorly. Nothing gets your form back. Kicking a goal from 50 metres, so really good pack mark. Take your pick between him and Charles, so this is an opportunity to be in front for this quarter.
A couple of goals this season, Lloyd Meek. Angle to the left, soaks up all the time permitted. They'll have to kick it from 50. Lloyd Meek roosts it at goal. He got a big piece of it. And it's a ripper of a set shot. Hawks string a couple together and mount the fight back. They're down by a goal. 4-2-26 to Adelaide. 5-2-32. Host Plus, that's a plus.
They've been efficient too in the front half. Obviously lost field position, mainly through the centre ball up. So it's a really important mark and kick from Meek, who looks like he's sitting in the forward line Reeves is going into the ruck. It's fascinating at the moment. It's the ruck battle. It's really making a difference. Stoppages in the game.
Adam Simpson, our expert for Power Bay, premium energy solutions for sustainable Australian homes. And we're here, the whole team, for AIA, protect what matters most. AIA, do it for life. And the clock for Elders, win a $10,000 travel voucher with Elders Finance. 5 minutes gone, second term, and Hawks are alive. So McKenzie with the clearance, gets him inside 50. Finally, they get a clearance out of the middle. Miller could have been done for holding the ball. Didn't have Pryor, had the ball stripped. So fair enough, the umpire didn't pay under the rules. From the scramble, Keys got a little toe on it. Chol couldn't get there. Laid the tackle on Rochelle. Brilliant tackle, stripped him as well. And he gets it back for his trouble. Handball into Dan Curvis, though. Rochelle gets it back. Flings a handball wide out to Rankin, who's had his own Sharon. He in turn to Taylor, and he fans it wide to Neil Bullen. Puts it down, bounced off his chest. Good enough to handball back to Keys. Good enough to handball back to Taylor. And he sends it back to attacking 50. Dawson, almost the mark. Archie the crumb, given 2 goes at the handball. Back to Taylor up against the boundary, and McGuinness takes him over. Hawk fans wanted ball. All they get is a ball in, 32-26.
On the boundary for Thrive, your streamlined small business growth platform. 60 out from the Adelaide goal. McAndrews set himself in front. Meek swatted it from behind. Neil Bullen tackled immediately that he took possession. Ball up this time. Rucks knock it out the side. Peatling dispossessed. Ward against the boundary. Hand pass to Nash. Hawks get it forward till beyond halfway at least. Lewis dropped the chest mark. Down by Miller in the tackle. And a quick ball up.
Game just starting to settle now, isn't it? Both teams going to their second mode. Bit of fatigue kicks in.
Adelaide by a goal. Nash was held by Berry before the footy arrived.
A really good matchups in the midfield at the moment. It's hard to determine who's really on top.
Nash flicks the hand pass out the side to the run of Whateley. He puts it to the hot spots. Crows had numbers in the air. What happens underneath? McGuinness run down by Taylor, able to release the hand pass and seen over by Nan Curvis for a throw-in.
They've got very high ball winners. The Hawks, Amon and Battle lead the way with 9 and 8 respectively. Impey's had the 8 and Ward's had the 8.
And it feels like the momentum has swung. It feels like it's only a matter of time before Hawthorn hit the lead here. From the ball in, Miller a tackle by Ginnivan. So a goal, the difference 5-2 to 4-2. 8 minutes gone on the Elders clock in the second term. Flung back in the air. Reeves palms it straight down the throat of Moore. Almost a dangerous tackle. Nankervis comes up with the last line of defence. Butts handball toward Dawson and the boundary. And the umpire says ball within. Sam Mitchell.
It's a bit happier.
Yes.
It's a little bit happier, but not a lot.
Yeah, Watson's on the bench at the moment, so this is the perfect opportunity for him if he was on there for a ball in shark goal.
Deep forward for the Hawks. Underfoot it comes. Michael Annie tackled the moment he got hold of it, so Moore keeps it deep. Stoppage after stoppage. Watson watching on. Hawks have laid 7 tackles inside their forward 50. McAndrew got it away from the danger area all the way to the boundary, so a bit more room for the Crows to work with in defence.
Lots of players. Adelaide with traditional sweeping winger to protect out the front.
Crows by a goal, Hawks in attack. Reeves knocked it goal sides. Ball stayed in dispute for a little bit. Berry and Miller got it outside the area. It was touched on the way. McGuinness worked over from behind. Keys did well until he fumbled it. Then it hit his boot and went over. So Lasso are on the full. Either way, it's going to be a Hawthorn ball.
Well, they're going to check it, though. So McGuinness won't be allowed to play on quickly to advantage here. He'll get it because it was a free. But there'll be a delay for Adelaide to set up.
Newcomb just the 3 possessions so far.
Wow. Well, did it bounce off his buttock before it went out? Boot to buttock, out of play. Did it just catch a whiff of short? No. Umpire says play on. McGuinness thumps it along. Lewis edged out. Free kick, Lewis. So this kick to tie it up. Hasn't seen a lot of it yet decisively. Had a couple of drop chest marks, a couple of fumbles, but this is his moment. Mitch Lewis.
coming up for his second possession, Dwayne. It really had, like a lot of Hawthorn players, the last 5 minutes they've really got going, haven't they? It shows you what they're capable of.
So the clock for Elders, win with Elders Finance halfway through this second term. 45-degree angle, 50 metres out, and we're back where we started. Scores are level. Adelaide Crows 5-2, Hawthorn 5-2. Our expert for Power Bay, Quality Solar Solutions, Adam Simpson.
Well, we're trying to work out what actually has turned the game around. The contest is break even this quarter, Dwayne, and it sort of feels like Adelaide there's not many tricks to Adelaide. They're tough, they're hard, they're good in the contest, they're really honest, and their talent, the top-end talent, can do some damage. And if you can nullify the contest in clearance, then you can get them on the outside. It's a bit like the last 5 minutes. Hawthorn have elevated their contest work. You know, their pressure's 236 for this quarter, and Adelaide's 212, so it's on. It is game on out there. Ball's flying everywhere, and they're just slightly in front with the contest, and they're slightly in front for the quarter.
Hawks have kicked 3 in a row, running hot for Ream, and Ream are Australia's favourites. It's Reeves who's in the ruck at the moment. Down near Nash, didn't take it. Phil Thorpe went into the middle for the Crows. Dragged down by Newcomb. Ball stayed in dispute. Nash pried out some sort of kick. Connor McDonald's kick was smothered. Back into the jam. Reeves wrestles it clear. Got some yardage. Crows were well set though. Laird's got it from Worrell. Hand pass comes up to Peatling and off to Berry. The Crows up near the 50. Dawson tried. Keys rove the pack. Didn't get a whole lot on a kick. Whateley close to the boundary. Battle. Ryan. And clear in the area is Impey. Crows, though, have the wall. And Berry's got it back.
11 minutes left in the second term. He goes inside to Borlays. He's inside the centre circle. And he hands it up to the runner. Michael Annie didn't hit the kick like he wanted to. Might still find Cook. Off hands, he won't. Whateley got there first. Archie wrapped him up, ball up.
They don't know how to handball forward, Adelaide. Every time they handball for that, what's going on here?
There's got to be instruction.
There's
there.
a panic kick happening, so it's not their game.
Reeves almost won it down, wanted to the front. McKenzie around his body, got it outside. Defensive 50. McDonald goes and gets it, flicks a handball out to Moore up against the boundary and content to be taken out for a ball in. 32 apiece.
Charles on the bench now, being used as a flexible player. Cooper's Animal Health. Flip it with Flexalt. The Flexalt Oral Sheep Lice Treatment. Crows at right half forward for the boundary throw in. Murray's going to do some ruck work against Reeves. Tap came to the front. Connor McDonald squeezed a kick out, but only as far as Berry, who got run over the boundary by McKenzie.
Hawthorn have had the 22 tackles this quarter to Adelaide's 14, so it's a high pressure game as we spoke about. 81% efficiency with their tackles as well.
Stats for Australian maids. Boundary throw in right half forward for Adelaide. Reeves tap, shark by Peatling, dragged off it by Newcomb. Connor McDonald not paid the mark, so into the next stoppage we go.
We think Peatling's tagging Newcomb. He's doing a tremendous job. Newcomb's only had the 4 possessions so far.
Reeves trying to put it to him, couldn't quite get it there. Nash has got it, dragged off his kick. Keys did a great piece of work to smother and then Winkle the kick inside 50. Whateley the spoil, Dawson's the crummer, slammed it onto the boot, got it goal side. Fogarty's closing, it ran away from him across the face. And McInnes just got there to run enough interference to get it over the boundary.
Looks like he's a little bit short of a gallop, Fogarty. Bit of a Clydesdale running towards that ball. Not his strength.
Been using the cart too often. He better start carrying his bag. Get a bit of fitness up. Ball back into play. Reeves. And who's free is it here?
There's so
Shelley.
Yeah, he's trying to get 3 or 4 blocks off his teammates, and two choices. You either hand over or you follow it through, and they tried to follow it through, Dwayne. And
a little pat on the back of the head to Rochelle from Impey as well.
Should be 50.
Yeah. Even if you're kind and loving about it, it's still a pat to your hair.
Nice hair too. A luscious look. Box.
Sound like you're jealous.
Well, I'm a little bit.
Rochelle from 30 metres out, 45-degree angle, is going to hook kick it. And he hook kicks it. And it doesn't hook. Across the face. Again, I understand why you do it, but I think we're still 4 or 5 years away from it being a better option than the drop punt, because it needs more practice, doesn't it? Oh, you didn't like the dive? What about the Mayo dive?
The dive was
Do you take
ridiculous.
take it off him from the Mayo dive?
You could.
Battle kicks it long into the field of play, and it's well marked by Lewis down at half back. So what have the Hawks got forward? Kicks a good one. Sliding in Hardwick, slips the hand pass out the side to D'Ambrosio. He's the kicker, and Watson took the mark, made it harder than it was on the juggle, but hold it in.
Disappointing for Adelaide. There's only 3 ways to score, Dwayne. It's stoppages, turnovers or kick-ins, and the kick-ins go at about 4 or 5%, and Rochelle missed. Now transition straight up the other end for a Watson shot at goal, which, and there's speed on the game, he's in the game.
So 45-degree angle to the left. Nick Watson looking for his second. He's pushed it out across the face and hasn't quite got the distance either, so it's still got to be dealt with on the line. Or, yes, Worrell took fright as to whether he was allowed to or not. He absolutely was allowed to. It gets through for a rush behind and scores a level at 33 apiece.
So Worrell short. It is only a matter of time, you feel, before Hawthorn take the lead in this, even though they were 3 goals down a few times. Laird thumps it long towards the wing. Thilthorpe got there, but Whateley, silly front spot, gave it to Impey. His kick hammered toward the pocket, and that'll be perfect. Bounced its way out, 35 from goal. 33 plays 33. That's the scoreline as it stands right now. And those matchups for Holman Plumbing, trusted quality Aussie standards. As Adam Simpson said, Newcomb being held by Peeling, or is Watson being held off the ball? Watson was the one held. There was a lot of holding going on. Nankervis done for holding the Wizard, and the Hawks are about to take the lead.
Same situation as the other end. This time it's Watson trying to get blocks. It's strange, they don't hand over. Both teams want to follow it through, and then you grab a jumper and give away a free kick.
So for the first time tonight, Hawthorn will lead after being down a couple of times by 3 goals. Watson puts them in front by a point, and that is it. 34-33, 7.5 minutes left in this second term on the Host Plus. That's a plus scoreboard.
Miller takes off into the right back pocket, kicks for territory. Saligo up to take the mark. Brings it up the line. Rochelle presents, takes the mark close to the boundary. Oh, kicked it straight into Ryan. It fortuitously came back to Rochelle. Hand pass to Laird, but the Crows are going to have to give some ground. Watson sneaks in front, makes a spoil. Worrell, though, retrieves. Laird has it again. Backwards he goes to Miller. The Crows are with a chance to balance up. Kick right into the middle of the ground. Peatling has it. Rolls it to half forward. He missed his target. The Hawks have got good numbers around it. D'Ambrosio, Bailey McDonald, Ginnivan, the fast break right through the middle. Kick to half forward. Watson going back with the flight. Brought it to ground. Continues the good fight. Knocked it into open space. Hardwick feeds it around to Nash, who takes the shot. He needs a bounce. It's across the face. Desperate lunge from Worrell. And it missed the left-hand side of the post. Hawks play 2 points.
Increased the speed of their transition, haven't they, Hawthorn? When they go quick, they look dangerous. Smaller forward line. Trying to get out the back. See the juice starting to really come in.
So Worrell hits down the middle, down the spine with the kick in. Meek was there, but he couldn't trap it. Battle was there. Meek ended up picking it up, and Keys wrapped him up in a tackle. AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 sausage roll. This term brought to us by Host Plus. That's a plus. 6 minutes left on the Elders clock. Win with Elders Finance. Hawks by 2 points. Nash pumps him inside 50. Gets some depth on it as well. Chol down there. Ball to the back. Hardwick, the Wizard. Oh, this time Worrell knew exactly what he was allowed to do and knock it through.
It's too far out.
I thought he was within the 9. Wasn't he within the 9?
He was.
So the umpire has deemed that he's not within the 9.
Protected area.
But the umpire deemed that he had the Wizard on him within a metre. So the Wizards kicked a goal, and is the umpire going to make him have the kick again because he hadn't set the mark?
It's chaos at the moment. The ball stuck in the gutter.
Gee, I hope for the umpire's sake he was outside the 9 there.
You can't review that, can you?
Well, one day we will. When Gerard gets
No.
pays the
Never, ever.
millions for decent cameras. all different angles.
Cameras, that was the umpire.
So Watson kicks the goal, and we're about to investigate. So Hawthorn by 8 points. 5 minutes left. Second term, brought to us by Host Plus, and the replay for Harvey Norman. The replay screen, bonus gift cards with selected Australian-made furniture and bedding ends Monday at Harvey Norman. The replay hopefully will prove the umpire correct.
Well, we all saw it. From our angle, it looked like it was well and truly inside the 9. Is it 9?
Yes. Yep. Top of the square.
Let's have a look here.
He was too far out.
Too far out.
Yeah, my gut feeling as he approached it was, and he panicked 1 metre out.
Yeah.
He was just too far out. The ball sat up.
Oh, that's touch and go for me.
Yeah. Well, maybe his fist might have been over the line when he hit the ball.
I think the umpire's paying that every time. He had a great line of sight. He was top of screen, directly in line.
Going to VAR for that. I reckon it was offside.
Offside. Hawks by 8. Centre ball up. Scholl wins it at ground level. He missed the hand pass, so he set Bailey McDonald to task. Fumbled it to Whateley. Whateley sliced his kick out to the wing. A decent battle to be won here. Soligo and McGuinness go to work. They wrestle each other off the ball. They left it there on the turf. Neil Bullen picked it up over the boundary.
I think Hawthorn have adapted a little bit better to these conditions. And what's really pleasing for Sam Mitchell was whatever he said at quarter times worked.
Whatever he said halfway through that quarter in the box worked to his assistants.
6 goals to 5. That was the final score last year at this ground between these two. Impey slapped it forward. Amon kicks it close to the wing. Meek hand passed it around to Ward. Pumps it into McKenzie. Checks his kick up inside 50, trying to draw a target. Watson went back so bravely, got skittled by Butts. That was incredibly brave by Watson to go back wide open with the arm outstretched.
I think I need a test here.
He'd stop the play, wouldn't you? There's clearly a little bit startled.
A little bit wobbly.
Going to continue on.
Hawks got it out of the ruck contest. Crows got it out of the ruck contest, but it was cut off by Ward. It's too far out to score himself. Watson just trying to collect himself. Kick on the 15, not enough. Back to Ward from McKenzie. A dribbler inside 50. Really untidy stuff. Connor McDonald knocked over. Rochelle hacked it off the turf. Archie committed himself. Fieldthorpe off the ground, but only as far as Impey. Hawks get it back inside. Just weight of possession won't work because Dawson stands underneath and intercepts.
So Watson's on the mark. I reckon that's one for the doctor in the arc to be looking at right now, the Watson hit. So we'll keep our eye on that. In the meantime, Fieldthorpe keeps his eye on the ball, takes the mark. Takes on Sicily, got around him with a bounce. Wanders his way towards the attacking 70. Kicks it long. Battle got there. Almost missed it with the fist. Bailey McDonald gave it up to Nan. He gave it to Amon. And all of a sudden, there's some chemistry. Amon, well, it didn't bounce to him when he was caught after the second bounce by Rankin. He had about 3 metres on Rankin, but the ball that he bounced didn't come back to him. That's why you chase at full pelt even when you think you're not going to get there.
He's really put that into his game the last few weeks.
Rankin kicked it for Archie. Couldn't find him in a really tight spot. That's over the boundary for a throw-in. So the doctor's been out with Watson on the field. He got that flush from Butts, hip to head, just off balance, tilting backwards. He's brushed the doctor away.
Sure you.
Meek. Tap, shark by Dawson, got it to his boot. No direction about the snap, though. It's a behind, so down by 7.
It's the first 3 seconds they look at after the hit.
Right.
What your instant reaction is as a player. Are you stunned by the mechanism of the hit? It looked like elbow to head, and looked like he had a quick sort of stunned position.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, regardless, you take him off for a look. I can't believe that you leave it up to Watson. He's not going to come off.
Play on.
Some players are more ready to come off. Some people have got harder heads.
It's education. It really should be just come off, regardless of how tough you think you are.
McGuinness, half-back flank. I suppose in Watson's defence, he hasn't seen the slow-mo replay himself, has he?
No, that's true.
Down the wing to Scholl, and the thump down in the middle of congestion. They're tackling harder. They're doing everything with a little bit of extra spice in it now, Hawthorn.
Yep, they're 2-11 for the whole quarter, Hawthorn, for their pressure, and they've had 27 tackles.
Stats for Australian made. Meek out the side, trying to find Newcomb, worn close by Whateley again, and Keys' kick is smothered over the boundary.
It's interesting, isn't it? All the data and the stats you look at, but it doesn't matter what league you're in. Sometimes your pressure and your tackles are up.
Yeah.
You're in the game.
What's Newcomb been held to, Simo, so far?
Well, he's been well held. He's had the one possession this quarter.
Wow. Nick spikes it forward. Watson rushes at the footy, takes it, brushes a tackle, slots the kick forward, pulled in by Moore.
Watson just passed his test.
There's a 50 against Michael Annie, I think, running through the protected zone to the left. So Watson's now been taken from the field to go through the assessment now. I imagine that's the intervention from the arc, just to get him checked. Dylan Moore has been brought to full forward. It's a gift goal for Hawthorn.
Crow's been robbed a little bit, Dwayne, right in front of me.
Yeah, right in front of me. I think Hawthorn's intensity's just gone up.
Yep.
For a 5-goal term, Dylan Moore takes full toll. And the Hawks build their lead to 13. At worst, they were down by 17. It's 7-5-47 to Adelaide, 5-4-34. The Host Plus, That's a Plus scoreboard with 2:19 to go as Watson heads to the rooms. Thrive, your streamlined small business growth platform.
And we've done all this quarter without their toughest player really firing a shot. Newcomb's only had the 3 possessions. Really well held. Impey's up to 11. Ward's had his 11 with 7 contested possessions, and some of the really good work off half-back with Battle and Amon right up there with ball use as Watson. It's a 20-minute protocol, so you get the half-time break to look at him, and he might miss no football, or he might miss a week or two.
Yeah, there does look to be concern on his face. I'm no sort of body language reader, but Watson does look a little concerned about his status, so we'll keep an eye on that as well after half-time and during half-time. Impey tried to trap it out of the middle. Fogarty gets the clearance, but kicked it straight to Ward. Hawthorn have 2 minutes to play with here. Whateley floats it to D'Ambrosio. He's got it on the wing. Kicks it towards half-forward. Poorly directed kick. Led went with the fist. Left it for Ginnivan to go and get. 60 from goal. Jack wobbles one inside 50. Wasn't picked up initially. Meek gave it to Hardwick, the man who couldn't pick it up. And Hardwick hammers it to Soligo, who gets back last line of defence and saves what would have been a certain goal.
Soligo is going to bring it into the left back pocket. Miller had to stretch to get there.
Disappointed if you're Adelaide. It's a promising start. They really haven't worked out anything. They get beaten at their own game. There's no plan B.
Back across the face of Gill. Worrell clears the area. Just long and hoping. D'Ambrosio flies against Curtin. Curtin takes the contested mark. It was a hard way to get out, wasn't it?
Yeah. Lucky play.
Curtin up the line. Hawks are well set. Chol brings it to ground. Whateley trying to get through. Rochelle stopped him. Quick release to Chol, who then ran into the next tackle and gets knocked off, holding the ball.
Handball meters game. Watch Gerard. They're minus 61 now.
Dawson into centre field for Miller. He can go across halfway. Duck back onto the right boot. Kicks it up inside the 50. Didn't do Taylor any favours. McGuinness clears the area underneath for the Hawks. Newcomb tried the hand pass, which was charged down and turned over. Taylor, Laird, Nankervis combined. Kicks close to the boundary. Left half forward, Soligo. Quick kick to the hot spot. Up goes Thilthorpe. Can't take the mark. It's got to be one underfoot. Free kick. Newcomb's free kick.
Keys just went in over the top there. Too hard.
So the Hawks to take the last seconds off the clock. 11 free kicks apiece. Perfectly even, Stephen. Newcomb, 4th disposal for the game. Kicks it out to halfway. Moore committed himself. He dropped the chest mark. Skirmish and shoes. Soligo off the ground to Rochelle. 2-man tackle as he looked to turn. And that's half-time. The Hawks from 12 down to 13 up from quarter-time to half-time. Hawthorn 7-5-47 to Adelaide 5-4-34. Goal kickers Watson 2 and Hardwick 2 with singles to Lewis, Moore and Meek for Adelaide. McAndrew joined Archie, Rochelle, Dawson and Rankin as their goal kickers. Adam Simpson, give us a thought or two for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions.
Yeah, just disappointing from Adelaide's point of view. But if you're Hawthorn, I'm sort of wondering during the week about what Mitchell was talking about their work rate and intensity, because I think there's more to the game than that. But clearly didn't deliver it in the first quarter. Second quarter, you deliver it, and the rest of their game flourishes off that piece. So it seems that Hawthorn have more depth to their game once they get that going, and Adelaide have got one way to play, and that they try and beat you up with the ball and pressure, and unfortunately for them, their plan B is not quite there just yet. So well done to Hawthorn for getting back into the game. Whatever Mitch said at quarter time was a positive thing.
Full thoughts coming up with Adam Simpson. Around the ground, shop the Chemist Warehouse half-price vitamin sale now for Saturday. Scott Pendlebury's back for his record-breaking game. Darcy Moore, Darcy Cameron and Pat Lipinski as well. Collingwood load up with their experience for a showpiece day. It's the Hawks by 13 points in Launceston. This is AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 sausage roll.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Host Plus, named Best Super Fund by Money Magazine, Finder and Mozo. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Marn at Marvel is back. The Western Bulldogs take on Narm in this year's Sir Douglas Nicholls round. Join us on Wurundjeri country as we celebrate the contributions of First Nations people to our great game. Kicking off at 3:15pm this Sunday, there is no better way to spend your Sunday afternoon. Bring your family, tell your mates, and don't miss out on this blockbuster game. Marvel Stadium, this Sunday from 3:15pm. Get your tickets at ticketmaster.com.au. Don't miss out.
It's big. It's the Chemist Warehouse half-price big brand vitamin sale. Stock up on Lifespace, Synovus, Centrum, Nature's Way. Half price off RRP. Swiss, FBX, Fat Blaster and Wonderlust. Half price off RRP. Inner Health, Nature's Own, Pentavita Manuka Health. Half price off RRP. And Wagner and Microgenics are half price off EDLP. The Chemist Warehouse half-price big brand vitamin sale is on now. And it's big. Exclusions apply. See website for T's and C's. Sale ends May 27.
RJ Sanderson and Associates. Taxation, business and self-managed super fund specialists. Take the stress out of tax and get your complimentary 2026 tax tips from rjsanderson.com.au.
Celebrate Australian Made Week at Harvey Norman with bonus gift cards. Spend $500 or more on a huge range of Australian made, including selected lounges, dining, bedroom furniture and mattresses, and receive 10% of your purchase price in gift cards. Harvey Norman proudly supports local jobs, communities, skills and craftsmanship. Celebrate Australian Made Week with this huge offer, but be quick. 10% in gift cards ends Monday. Best range, best brands, best prices at Harvey Norman now. Conditions and exclusions apply.
Whether you're a first-year apprentice or been on the tools for decades, one thing doesn't change. You need the gear that shows up every day. That's why Sparkies have trusted Klein Tools for over 170 years, on-site and at home. Klein Tools, family-owned and supporting generations of electricians worldwide. Throughout May, get into Bunnings Warehouse and have a proper look at the Klein Tools range.
Join Andy and Gazy live tomorrow from 3 to 6pm for a massive afternoon at Toolkit Depot Mentone, all thanks to Thrive. Riley Sanders will join them from 3pm and Heath Shaw from 4. Come say good day and get amongst the action at TKD Mentone.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water. From irrigation and filtration to pumping and lawn care essentials, Nutrient Water has you covered. For the best water management solutions, your local Nutrient Water store has the solutions to help everything grow better. Order online at nutrientwaterstore.com.au or find a store near you. Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Need reliable traffic control? M1 Traffic Control Geelong has you covered 24/7 with compliant, efficient and professional service. Safety is the number one priority for both road users and workers themselves. No job is too big or too small, and they're currently hiring local talent within the Geelong, Darwin Southwest region to ensure your job is locally sourced. Email recruitment at m1trafficcontrol.com.au or visit m1tl.com.au. M1 Traffic Control, keeping Geelong moving safely.
For 50 years, Struddies has been helping local sports teams play and look their best. Whether it's kicking goals, scoring tries, smacking runs, to shooting hoops. That's 50 years where Struddies have done whatever it takes to make your team look its best when it plays its best. From local sports clubs to the school and business sports attire. Get your gear at your sports buddies. Struddies, Australian family owned and operated since 1975. Remember, shop with Struddies because they're your buddies. Gear up at struddies.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
It down to Keys, released it to Rankin, shot it out the back. Berry overwhelmed by the pressure and dispossessed. No holding the ball. Call all. McInnes took a long time. Saligo's dispossessed. It's fierce around the footy. Berry to McAndrew. He got the snap away. The ruckman bounced it home. The Crows have 5.
So the long bomb in hope to the goal square. Lewis got up there, couldn't mark it. Worrell crumbed it, gave it to Butts, gave it to Dawson. Back towards Michael Annie, who had no prior. He just ran into the tackler. Here's the Wizard. Wizard gets his moment, and the Wizard was magnificent. Something out of nothing in its truest form there.
A couple of goals this season, Lloyd Meek. Have to kick it from 50. Lloyd Meek roosts at a goal. He got a big piece of it, and it's a ripper of a set shot. Hawks string a couple together and mount the fight back. They're down by a goal.
Maccas, I'm loving it moments. Never miss a moment of footy with McDelivery.
The Maccas, I'm loving it. Moments to half-time. Never miss a moment of footy with McDelivery. Adelaide led by 12 points at quarter-time. And at half-time, it's Hawthorn by 13 points, 47 to 34. So a big change around in that second term. Adelaide actually kicked the first goal of the second term, but then it was all Hawthorn from then. Let's get to the Choices Flooring half-time floor show.
On AFL Nation, the half-time floor show for Choices Flooring. Style, comfort, quality. Helping you choose with confidence.
For Choices Flooring, helping you make the right choice. Choices Flooring, and if you're in Geelong, they're in Gordon Avenue. You can drop down and say hello. Tell them that we sent you. Our commentary team is for AIA Do It For Life, and Adam Simpson is with me. What's your unmissable moment so far for Drink Wise? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Well, I think the first goal to Archie, just the occasion for him back, and yeah, a good first up goal from him from a really clean centre bounce.
Our two best tacklers, steamroller. I just remember that analogy. John Newcombe 6 tackles, Jordan Dawson 6 tackles. Our tackler of the game so far for Bar Crusher Boats. Tackle your next fishing adventure in a Bar Crusher Boat. Your Australian-made smart play for Australian-made week, which is on now, May 18 to 24.
And McAndrew's goal and the snap from the congestion was at forward 50 stoppage. He's had 6 clearances as well, so I think he started the first half in particular well.
By Australian-made during Australian-made week. May 18 to 24, it's on now, so make sure you ask for Australian-made. By the way, our travel partner is Signet. Stay powered 24/7 with Signet AFL Club Power Banks. And we're travelling to Brisbane this weekend, Sydney, Darwin, Adelaide and Perth in round 10. If you're at the ground today, then you can open the SEN app and enjoy our live SEN Stadium AFL Nation broadcast for Australian-made, because Australian-made week is on now, May 18 to 24, and we're enjoying being part of it. Give us a snapshot of what you think might happen in the second half. Simo, who you think might win it from here?
Well, it just seems like Hawthorn have got a few strings to their bow, Dwayne. Like they can, if they match them in the contest and the clearance work, then the rest of their games is slightly better order, whether it's transition ball movement from the back half, whether it's the forward line being a little bit more potent. Now, that quarter, Adelaide went at 29%. We're actually going at 29% efficiency for the whole day, and Hawthorn are going at 50%. So, a more efficient forward line, and I feel like the Crows are not one-trick ponies, but if they don't get the contest and their pressure right, then there's not much left underneath.
So you're more of a believer in what Hawthorn can put together, because it's Hawthorn, it's Launceston, and there's a few things in their favour.
A bit slippery. Their identity is clearly shining through once they get on top in that area. Newcomb's only had the 4 possessions. That's not going to happen this half. They'll work their way through that. And for Adelaide, you need Dawson, Rankin, Rochelle. It's them or bust, really, isn't it? A bit of Miller down back as well. But outside of that, there's not a lot to ride home for if you're the Crows on what was a really promising first quarter. So what's the response from Adelaide? I think a lot of Crows supporters have probably seen this type of game before this year. A bit different than last year, isn't it?
It is, but the Hawks might also be down Watson, so we'll keep an eye on how Nick Watson is. He's obviously having the test, so we'll see what happens with his hit to the head. He had a hit to the head, then hit the ground, and then had a hip come past and hit him after that. So
he's a bit startled too, wasn't he? That was just a little bit of an obvious thing to go, just get off the ground. And we're going to talk about that perhaps on Monday, how crazy it is to have him dust off the doctor and stay on the ground for another 3 or 4 minutes.
Choices Flooring are giving away the ultimate VIP Grand Final experience. You want to make good experience or the hype of Grand Final week firsthand, then be at the big match itself, the 2026 Toyota AFL Grand Final. Head to SEN Win to enter now. And the scoreline, well, it's been a close one the majority of the night. Adelaide owned the first quarter, led by 12. Hawthorn owned the second quarter, lead by 13, 47-34 at halftime. This is the halftime floor show for Choices Flooring. Style, comfort, quality, helping you choose with confidence. AFL Nation for 420 pies, Australia's original fan food. And as we go to the break, the goal of the day so far for Beaumont's, where bathrooms begin.
The goal of the day for Beaumont's. Discover hard flooring at Beaumont's. Hybrid, timber and laminate for every home and budget.
Tapped it down to Keys, released it to Rankin, shot it out the back. Berry overwhelmed by the pressure and dispossessed. No holding the ball. Call. McInnes took a long time. Saligo's dispossessed. It's fierce around the footy. Berry to McAndrew. He got the snap away. The ruckman bounced it home. The Crows have 5.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
So, have you had anything to drink?
Yeah, but only a couple. And I ate a big meal.
Okay, breathe into the device, please. 1 long continuous breath.
I also drank plenty of water. And I'm a pretty big guy as well.
Okay, you've blown over 0.05, so I'm going to need you to step out of the car.
I'm not going to lose my licence, am I? I didn't drink that much.
Stop kidding yourself. If you drink, don't drive. A message from the TAC.
At Choices Flooring, we know choosing the right floor or window furnishings can feel overwhelming. That's why for over 60 years, we've been more than just a retailer. We're your partner in making the right choice. From stunning carpets and sleek timber to stylish blinds and shutters, our friendly team combine personalised service with state-of-the-art technology to bring your vision to life. And we're here for you every step of the way. Visit choicesflooring.com or head to your local showroom. Choices Flooring, helping you make the right choice.
So, you've had a car accident and it's not your fault? Now is the time to take control. Just call Sheen Panel Service. Questionable insurance companies equal questionable repairs. Come to Sheen to get the right advice. We'll provide an accident replacement vehicle and a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. Plus, we pick up and deliver 24 hours a day from 27 locations across Victoria. Questionable insurance companies equal questionable repairs. Call Sheen first. 1300 Repair.
Sheen Panel Service.
Milwaukee, forever for the big jobs and the little ones. Forever for the sights you'll always remember and the ones you'd rather forget. For the early mornings and even later nights. For day one and all the days that follow. Milwaukee, forever for the trade.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water. From irrigation and filtration to pumping and lawn care essentials, Nutrient Water has you covered. For the best water management solutions, your local Nutrient Water store has the solutions to help everything grow better. Order online at nutrientwaterstore.com.au or find a store near you. Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
This end of financial year, expect more from Honda.
with great deals on selected 2025 Honda SUVs. Now's the time to upgrade your drive with confidence, style and smarter performance. With their premium engineering and exceptional value, the Honda SUVs are a standard that sits a cut above the rest. This is the end of financial year event, only from Honda. Only while stocks last. Terms and conditions apply. Visit your local Honda dealer or go to honda.com.au. Offer ends June 30.
Melbourne and Geelong, Sexyland is your trusted adult products destination. With 11 stores across the region, we offer Australia's largest range of adult products. Shop confidently in-store, open late 7 days a week, or order online with 2-hour delivery across Melbourne and Geelong. Whether it's choice, convenience or privacy, we've got you covered. Visit your local store today or shop online at sexyland.com.au.
Take me now, Sexyland.
With a motto like success through service, it's no wonder Alex Scott and staff deliver winning results. Servicing Gippsland since 1886, they're your local experts in livestock, rural property and real estate. Alex Scott and staff, Gippsland born and bred. Visit alexscott.com.au.
At CommBank, we'll help you get your business in shape, no doubt. Whether you need capital, cash flow or payment solutions, talk to one of our local specialists today. Search CommBank Business. Eligibility criteria, T's and C's apply.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Half-time in Launceston, it's Hawthorn 7-5-47 to Adelaide 5-4-34 Ghana. They play as during Sir Doug Nicholls' round. AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 traveller. So as they retake the field, Simo, if you're in either of these coaching positions, what are you thinking?
I'm not sure what levers Adelaide can pull. I don't know if they're equipped to take the game on by hand or, you know, play a different way. I feel like their identity's around being hard, tough and strong, win some clearances, get some field position and defend well behind it. So they can't win the game from their back half, and they just lost momentum in the midfield, and their front half's non-functioning at the moment. Phil Thorpe's doing nothing. Fogarty's doing nothing really. He's kicked a point, had a couple of shots early on. So without Dawson, Rankin and Rochelle, they don't really look like there's much else there. And at the other end, you know, Hawthorn have got a few more weapons in the repertoire. If they match you in the contest, they like an open game. They like to beat you from the back half. Their front half's more potent at the moment. You know, Watson will be interesting.
He's been given the all clear to resume.
Okay. That's a little bit of a surprise, but that's good news. Lewis hasn't really got into the game, and neither's Newcomb. But outside of that, there's more upside for Hawthorn in the second half. This is the way I see it.
Yes, when you're getting nothing from your forward line. And so this is it's a really telling half, isn't it? Because Adelaide have to be a bit more than, you just can't be blunt, force trauma, and if you're not winning the midfield, you've got nothing else. Well, they have to find it, don't they?
They're going at 29% efficiency in their front half, and that's without a Barras there to help intercept the game. And the delivery's not great, though, Gerard. It's not free-flowing, and, it's a surge kick from a clearance. And you get your pretty stuff from the back half when the game's a bit more open, and they just don't transition well from a back half turnover or a D50 rebound. They go sideways, they handball backwards. We spoke about that as a bit of a joke, but you're not going to get many overlap goals when you're feeding the ball backwards and you're minus 100 metres handball gain. And we did speak about not being 18th at that, and I think that's hurting them tonight. It's wet weather game too, the way it's getting played now. It's surge football, clearance, contest, tackles, tackle efficiency.
So how many times does Matthew Nicks hear that he has to change his game style before he actually changes his game style?
Well, they just won 3 in a row, so I suppose it's like, guys, here's some evidence. And then you've got to have the personnel too. Like this, I don't see any skill. I spoke about Archie before playing in the half-back line to bring some skill and overlap, because at the moment it's Miller or bust. I mean, who has the skill in the back half, and who wants to coach? I just saw Sam Mitchell on the screen.
Was he talking to a runner then, do you think?
Yep. And he said, go and tell them.
To sharpen up.
And a good runner will water that down a little?
Yeah. And then you go to the runner, did you tell him? You go, yeah, I told him. And then it doesn't, the message is not always delivered in that way. And you probably don't want it delivered that way as much as you think you do. You see Watson starting on the ground. 20 seconds. Chol briefly in the ruck there. Wasn't he just a circuit breaker for a couple of minutes that I think might have worked okay for them?
It's probably the heaviest collision we've seen for a long time, where a player has passed the concussion test and been fine to go, but at least they made him do the test. So the second half about to start. Our third term for Deutz Fahr Tractors. The grass is greener with Deutz Fahr Tractors. AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 traveller. Great to have your company. Reeves in the ruck against McAndrew. Ball knocked down towards Cook. Came quick off the square. Back towards Dawson. Hammett couldn't get possession. Ginnivan flicks it up. Lost it. Laird kicked it forward. Little toe poke. Got it back to the middle of the ground. Amon back the other way. Miller scooped it up. Gave to Neil Bullen. Gave to Berry. Adelaide about to go inside 50. Berry to the top of the square. Archie. Rochelle both down there. Ball flicked to Ryan. Last line of defence did pretty well. Got it out of there. Ball aids cut it off and about to send it back for the Crows.
He did well to get the ball, but the corridor kick didn't come off.
Ball aids sets it up to the teeth of goal. Fogarty, dropped it. Flat-handed it when he arrived. Uncontested. Mackenzie swallowed up underneath. Ball stayed in motion momentarily. Nash taken to ground. The ball up.
Not used to those slippery conditions. The hands of a bricklayer there. No feel at all.
It's Ruggs down on the bench.
The blankets.
Balled up deep in Adelaide's territory here. Knocked away initially. No clear possession. Impey towed it outside the 50. Michael Annie pushes back the other way. Taylor just sat on the hand pass for a moment to give Rankin a look. And off to Dawson. Back to full forward. Archie dropped it as well. You wouldn't believe it. 12 metres out directly in front, just like Fogarty did. Spilt the drink. Miller on the follow-up. Didn't get enough on the kick. Thilthorpe at the flight, knocked away by Sicily. Ball right on the behind line and seen through for a rushed score.
It looks slippery now, doesn't it? As he tried to mark that in his hands, Archie maybe could have marked it on his chest, but should have marked it either way.
Yeah, that's the issue when it's slippery. You've sort of got to change your mindset and go with the chest mark, even though you've got to contort your body. Not 15. Whateley caught by Berry. And the umpire says, I'll have it. 50 from Adelaide's goal. So the blankets are on, down on the bench. Ball flung in the air, down towards Nash, beaten for it by Rankin. Tried to get a handball out, D'Ambrosio stole it, gave it to Newcomb. Quiet first half, but threatens to break free. Little paddle was good, got it to Mackenzie. He got it to Nash, slung until he found a teammate. Haven't seen a lot of curtain so far tonight. Got the handball inside towards Rankin, dispossessed. It's an ugly passage of play, hacked out of the air toward Laird. He gave it to Michael Annie, scoops it, almost a non-handball to Miller. He flicks it to Neil Bullen, directly out, 40 metres out, heads toward goal, and I reckon he didn't get it there. He got it touched on the line. And whether they checked this or not, the umpire was in a great position. I reckon the parallax error got me again. That looked there, but it wasn't.
11-point margin. Battle marks the kick in, rams it long up the wing, knocked away from Lewis. Cook had first access, but he's in the tackle straight away. Nan got him.
I get confused. Guys, I know the rules, but if that's a goal now, does it get called back?
Only check the goals on the way back. They don't check the behinds anymore.
Right. Robbed again.
Umpire right there, saw it perfectly. That's what we need from the game. Newcomb kicks it up near half forward, and Watson was held.
Unless it was a goal.
So Watson inside the centre square. Hawks' first venture in this third term inside 50. Using their hands, Hardwick didn't get back to the footy. Curtins fumbled it on the goal line. Worrell's allowed to see that one through.
At least he rolled it through, Worrell.
Yeah.
He knew the rules.
12-point lead for the Hawks and the Deutz Fahr Tractors scoreboards. The grass is greener with Deutz Fahr Tractors.
If they haven't sent the message already, I think the wet weather football mentality will be kicking in this half.
So Worrell out wide, very wide. Dawson was there. Couldn't mark it. Watson goes and gets it caught. He flings half a handball that was caught a handball in Hardwick's direction. Towed off the deck. Worrell back inside to Michael Annie. Back to Worrell. Last line of defence. All the way back to Laird. There's a free kick for a push after the handball. And will it be downfield? Well, it's play on to advantage anyway for Adelaide. Short kick is good to McAndrew in the middle of the ground.
This is a good build from the Crows. Off to Berry, brush the tackle, kicks up inside the 50. Now they could really use a mark here. Thilthorpe can't get a run at the pack. Rochelle knocked it on. Impey first access, rounded up by Taylor. Ball's close to the boundary to be balled up.
Well, I think we know what Nix has told his players. Look for some run and overlap from the back half transition already. We've seen more overlap handballs than we did in the second quarter.
Right on the boundary, the ball up. Nash planted himself there. Kicks it outside the attacking 50 for the Crows. Miller got pushed, which felt a bit unscientific. So Miller has ball at right half forward, and the repeat entry coming. Small pushed him out underneath with no eyes for the footy. It's a slow play though. So Miller lags the kick inside the centre square. Worrell pops it inside. It's a poor kick. And Mann camped himself on debut and takes the intercept mark.
Parents watching on from the grandstand. He swings the ball in the palm of his hand and then heads out wide to Newcomb, half-back flank. 48 plays 36, the Deutz Fahr Tractors scoreboard. 5 minutes into this third term on the Elders clock. Elders win with Elders Finance. Ball down the line towards the wing. Slap toward the boundary, and it's taken out by Berry. Elders win a $10,000 travel voucher with Elders Finance, and our expert for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions is Adam Simpson.
It's a great example, isn't it? 8 inside 50s to 2, but the one shot at goal, and it shows the deficiencies, although they should have taken a couple of marks.
Tap went boundary side at the throw-in, and Laird takes it back over. So the tag on Newcomb's been released here. I reckon Dawson and he are running head-to-head.
Yeah, okay. Well, you can justify that, although it was working pretty well. I just thought the rest of the game was falling apart, so maybe it's connected.
At the throw-in, Neil Bullen underneath couldn't find the way through, so we are stuck on the outer wing.
Anything that happens with those tags, Gerard, is sometimes Newcomb will go to free someone else up and then suddenly the clearances go your way, so maybe that was happening.
Hawks by 12. Laird's kick went nowhere. Newcomb was held. So against Dawson. Just not in the right place to start from Newcomb, so instructed to go back over the mark.
Well, he's already had the most possession so far this quarter for Hawthorn. He's up to 4. Cozy blankets on the bench.
Sideways to Battle. Switch to the near side for Whateley. Hawthorn look for a different angle of attack. Weddle takes off. Archie lunged and missed him. Weddle hand pass to Ginnivan. Gets it back. He's in a jam. Worked it away to McKenzie. So the line breaking worked. Toss up to full forwards. No mark. Spilled away by Worrell over the boundary for a throw-in.
Chol had a case for being held. Umpire was right there though. So ball in forward pocket for Hawthorn. They lead 48-36. Deutz Fahr Tractor scoreboard. 7 minutes gone. Third term. Back into play. 2 rucks tangle. Reeves to the front. Got his own clearance and kicked it straight up in the air. Goal square. Off hands. Hardwick. He's kicked his third. Cheerio to you, Derm. You sent me a text earlier, Dermot, saying I told you that earlier today. Hardwick could start forward in the Gunston position. Well, he has, and he's done a good job. 54-36. Hawthorn 8-6 to 5-6.
It is a great call. If Dermy caught it during the day, it's a good option, isn't it? You can tell the conditions are suited more for ground level players. He's holding the side of his jaw from the previous stoppage, but really that shouldn't have been a goal to Hawthorn. It was clearly should have been rushed through and pushed off the line. Football smarts. He's a crafty player, isn't he? Whether he's forward or back, he knows the right things to do at the right time. He's a great one-on-one defender. And also as a forward, he knows how to position his body.
He kicked 2 goals in 15 games on this ground prior to tonight. He's kicked 3 in 3 quarters. Hawks by 18 points, 8-6 to 5-6. The Deutz Fahr scoreboard. The grass is greener with Deutz Fahr Tractors. Back in the middle we go. Reeves hacked it off the turf, slides it up all the way inside the 50. Good gather. Lewis missed the hand pass though to McKenzie. So ball back into dispute. Crows edge it away. Peatling off the ground. Neil Bullen trying to get it back to him. Had a fumble. Taken in the tackle of Ryan, but able to release. Saligo brushed away D'Ambrosio. Hand pass backwards to Nankervis. Stepped his way around D'Ambrosio calmly. Works the kick up to Dawson. Attacking side of the middle.
Go with him. Play on.
Rolls out onto the left boot, the skipper. Sends it up inside 50. Impey couldn't intercept. Left it there for Taylor. Works the hand pass around to Peatling. Archie had a fumble in the pockets and has to turn tackler instead. Hawks a chance to get it away. Ward wobbled it high outside the attacking area. Ground ball. Saligo threw that backwards to Miller. Into the forward pocket again. Whateley, decisive punch out over the boundary for a throw-in.
This back line's holding up well, isn't it? It's not like it's been all on Hawthorn's terms this quarter. 9 inside 50s to 4 to Adelaide, and holding up really well without Barras being down there.
Been about 35 minutes, I think, since an Adelaide goal.
Yeah.
Back into play. 5-6 to 8-6. Hawthorn lead. Deutz far track the scoreboard. Forward pocket for the Crows. Scooped out. McKenzie got a toe on it, almost to his detriment. Whateley lays a tackle. And the umpire says, I'll have it 20 metres directly up from the Crows' goal again.
Well, this is where they were dangerous. First quarter and a bit. 450 stoppages.
So Reeves with the reached over, knocked it down in the congestion though. Scoots to the back. Bailey and McDonald can rush it behind, and he knew that he could. And Rankin's limping off. That's his worst news. The score's bad enough for Deutz Far Tractors. Jump the fence to a Deutz Far Tractor where the grass is always greener with German engineered precision. But if Rankin is injured, that's horrific news.
Battle thumps it into a contest. Borlase brought it to ground. Hawks had reasonable representation. Ward found it out to D'Ambrosio, worked it on to Nan, links it up with McKenzie. Kick to an open forward set up. It'll land near the 50. Great stuff from Butts. Got clear of Hardwick. Slides in and takes the intercept mark.
He's definitely playing the Gunston role, Hardwick. It's just difficult tonight with the conditions to get through. Is Rankin getting up on his glute or hamstring?
Crows link it up to halfway. Berry kicks to half forward. Wide out. Dawson takes the mark.
He's the only player that can handle the slippery ball at the moment.
Dawson's the kick inside 50. Whateley up over the top again. Decisive with his spoiling out over the boundary. So all eyes to the boundary for Thrive, your streamlined small business growth platform with Isaac Rankin, who he pulled up like a hamstring, didn't he?
Yeah, hamstring or calf.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one for the doctor to assess. So they're checking the upper calf or behind the knee at the moment. We'll keep it on that. Ward gives the handball out. Hawthorn have put the hammer down here. Impey runs the boundary. Gave it up to Nan, who's been good. He sends it long. Big fly. Bart's great. Grab it half back. Landed like a cat. Wanted to play on quickly. Try and get themselves back into the game. Here the Crows. Neil Bullen looks up. He took the step. Had to keep going. Heads out wide towards Archie, but Whateley cuts it off, and he is off.
He's the line breaker. He's had a bounce. He puts it out in front of Ginnivan. It'll need to sit. And on the slippery turf it does. He slaps it back inboard. Now who followed it down? Laird gets there first for the Crows. He's searching for safety outside, and Saligo just took hold and gave the footy away. D'Ambrosio's ball.
I think we can settle Whateley as a backman, can't we? Yes. I think he's just a...
Off to Ward, and he finds the kick inside 50. And Hardwick will line up for another shot at goal.
He's a 2-goal down, 5 minutes left, full forward.
I think even the wing role has got parts to it that, he can do, but I think the way he defends, he can play on anyone, and then he can carry the ball or kick the ball 100 metres in combination, so I think that's his spot.
Kicked 5 in gather rounds. The first edition of it. Blake Hardwick from 51 sends it right to the teeth of goal, but not all the way through. It's a behind off hands, an 18-point lead. 5 against Port Adelaide in round 11 that year after 4 in gather round against the Pies.
And definitely a calf from Rankin, so we'll keep an eye on that. In the meantime, the kick in, cut off. Nan did well, then he got flattened. He knocked it down. Worrell goes and gets it. Borlase tried to fend off. Worrell, the meat and the sandwich, driven to the deck. Ward picks it up, 40 from goal. He might go for goal. He looked around. He sized them up. He kicked it across the face. Harbert can't get there, and we'll get a ball in.
Trying to think what Adelaide can do. See Rankin, he hasn't given up. He's getting a good rub on it, but when there's no one around and you pull up short, there's a soleus, which is a different muscle than I think it's the gastroph. The gastroph's the bad one. That's Weeks.
Deep forward for the Hawks with an 18-point lead. Thilthorpe doing the ruck work. Peatling pops it out the side. Berry onto it. Clears the defensive area. Murray's the target on the way out. Rochelle lent a hand but dropped the mark. Fogarty around to Murray. Coughs it up with a hand pass inboard. Newcomb. Boundary side to Sicily. Looks for the kick in board. It was quite a clever idea. Nan gathered it round the laces, off to D'Ambrosio, in close to Nash, had to release in a hurry, and it turned over. So the Crows a chance to bring it forward. Neil Bullen knocked over as he kicked. Rochelle, they race back. He waits the ball. Keys at the back. Bailey McDonald, splendid tackle. Then it bounced off Keys' head, and Bailey McDonald got it back. The give and go with Newcomb. McDonald might be his best moment yet. Kicks it out to the wing. Meek knocks it away from Thilthorpe, and Thilthorpe's hand pass is smothered.
It's a great one-on-one play, wasn't it?
I think he might have kicked the winning goal or some crazy good goal down here in Launceston a year ago, Bailey McDonald.
That was a great defensive effort.
Yep.
One punch, then it just bounced off Keys' head into his arms, which we'd take every day of the week.
So Meek and Thilthorpe slap back towards the boundary. McDonald can't get there, and we'll get another ball in.
Just another inefficient entry for Adelaide. They just can't get anything going. I think Rankin will be done. There's no way they'll...
Yeah, they're just assessing it now, but I think you're right. That is a Bendix breaks big moment. Bendix, the best known breaks, not just for this game, if he can't come back on, but for the next couple of weeks maybe. So he's going to give it a test, which is always dangerous as well. Meek tried to kick it out of the congestion, missed the ball. Ward tried to flick it up in that congestion, and the umpire says, I'll sort it out. 55 plays 37, Hawthorn lead for the Deutz Fahr Tractor scoreboard. In this third term, the grass is greener with Deutz Fahr Tractors.
Nash rode the tap but had plenty of company.
Riley,
You know, the inside 50s for this quarter, it's 12-6 Adelaide's way. This doesn't feel like that, does it?
Thilthorpe's tap, not quite sharked. Curtin goes back to work. Berry and Dawson. Winkle's a kick forward, but Ginnivan cuts it off. Hawks play 18. Ginnivan defensive side of the middle. 8.5 remaining in this third term on the Elders clock. Win with Elders Finance. Short kick finds more against the boundary. Ducks inboard. Speculates up to the 50. Lewis had a fly, couldn't hang on. Ball lays underneath to Thilthorpe, who whacks it into the centre square, but that's just a straight turnover. Ryan has it, and the Hawks a chance to build again.
To Whateley, who doesn't get a chance to run, but kick to Sicily is delightful on the wing. Sicily thinks about kicking long, but he gave it to Amon. His kick towards the top of the 50 to Lewis. Can't take the mark, hits the deck. Peatling caught high by Lewis. Isn't that a big night just yet?
No, it's not really for the big men today. None of the talls have really done a lot. Dwayne, but he hasn't done anything.
No, and they're about to go inside 50 again, perhaps here the Hawks, because the kick from Adelaide out on the full, and Battle takes it from the wing. 37-55, Hawthorn lead. 7 minutes now left in this third term. That's the Deutz Fahr Tractor scoreboard and the Elders clock.
Backward to Sicily and up now to Whateley.
So Hawthorn do this late in the first quarter to take the sting out of things, and maybe they've gone into the same mode. Just briefly.
Whateley up to half forward. Off the pack it comes. Dawson stayed down at the back. Gathers, confronted. Reeves ran a bit of interference. D'Ambrosio flings himself at the footy. Amon got it. Worked it away. Connor McDonald kicked inside, but Butts takes the intercept mark. Link-up run comes from Miller up. Crows will try the outer side. It's a pretty well-weighted ball. Curtin. He links it up to the outside for Peatling, who crosses halfway, and Rochelle takes the mark.
So a late one here would be huge for Adelaide. Rochelle's on the wing, and he launches to the top of the goal square. A little bit wide, and that as Whateley goes up, dumps it towards the boundary. Keys, and the boundary too quick. We'll get a ball in.
It's only 18 points. It feels like more. Really, the difference between Adelaide's best players and their role players is probably as stark as any team in the competition.
So ball back into play. Thilthorpe front spot, knocked it down. Peatling to Keys, or Peatling didn't give it to him in the end. Ward out to Nash, where the defensive 50 hits the boundary. He kicks it towards the wing. Off the hands or the fist of Borlays. Towed off the deck by Watson. Gained 30. Not a lot on offer to pick it up off the deck. Hardwick lays a good tackle, though. No, he lays a high tackle. Free kick Adelaide to Worrell.
Every goal's going to be hard to come by from here on, isn't it?
A bit
the way
like last
conditions
year.
are. It is.
That last year sort of kicked in with No wind, but it's slippery.
They need a roof in Tassie, don't they?
Worrell up to half forward. Keys lays the tackle to keep it there.
Both teams would have known this was coming. As
Archie's going down to the room.
He just looks short of a gallop. I know it's his first game back, but...
So the Hawks have numbers at the drop. McGuinness is able to clear, and presenting is Lewis alongside the centre square. He'll give the Hawks a look to an open forward set up. The one-on-one is Hardwick, and he's just too strong for Worrell. Hardwick's got it again.
Deepest forward. Defender trying to play proactive. It breaks one or two lines, and you're just out of position. Good body work in the end as well. So strong.
Yeah.
Fifth shot at goal. It's kicked 3 goals, 1. Blake Hardwick angled to the right. Marches to 45. Right foot drop punt. Starts right. Won't work back. The Hawks lead it by 19, which is the game high lead on the Deutz Fahr scoreboard. The grass is greener with Deutz Fahr tractors.
So can you play Hardwick and Gunston forward?
I think you can. Yeah, I think you can.
Miller up. Runs his full measure from fullback. Kicks it down the spine. Fogarty hasn't seen a lot of it, but gets it here. Looks around to Peatling, chips it to him on the wing. Adelaide Crows need one next. They don't necessarily need one right now. There's still 4.5 minutes left, but they certainly need the next one. Kick wide, too far wide for everyone, except Impey, who doesn't hold it long enough. Ball in forward pocket for Adelaide.
There's no speed on their game. I know the night's probably not the night for it, Dwayne, but unless there's speed on these entries, Hawthorn are picking off every entry pretty easily. That half done it a few times, under 30% efficiency in their front half.
Adam Simpson for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions. 50 out from the Crows goal. Newcomb gets first access. Ham passes out in front of Ward. Jammed it up the line, but only as far as Saligo, and he kicked it out on the full. So giving it straight back.
They've had 45 inside 50s, Adelaide.
Hadn't been much of high quality since the first quarter, though, has there?
For 5 goals.
So Impey lets the field set. Drops it onto the right boot. Long up the line. Rucks are there. It clears Reeves. Peatling had a leap at it. Ended up underneath him. Nan makes the tackle.
Blocking dead. Thanks, guys. Just behind you.
Plenty of stoppages. On increasingly greasy nights, Reeves and McAndrew got all tangled up. Ward off the ground. It's high contact from Saligo. That was uncultured. He just went straight for Connor McDonald.
And McDonald off to Amon. Kicks toward the top of the 50, and good mark taken by Worrell. Hawthorn been running hot for Ream. It's still a Ream, Australia's favourite since quarter time. Adelaide led by a couple of goals at quarter time. 56-37 now. 3 goals, 1 the margin in favour of Hawthorn. And they're pushing forward again. D'Ambrosio to Moore, to McDonald. Opens it up for the lead of Hardwick. Missed him. Ball hits the deck though. Cook dropped it. And Chol picked it up. He needs a good bounce here. Needs a little skip roll. And a turn late. And he got it there. Merry old Chol. Pretty happy with that roll. 62-37. And Hawthorn put a space in it.
Oh, just a bit of quick plays. We see Rankin testing his calf out, but it was just a little bit of overlap, and Hardwick's still in the goal square. The Gunston disconnected role. He's still playing that role, but ball dropped a bit short. Chol, really clean pickup and just a smart little snap over the top. He knew the bounce of the ball. Tricky in these conditions. Didn't try and snap it on the full. Just crumbed it well, controlled it well, and it dribbled through perfectly.
Costly drop mark from Cook.
Seems to be the story of Adelaide's night. Just critical moments, not getting it done, whether it's a chest mark in the goal square at the other end or on this end.
Bendix breaks big moments. Bendix, the best known, breaks. Curtin breaks it out of the middle, and this time the Crows do find a mark inside 50 as Taylor hangs on 2 steps inside the arc.
Well, is that the first time we've seen Curtin in the middle? Probably a little bit too late, but getting him in there and seeing what he can do now. If the game's sort of slipping away, you can try a couple of things.
Well, this is the must-kick goal, isn't it? Archie returns from the rooms to trot around the boundary for the Crows. We've got Rankin, we haven't seen for 10 or 12 minutes out on the fields. All eyes to Zach Taylor. It's been 56 minutes of game time since the Crows' last goal. He roosts the drop punt, got good purchase, and through for a goal. Crows get what they so desperately needed off the boot of Zach Taylor. They're down by 19 points again. 6-7-43 to Hawthorn 9-8-62. The Deutz Far scoreboard. The grass is greener with Deutz Far tractors.
Look, if this was a Saturday afternoon, 22-degree type of day, it's game on. There's a pulse, but see it really happening. It's 2 goals 3 to 1 goal 3 this quarter, so it's only been a 6-point differential as we see Rankin put the jacket on. Archie. Okay. I wonder what the test was. So they're possibly 2 down, but Curtin going in the middle. Immediate result. Comes out the front with his right foot and a great mark.
Still plenty of time for Adelaide to play their way back into it. Now, commentary team for AIA, protect what matters most. AIA, do it for life. Hawthorn's been running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite, the steady, hot and strong. And speaking of running, the Adelaide Crows doctor's been doing a bit of it. Alongside Rankin for a second, went down to the rooms with Archie with the heavy jacket on, which is a good indicator that it's all over, even though they're strapping a hand.
I reckon it's a thumb.
Okay. So maybe
this is score review. The score is confirmed.
He has a chance to come back on. They're just keeping him warm in the meantime. It's a big puffer that he's gone on as well. So from the ball up, 2 minutes 20 left to three-quarter time. Thilthorpe caught. Slung, got a handball out to Berry. Scoops it wide. Michael Lanny got it to Laird. Didn't have a left, so he had to go with the outside of the right, and he kicked it at right angles. And it rolls toward the boundary, and it'll be a lasso free. Serves you right. Find yourself a left.
I might have given that thumb some attention down the rooms, Dwayne.
All right.
Archie looks like he might be coming back on.
Hawks bring it forward. Watson sharked the hand pass from Thilthorpe and sent it goal side. Nankervis gets there first. Butts is hot. Skinnervan didn't quite impede him. And the Crows shuffle it around. Miller works it out the back. Saligo on the very last line. Kicks beyond the defensive arc, at least for some territorial reprieve. Impey got it first. Really high contact on Impey. Taylor slipped over. A bit nonplussed on the free. Impey bangs it deep forward. Hawks will fly. Lewis had front position, no mark. He's the crummer. Kick was slewed away. Nan taken down in the tackle by Nankervis. It'll be a ball up, 25 out directly in front.
Nan might be our growth player for Nutrient Water, your irrigation pump and filtration specialists. Doing okay on debut. Umpires found a holding free. And is it going to Watson? McDonald can stroll in and kick a goal, but he won't be allowed the advantage here. So it'll come back and be a shot at goal with about 30 seconds left.
Oh, that's a disappointing result, isn't it?
Cam McKenzie looks like he's going to be the recipient.
Thanks, Alex. Time back on.
1 goal so far this year. Only 13 for his 55-game career. It's been 50-50 a goal his whole career. 13 goals, 14. And, yeah, before you text in, I know that's not 50-50, but you know what I mean. In he runs. And struck it across the face. Only a behind. So the stats are true. 13-15.
It's quite the let-off, isn't it?
Yeah. It is. There you go, the free kick away. It was probably there. 40 seconds to go in the quarter.
Miller takes off. Heads right. Kicks wide. Needs Curtin. Oh, that's a brilliant mark by MP.
What a new ball out of the bucket. How did he hold that so easily?
Charging in from the side and gives the Hawks forwards one last look in the quarter. Lewis cleared the way. Ground ball. Nan in the tackle. Dumped hard into the ground. Saligo works his hand pass low down. Didn't do anyone any favours there. Berry stood in the tackle, able to release. Michael Annie around to Neil Bullen, caught by Amon. Hawthorn's pressure is unrelenting, desperate for the turnover and a surge. McKenzie got it. Berry kept it in dispute, but the last off the ground goes Saligo, and that will be three-quarter time. Hawks grew the lead from 13 to 20 in that term. 2-1 in it. 9-9-63 Hawthorn leading the Adelaide Crows. What would that be? 6-7-43. It's a 20-point lead to Hawthorn. This is AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 Traveller.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Deutsford Tractors. Jump the fence to a Deutsford tractor, where the grass is always greener with German-engineered precision.
Needing an energy boost to get through the day? Metro Petroleum has just what you need. Pull into your nearest Metro Petroleum now and enjoy the V350ml glass range with 2 for just $7.50. How good? Or you could get yourself a Chocky fix because Cadbury Caramello Koala and Freddo 35 grams are 2 for only $4. Get yours today. Offers available May 1st to 31st at all participating Metro Petroleum locations. Metro Petroleum, more than just fuel.
Australia's #1 Kia dealership is Werribee Kia, and they make buying cars easy. The end of financial year sale is on with great Kia savings across the range. There's the K4 from $29,990, Sportage from $39,990, EV3 from $46,490, and Kia Tasman from $37,990. Also mention SEN at time of purchase and you'll receive a $1,000 fuel card while stocks last. Don't miss out. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Does your local tick all the boxes? Lush beer garden, classic pub fare including steak night, trivia nights and a Sunday roast special? Sounds like the Flying Duck in Paran, where gastropub meets a neighbourhood local favourite. Think good pub vibes inside at the public bar, the spacious 84-seat open plan dining room and 40-seat private dining room, or sunny vibes while enjoying the sprawling beer garden. Make the Flying Duck in Paran your local favourite. Drop in at 67 Bendigo Street, Paran.
For 185 years, Elders Real Estate has been embedded in the fabric of our country. So when it's time to buy or sell in your part of Australia, you need a trusted name. Someone who knows Australian real estate like no other, who understands that it's not just a house, it's your past, it's your focus, it's your future. Someone with a network that runs deep right across Australia. There's one name you can rely on, Elders Real Estate.
Better sleep, better recovery, better performance. After a hard session or a long game, the real recovery happens overnight. While you sleep, your body repairs, restores and recharges for the day ahead. So talk to OMF, your overnight recovery experts. OMF have mattresses that are designed for deep rejuvenating rest, plus comfortable pillows and bedding crafted for your comfort and temperature balance. Shop online at omf.com.au or at over 50 locations nationwide.
At Beaumont's, we bring your bathroom to life with the leading brands in bathroom wear, like Phoenix, Mia, Timberline, Fienza and more. You'll find everything you need to create your dream bathroom from start to finish. Beaumont's, where bathrooms begin.
At Bunnings Trade, no matter where you are, we're here to help. We have trade specialists in-store dedicated to you and your trade. Whether it's sourcing supplies, quoting on jobs, or arranging delivery direct to site. And our builders team with dedicated account managers has got you covered at every building stage, from the front fence to the back gate. Plus, you can call our Trade Assist team on 134872 for quick quotes on a wide range of supplies, saving you time and hassle. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
When you're in line for a large oat latte, turn your daily grind into your time to shine with our $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes. Keno Go. Download now. 18 plus only. T's and C's apply. Gamble responsibly.
Melbourne and Geelong, Sexyland is your trusted adult products destination. With 11 stores across the region, we offer Australia's largest range of adult products. Shop confidently in-store, open late 7 days a week, or order online with 2-hour delivery across Melbourne and Geelong. Whether it's choice, convenience or privacy, we've got you covered. Visit your local store today or shop online at sexyland.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Two rucks tangle. Reeves to the front, got his own clearance and kicked it straight up in the air. Goal square, off hands, Hardwick. He's kicked his third. Cheerio to you, Durham. And they're pushing forward again. D'Ambrosio to Moore, to McDonald. Opens it up for the lead of Hardwick. Missed him. Ball hits the deck though. Cook dropped it. And Joel picked it up. He needs a good bounce here. Needs a little skip roll and a turn late. And he got it there. Merry old Joel. Pretty happy with that roll. 62-37. And Hawthorn put a space in it.
Maccas, I'm loving it moments. Never miss a moment of footy with McDelivery.
It was 7 in a row in the game before the set shot of Zach Taylor. Hawthorn by 20 points and confirmation that Isaac Rankin is out of the game with that calf injury. Adam Simpson is our expert tonight for Power Bay, premium energy solutions for sustainable Australian homes.
Well, let's just look at some numbers, Gerard. I mean, at the moment, Adelaide, they've kicked almost all of their score from stoppages. They've kicked 5 goals, 2 from stoppages. Centre ball ups, they've kicked 3 goals, 2 goals, 2 from forward 50. Their turnover game's been non-existent today. They've kicked 2 points from the back half off turnover. And that doesn't have to be your game if your front half game's going well, but they've kicked 1 goal, 2 from the front half. So it really has been non-existent. And that a little bit to do with Hawthorn and how well they're defending. But it's just not a strength of theirs. And without their best players being in the top 3 or 4, they find it really hard to get that transition game going. And their forwards aren't really firing a shot. Got a couple of injuries to deal with. Archie and Rankin, 2 important players in the front half. They sorely missed. But if you're Hawthorn, it's just been a really professional, hard-nosed, hard-working game.
Hawks by 20 entering the final term. Nash wins the footy out of the centre clearance. Sets it up inside 50. Out came Michael Annie. He dropped the mark in defence. Miller tidies up for him. The give and go with Worrell. Miller's kick wasn't great. Sperry couldn't quite handle it. Neil Bullen lends a hand. Boots the Crows off half back. Presenting well as Archie. So he's strapped the thumb up. And he's going to keep going. You got a soldier on. Laird on the follow-up. Kicks it to Rochelle. Dropped the ball right in front of himself. So the litany of spilt marks from the Crows grows, and that's out of bounds.
It's cost them, hasn't it? There's 3 easy marks.
Last quarter brought to us by Mate Internet and Mobile. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies and our expert Adam Simpson for Power Bay. Quality Solar Solutions. Ball about to be flung back in. McAndrew and Lloyd Meek. John Newcomb held, so he has become one of the key matchups for Holman Plumbing, trusted quality Aussie standards. John Newcomb held early, but the tag released, and he's getting a few possessions now that are damaging. Laird picks it up at half-back for Adelaide, got it off to Neil Bullen, little don't argue, got it back in the 1-2 from Worrell, all the way back to Michael Annie. The Wizard got him, good tackle, Wizard. Last second handball found Neil Bullen, got it out to Laird, got it wider, back to Worrell. Little fall over, but he balanced himself and kicked a wobbler to the wing. Gathered by Berry, bounced off Amon, chipped it wide, and Adelaide with Rochelle on the wing can go forward.
Safer pair of hands that time. Kicks up to half forward. Archie, good target early in this term. Now the Crows search for the right kick inside 50. That's not it. He kicked it out on the full.
Newcomb's up to 15 possessions now. It just shows you the tag wasn't really working in the first half. Let him go now. He's had the 10 possessions since half-time.
Impey takes off out of the back pocket, thumps it down the line. Scholes very deep, didn't make the contest. Ball spills off hands. Watson released it. Rochelle onto it. Hand pass a bit indiscriminate. Moore sweats over the top of it as Rochelle takes him, and it skittles around over the boundary.
Neil Bullen knocked it off his foot deliberately.
So the players are umpiring their own game. They know what happened. I'm not totally sure the umpires do. So a 3-man conference, 2 boundary umpires, goal umpire. They're waiting for the arc to do its thing.
So are we happy with that?
So Neil Bullen deliberately knocks it onto his boot to get it out. So it was Neil Bullen who got it out.
Yep.
Deliberately.
And the speed of that decision was good enough, I suppose.
So Neil Bullen kicks it up to the pack. It bounced off the nose of Thilthorpe. He follows up. He's tackled to ground by Newcomb, but he didn't have it. So Thilthorpe's ball at right half forward.
It's the 4th mark they've dropped in the last 20 minutes. Really haven't handled the conditions well. We see a bit of a scuffle with Newcombe.
It's an old ploy, start a fight if you're down.
Yeah, well, he's up to the... Oh, there we go. He's up to the sixth tackle of the game for Newcombe.
Inside 50, top of the square. Flyers fly and Fogarty marks. So Fogarty from 30 directly out can keep Adelaide in this. So it is interesting that the player who is 100% hell-bent on getting it out wins the free kick in that instance. Philosophically, that's not what the intention of the rule is, but that's what does evolve with offshoots of new rules that have been imposed. Fogarty in the meantime to keep this game alive from 40 out really, and it was never in doubt. He's one of the best sharpshooters in the competition. Last quarter brought to us by Mate Internet and Mobile. $25 off for 6 months with Mate Internet. Save more when you bundle. And the clock, most importantly for Elders, win a $10,000 travel voucher with Elders Finance. Only 2.5 or 3 minutes gone in this last quarter. And it's Hawthorn 9-9. The Crows 7-7.
It's game on. It's trying to get excited with this game with the way it's played. It's just been dour, hasn't it? But it's definitely game on. If I suppose what Adelaide need to do is get their stoppage work going. It's the one thing that's been consistent. Can they get on top in the middle, get some entries, get some field position and get some efficiency in the front half? I mean, that's the 6th mark they've taken inside their forward 50 tonight. Hasn't been those type of nights, though.
So it's 2 in a row at intervals. Can the Crows source some momentum from it? Berry's after in the middle. Newcombe climbing all over him. Berry turns tackler on D'Ambrosio from the wing. Takes him to ground for a ball up.
He's having a go, Berry, isn't he? He's improved this year, out of sight.
This is where Fremantle beat Hawthorn from a couple of Friday nights ago. Or Thursday nights ago, whatever night that was. It's Berry's free kick at the stoppage. Inside the centre square. Wheels out onto the right boot. Dumps it up inside the 50. Pack forms, knocked away from Fogarty. Thilthorpe, great release. Saligo with the snap. Here come the Crows. That's 3 in a row. Saligo cuts the deficit to 8 points. 8-7-55 to Hawthorn. 9-9-63. Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard.
It's just what we needed. 2 quick goals. It's been 40 minutes for 3 goals. Dwayne, it was getting arduous. But the Crows have turned up this last quarter. Berry's been great. I think we see Thilthorpe come off for a spell. Another stoppage score. So that's their go. And they get on top. Grind away.
Some more stats for Australian Made week as we speak. May 18 to 24. And the Crows suddenly running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. Didn't kick a goal for 55 minutes, and now all of a sudden they've got all the momentum. They don't have the lead, though. That's the most important thing. Berry's been amazing again. He's on track for All-Australian, Berry. Gave it up to Dawson. Spears it to Rochelle. Can't take the mark. Hits the deck. Chance for the scoop up around the body by Murray. Got it to Rochelle. Caught, slung. Got it to Saligo. Allowed to go. Archie. Post. Was always on track like a tracer bullet for the post. And they dodge a bullet to the Hawks.
So how do Hawthorn manage these minutes now? Ward brings it out. Hand pass to D'Ambrosio. He hugs the boundary. Didn't hit the kick. Hardwick's under pressure. Worrell dispossessed him. D'Ambrosio on the follow-up. Took the yardage up the line. Ball lays. Keeps it away from Lewis initially and then failed. Mitch Lewis picked it up, but Michael Annie lends a hand and forces him over the boundary.
They try and get some stoppages. If you're Adelaide, that's where their strength is. Berry's been great for most of the night. Dawson's been pretty good. Their best players need to play well.
Left half forward for the Hawks at the throw-in. McAndrew to the front. Meek ended up with it, though. Hand pass to D'Ambrosio. Wobbled it inside 50. A lot of wrestling happening. No whistle on the play. Worrell able to release to Butts. Shocking hand pass. Nankervis made it better than it was. Michael Annie overwhelmed. Chol coming through and hit his boot and rolls out over the boundary. Right forward pockets for the Hawks. Up by 7.
It is classic, isn't it? One team so far down that they have to take chances. Yeah. One team so far up that they don't want to take any chances. Yep. So Nick Watson's on the bench again. We'll keep an eye on that. He did come off for a concussion test earlier in the game and was passed to go back on, but he's off at the moment. McAndrew takes it out of the ruck, got a kick away just, hits the deck. Cook around the boundary with a curler back towards the wing. Knocked down by Murray, back towards Archie, couldn't get there. Ward does, wrapped up by Curtin, who got him high. They don't pay that free kick if you sit on their head, but they allow it to go on for a ball up on the wing. 56-63, 7 points to margin in favour of Hawthorn.
+8 contested possessions so far this quarter for Adelaide.
Dragged out of the ruck by Meek. His hand pass wasn't much chop. Saligo's kick about the same. It's easily picked off. Sicily has it. Delivers the Hawks back toward the 50. Searching for Lewis. Miller across the front. He turns tackler and got Ginnivan high. Ginnivan's free kick. 50 out from goal, and he comes up grinning.
There's a classic. Miller going for the mark. Direct opponent stays down at ground level. Gets a nice crumb, and he haven't seen the old knee drop for a while from Ginnivan, but the classic attracting the high tackle play. Haven't seen that a lot at all.
He knocked that out of his game, but it was absolutely there for the taking, given Miller's body shape.
Just for special occasions.
That's right. And the Hawks are looking for a settler. Jack Ginnivan from 50 metres out. It's right. 8-point leaders. Mate Internet Mobile scoreboard. 14-12 to play on the Elders clock. Win with Elders Finance.
And still 14 minutes left. 56-64, and plenty of time for the team with the momentum. So Worrell kicks it long and wide. Sicily got there. Can't mark it. Hits the deck. D'Ambrosio back to Hardwick. Loops the handball further on. It'll loop it back again. Well, kick at goal is across the face slightly. In fact, it's across the face a lot from D'Ambrosio. It was there for the taking as well. And they lead by 13, 65-50. No, what do they lead by? 9, I should say. Still 2 goals in it as Miller is about to kick in.
3's the magic number. Remember, the last 3 games these two teams have played at this venue have been decided by 3 points. Crows kicking into the middle of the ground. Nash dispossessed. Dawson slapped it forward. Good play. Saligo kept momentum. Thilthorpe to Fogarty. The goal will be unguarded. He loads up from 60. Weddle did brilliantly. Full tilts and the dive. Tipped it into the posts and saved a certain goal. 8-point margin for the Hawks.
Yeah, brilliant work by Whateley. So back towards the wing from that behind. Sicily can't mark it. Berry crumbs it. He's wrapped up and we'll get a ball in. Mate Internet and Mobile, $25 off for 6 months with Mate Internet. Save more when you bundle. Our commentary team for AIA. Protect what matters most. AIA, do it for life. 13.5 minutes left in this final term. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. Here's Gerard Whateley.
It looks like a Smurf. He's covered in blue paint. Peatling caught at the stoppage, able to release. Reeves fed McKenzie. Hawks win it, but not for long. The kick went straight to Worrell. He is defensive side of the broadcast wing. Worrell will have to kick it up to the contest. Sicily edged his way into it. Fogarty had to play spoiler. It's over the boundary at left half forward for the Crows.
It's not the worst play in the world for Adelaide. As Fogarty probably missed a little hit-up lead of Rochelle. Went for that goal and got a great spoil from Whateley. But the stoppages are probably Adelaide's friend at the moment as Watson prepares to come back on the ground.
He's been a long time off in this term. At the throw-in, Rucks wrestle. Newcomb able to release McInnes. Hand pass. McKenzie's hot. Got it away to Nash. Kicks up the wing into the next jam of bodies. Worrell's able to release for the Crows. They're running out of space, though. Laird slung over the boundary by Ginnivan. You wouldn't want to do it any more forcefully. But it is a throw-in down on the boundary for Thrive, your streamlined small business growth platform.
Yeah, replay shows that it was a careful sling in the end. For Harvey Norman, the replay screen, bonus gift cards with selected Australian-made furniture and bedding ends Monday at Harvey Norman. So holding free to Reeves out of the ruck contest. McAndrew pleads his case, but I can't see the umpire changing his opinion there. Reeves from the wing. 57-65. 8-9 to 9-11. Hawthorn lead. Cho, will he get there? He doesn't. He doesn't even go up. in the end, Marbior. And a cautious tackle by Moore holds it in the area. 40 metres out from Hawthorn's goal. Down to 12 minutes left in the final term.
Hawks pushing with an 8-point lead. McAndrew took it out of the ruck, gave it to Cook, slapped it onto the boot, out at half-back. Sicily forced the spoil, then went the tackle. It's really tough around the footy. A ball up, and Sicily went on with it, and I think he's given away the free kick.
High Adelaide headlock, the umpire said.
Yeah, so Peatling was the victim. Sicily wants to fight. The Crows want to go. Hand pass to Nankervis, kicks it up to half forward. Cook takes the mark. What's the setup like inside 50? Hawks have scrambled some numbers back. Rochelli's got access. Didn't take the mark. Neil Bullen squirts the kick wide of the goal front. And it trickles through for a behind.
Could have marked that, maybe. Still a great positioning. Read the play before anyone else. And so close.
7 points down.
What does Hawthorn do here? Do they try and win the game by scoring again? There's still 11 minutes to go. Way too early to be closing things down.
So Impey sends it long toward the wing. Big pack, and Curtin just didn't hold it long enough. Lays a tackle on Newcomb ball. He didn't have prior, and then he tried to make an attempt and threw it. So the umpire essentially paid throw rather than made an attempt. So Curtin sends it inside 50 for Adelaide. High ball, big pack, goal square. Off hands, Cook stalking it. And he stalks McGuinness, and he took him out nicely for a ball in, and we're down to 11 minutes and change on the Elders clock. Win with Elders Finance. Our expert for Powerbay Quality Solar Solutions, Adam Simpson.
Well, who's going to step up for Rankin? This is his time, isn't it? And Rochelli, he's the one. Lego's been pretty good at ground level inside 50.
Crows deep forward at the throw-in. Reeves tapped it boundary side. Peatling's chasing hard, but the ball is back out of the boundary at the 50. Rankin's got the big Parker on. Can't help them now. 7 down, 11 to play. 50 from the Adelaide goal. McAndrew slapped it forward. Dawson's onto it. He takes the snap across the face. Up goes Murray. Dropped the mark. They fight for it underneath. Sicily paddling for the boundary. Fogarty gets in the way. Murray's still fighting on. Fogarty picked it up, but he's in a two-man tackle. And now on the other side of the goal, we'll have a stoppage.
I wonder if Murray's doing a roll at all tonight. He hasn't really fired a shot, has he?
No, and it's not a night for the tools either.
So he could have had Walker there.
McAndrew knocks it down, towed out of the area toward where the 50 meets the boundary. Moore taken to the boundary, but it didn't quite roll out, so the umpire will ball it up. 48 from goal. 48 from Adelaide's goal. McAndrew Reeves slapped outside defensive 50 to Moore. Got a roller, travelled 8 metres. Ricochet towards D'Ambrosio. Got the handball up to McKenzie. Shrugs, and that looked like a throw from me. Got it to McDonald. That looked like a throw as well. And out of bounds, Neil Bullen pleads his case, but the Crows got neither there.
He's so lucky there.
Robbed again. It's game on, though. It's just a different type of game, isn't it? The old school.
Outer wing thrown in. Reeves didn't handle it, but then he got drilled by McAndrew. And a free kick from the ruckman.
Can't afford to be giving these free kicks away for both sides when it's tight like this.
So Reeves, defensive side of the middle, takes his full allotment and then takes all the yards that he can. Lewis was the target. Nairn underneath, dragged off his kick. Connor McDonald shoots it out wide. D'Ambrosio against the boundary. Kicks it out on the full, but he might have been over before he kicked it, I fancy. Should be a throw-in, I think.
Dwayne, are we just going to assume all these Hawthorn supporters are going to turn into Tassie supporters?
Well, I'm not sure they will. Will they? Is that allowed? Changing teams?
So, if your state's taking into
Explain that to your kids.
Yeah, they'll be fine.
Left half forward for the Hawks is where the throw-in happens. McAndrew knocks it down. Gathered by Neil Bullen. Hand pass was ineffective. Next pack forms.
We need more stoppages in this game than any other game for the year, I would have thought. Yeah, winter is coming. Got to be good at this part of the game.
Reeves got rid of McAndrew, then missed his toe with the kick attempt. Newcomb on hands and knees. Inside 10 minutes.
He's looking tired, McAndrew. Spoke about how many stoppages he would have done on his own, really.
And they don't have a lot of options to throw into the ruck with experience. That's the hard part. Nankervis gets on the end of a wobbly kick. Flicks over the top towards Peatling. Bounce was kind. He almost got caught and almost got tripped. Moore not rewarded with the tackle, which could have been ball. Umpire said he got a legal disposal away. Ball back to Moore. He's on a half-forward flank, 80 from goal. Kicks it towards Lewis. One grab, not the second. Laird. He just braced for contact with the tackle and will get a ball up. And Peatling is in the hands of Trainer's got one to the snout.
I think he's headbutted the ground.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Old nose, straight on the grass.
Oh, that's nasty. And it's because the game asks him to try to get a disposal. So instead of protecting himself, he flings the ball up over his head and splits himself open.
Yeah.
So you can tackle a guy to the ground and have his head smack into the turf, and it's still a legal tackle that's okay.
Wow.
The variations this game throws up are wild.
You're right. But he did try to handball over the back of his head while he was going on the way to the ground.
So he will trot off under the blood rule. A little pause. 9-11-65 Hawthorn, 8-10-58 Adelaide. There's 9 minutes and 7 seconds to go. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. Hawks are inside the 50 at the ball up. Reeves the tap, took an awkward bounce and went back underneath. Did McAndrew dive on it? The umpire said yes. Nash is heading down to the rooms now for the Hawks, so injury watch there, and poor old McAndrew must be up to 6 or 7 or 8 free kicks against.
You've got to get the boy off, I think, Gerard. He's just fatigued. This is what ruckmen do, especially young ruckmen, late in quarters in particular. They just give away free kicks just through exhaustion.
This is a big kick. Ned Reeves wide out on the left. Hawthorn protecting a 7-point lead. Goals are at a huge premium in this final term. Reeves strides to 50, right foot drop, punt is left all the way. And there's an 8-point margin on the Mate Internet mobile scoreboard.
I think it'd hurt to get Phil Thorpe or Murray in the ruck.
Yeah, which one though? Phil Thorpe's got more experience.
Yeah, get him in there. I mean, there's no really need for tall forwards at the moment. It's a ground level game.
So Laird down the middle. Murray does come up to compete. Ball knocked to Berry, caught by McDonald. Hamble found Keys. Kick told that it was touched. So Fogarty gets a roller off his boot to Cook. The hero in the showdown to Archie out the back. 30 from goal. This could be a Bendix breaks. Big moment.
Oh, for the people not watching on the TV or at the ground, Sicily just proactive positioning. He looks silly when the ball gets through a few lines, and he just got caught 20 metres ahead of Archie's at the top of the goal square.
It's going to be a ton of time left for Adelaide's big steal after he kicks this, and I presume he'll kick it. He does kick it. He's got a couple, and Hawthorn's got a couple of problems right now. 7 minutes left on the Elders clock. Win a $10,000 travel voucher with Elders Finance. And the score for Mate Internet and Mobile, 66-64. Hawks by 2 points. Here's Adam Simpson, our expert for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions.
Have they forgotten how to win? The Hawks. Gerard mentioned it earlier about Fremantle a few weeks ago. They had the game in control, and they just try to control the way to the win. It's sort of the same thing tonight. They haven't really explored too much in this last quarter. The Hawks. It's just been a dour Adelaide type of quarter.
Crows have kicked 4 in a row. 25-point lead has become a 2-point lead. 7:13 remaining in the game. Tossed up in the middle. Thilthorpe has gone into the ruck. He wins the tap. It's a ground ball to be won, though. Dawson in the tackle. Able to get it to his boot, but only as far as McKenzie, who broke clear, got right under the kick. So it dips out to the wing. Pitches and bounces. Miller taken high. He lowered himself and Moore fell into the trap. Miller gives it to Jordan Dawson, has a bounce in the middle. Oh, missed the hand pass to Worrell. Here's Watson swooping. Hand passes inside 50. Kick comes from Hardwick. It's across the face. It's a behind, and it's that 3-point margin. on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard.
He almost too unselfish there, Watson, wasn't he?
Was he trying to pass it?
He wanted the 1-2, I reckon.
Okay.
You don't handball that unless you want it back, do you? 50 from goal.
Oh, Watson, yeah. I was more thinking that Hardwick's shot was trial available, top of the square.
So Miller are down the spine. The problem with that point is it's not worth anything to Hawthorn. There's a kick in it, and it gave it back to Adelaide. But Ginnivan's about to send it back to half forward for Hawthorn. Worrell, a fist. 50 from Hawthorn's goal. Butts braces for contact. We're down to 6 minutes on the Elders clock. Win with Elders Finance. Hawthorn 67, Adelaide 64.
Tossed up right on the 50. Newcomb underneath in the tackle of Berry.
Really brave from Adelaide. You really see this coming. They haven't done too much different, Gerard. It's just been through hard work.
Up she goes. Meek spikes it inside 50. Miller, though, rushes onto it, breaks the Chol tackle, confronted by Connor McDonald. Has to hit the kick on the way out. Rochelle hasn't marked. Ground ball to be dealt with. Neil Bullen does. Hand pass to Rochelle and to Berry. The Crows are steady. And now they can attack from half-back. Laird sets it up beyond halfway. Archie tried to get off the back. Keys tackled by Ginnivan over the boundary. Ginnivan whispers a few sweet nothings in his ear.
He pulled his jumper up over his head too to stop him from playing on, which was kind of funny.
I'd love to know if Archie's playing a role at all on Sicily, playing from behind.
So back into play on the wing. The Crows, a goal from the lead. Newcomb on the wing, got a clearance that went 3 metres to Ward. Back to D'Ambrosio, up against the boundary, kicks Hawthorn to half forward. Now it's a free kick, there's a hold, and it's going to Borlase against Lewis. So Adelaide a chance to take the lead. 5.5 left in the final term, brought to us by Mate Internet and Mobile. Hawthorn lead by 3 points.
Borlase given the hurry up. Kicks long up the line. Thilthorpe trapped the bouncing ball, gives it to Rochelle from a long way out, loads it up and missed by a mile. Didn't even score, which is probably a better result than a behind. It's definitely a better result than a behind. It's a throw in the left forward pocket for the Crows.
You keep Thilthorpe in the ruck around the grounds. He's sort of on top of Meek, but Meek's on top at stoppages.
Crows with a great chance deep. Thilthorpe, they knocked it away from him. Sicily fumbled it into the arms of Archie. Sicily then sticks the tackle and forces the ball up.
They're the type of discussions you have in the box, Gerard. What are we going to do? Last 5 minutes. What's the matchmaking move?
Flung in the air. Ball not down in the congestion. Berry around his body. He's kicked it behind. Worst possible result, really. But the Crows are running hot for Ream right now. Australia's favourite, the steady, hot and strong. The best part for Hawthorn fans is you still lead 67-65. 4:46 left.
Battle assesses what's down the field. Launches to the outer wing. There's a lot to contest. Curtin had it for a moment, lost it. Laird's hand pass picked off by D'Ambrosio. Hawks bring it forward. Hardwick went the spoil against Worrell. Worrell, though, gathered the ball. Hand pass to Neil Bullen. Crows back to half forward, but not for long. Ryan backed himself and takes the mark. How the Hawks manage this. Sideways and slow. Call to go. So long to a contest up the line. Thilthorpe, terrific grab.
Yeah, maybe should have got him in there earlier.
I'd leave him on. Leave him in the ruck.
Adam Simpson called it. McAndrew was tiring. Gave away a few free kicks. Thilthorpe's fresh now. Goes out wide to Neil Bullen. So the Adelaide Crows could take the lead here. Inside 50, Rochelle flies. Can't mark it. Ball not toward the boundary. And they're pleading. What are they pleading for here? That was deliberate out of bounds.
He might have flipped it over his head.
So you're allowed to knock it out in a marking contest, but was it called touch play on, so it wasn't a marking contest?
He just bounced up, Dwayne, and he just...
bounced up after.
Okay.
Well, you can only knock it out if it's a marking contest. That's your only chance. And it's in the hands of the best sharpshooter in the AFL. Fogarty's kick from the boundary. It's going to be a hook kick to give them the lead. He's kicked it too skinny. Well, the draw is on, the Adelaide win is on, and the Hawthorn win is on. All possibilities now with 3:40 left. You're right. Aim on. It was not in the marking contest anymore,
it didn't bounce,
even though it didn't bounce.
Yeah. Is that okay?
Well, Maybe not, maybe.
Sicily whacks it into the field of play again to this huge pack, and Lewis commands it. That's to get it to half-back. There's a bit of damage in the aftermath too. Thilthorpe and Meek peel themselves up. Wrap around hand pass to Impey. Drives the Hawks forward. Scholl presents. Knocked away from him. Great gather underneath. D'Ambrosio receives and kicks inside 50. Hardwick takes the mark and can go back and assess the shot at goal.
It's been good tonight, hasn't he? Once again, positioning at the back of his direct opponent. His proactive positioning works till it doesn't work. Good use of the body, reads the play so well for a defender to go forward like that and read the ball mid-flight. Great skill.
Well, this is the kick. Blake Hardwick deployed as the key forward tonight. Slams it through. His fourth. A 7-point buffer for the Hawks. It looks like the master move of the night.
I know you were close to saying it's the Loctite adhesive beyond the Bond game-sealing moment, Gerard, but in this crazy game of ours, 2 minutes 30 is an eternity.
It is.
Yeah. It's come down to moments as usual. Been a pretty good contest all night. Both teams have had momentum. The ball hasn't really been won in the air, but whoever takes these contested marks can really do some damage. And it was a down-the-line play. And Hardwick's disconnected forward. Probably not as disconnected as Gunston normally is, but he got out the back. Just a lapse of concentration.
So ball flung in the air. McAndrew back into the ruck, but he loses it. Newcomb, who's been hot since quarter time, hammers it towards half forward. The Wizard, Watson. This could be the game sealer. The Wizard goes long. McDonald gets there and takes the mark. Connor McDonald, forward pocket. He can take his full 30 seconds, run the clock down to a minute and a half, and kick the Loctite game sealing moment. Milks the clock, takes his time, spins the ball in his hands. He needs to finish it here. He's looking at the clock, not the goals. Now he looks at the goals and he's blown it across the face. And he's kept this one alive. So the game's not sealed. Adelaide need 2 goals in 1 minute and 44.
Miller takes off, has a careful bounce, right up the guts. Big pack in the middle of the ground. Thilthorpe brought it to ground. Berry knocked it the way of Laird. Gives it to Thilthorpe, confronted, up to Laird. Dropped it as he was getting to his boot. Recovers, gives it to Borlase, knocked over by Scholl. Ball slews to the wing. It's going to be a D'Ambrosio. No, it's going to be an Archie free kick. He was held in a 2-on-1 contest again. Brings it centrally. They weren't really ready for it. Miller, it got past him and Watson gathers. They'll be wide open up ahead. Trickles the ball in front of Connor McDonald. He'll gather it half forward for the Hawks. He dinks it over the top, maybe too much on it. Moore was the target. Butch didn't deal with it. Moore gets it in the pocket. Kicks to full forward. Oh, dropped by Borlase. It's through for a behind. Hawks by 9. And it's a bridge too far for Adelaide now.
Yeah, they need 2 goals in 45 seconds from the kick in. So they need a goal in the next 25 and then have a chance at one last thrust. But it's Impey who saves the day. Big mark, middle of the ground. 75-66. Hawthorn are going to hold on after a good second and third term. They were outplayed early, down by 12 points at quarter time, the Hawks, but they've got it in control now and are going to get the 4 points in Lonnie again.
Amon gets under his kick. Something close. No mark. Watson underneath. It'll be a ball up.
Oh, they've probably been the better side for most of the night. Bit of a scare. Handled it really well.
McAndrew won a tap. Came the way of Cook. Got it to the boot. It didn't go anywhere, though. Newcomb up to full forwards. Borlase takes the intercept mark. He'll roll and go, but the Crows are out of time. The Hawks return to the winners' lists. It got hairy late, but Blake Hardwick proves the match winner. The Hawks down the Crows by 9. Led by 12 at quarter time. There was Hawthorn by 13 at the half, 20 at the final change and 9 at the close. The final score at UTAS Stadium, Hawthorn 10-15-75 defeat Adelaide 9-12-66. For the winners, Hardwick booted 4, Watson kicked 2 with 1 each to Lewis, Moore, Meek and Scholl. For Adelaide, 2 to Archie with singles to Rochelle, Dawson, Saligo, Taylor, Rankin, Fogarty and McAndrew. Hawthorn's 7th win of the season. They skip 6 points clear of Adelaide on the back of it. For the Crows, there's a cost to it with the injury to Isaac Rankin. Adam Simpson, give us your thoughts.
Well, it was an interesting game, wasn't it? With the conditions and the contest was on. And the way Adelaide started, we thought, geez, that Hawthorn haven't learned anything from last week. But after quarter time, Hawthorn win the contest. And they were minus 12 at quarter time. They finished minus 8. So they were plus 4 by the end of the game. Minus 23 in ground balls too, Hawthorn. So there's still some work to do in that space, but they just had a few more strings to their bow, Dwayne. Adelaide didn't kick a score from the back half tonight. No D50 stoppage, centre-back stoppage, D50 turnover, centre-back turnover. So just some flaws in the Adelaide game that were exposed tonight. You can go so far being tough and hard and stoppage-driven, but you've got to have a bit more in your kit bag than being last in the competition in that piece of the game. So just thought Hawthorn worked their way through it. The Smalls got to work as the game went on. Newcomb, the release of the tag was interesting. Ended up being pretty important in the back half of the game. And they threw the kitchen sink at the Hawks too, Adelaide. They go down with honour. But there's probably more questions to be asked about Adelaide and their style of play at the moment. Where are they at?
Yeah, so Sam Mitchell's move of Hardwick forward. Yeah, Hardwick was the best on ground probably and gets 3 votes. But Sam Mitchell's decision to do it and Adelaide's decision not to try and maybe play Tex and get 65% of game time. Toby Murray's only young, so...
Yeah.
And did they go one tall too many? Not putting Thilthorpe into the ruck earlier when you could see McAndrew was tiring, but it didn't seem like Matthew Nix could see it as early as you could see it.
Maybe the message was sent out. I mean, from a coaching point of view, you win in 2 ways. You win during the week and you win during the game. And you think with both coaches knowing this is going to be this type of night, they've gone smaller. And it's just that the Hawks' small win Hardwick was a more positive result than Archie, really, because Archie was the small that came in for Adelaide, and he was pretty effective as well. But clearly the way Hawthorn had that forward that just stays away from everyone.
Yeah.
So who wouldn't want to play that? You would have kicked 10 playing that role, Dwayne.
Or 7.
But even Gerard would have kicked 4 or 5.
And having no access to Isaac Rankin, so your best clearance guy really is Isaac Rankin. So you don't have that in emergency break glass. Let's put Isaac in the middle.
You don't, and I mean, they need their stars more than anyone.
Yeah.
You know, they're up there with the Bulldogs in terms of their top 5 are clear and above the rest of our players, and you know, Dawson, Rankin, Rochelle, Miller, those type of players. They've been the guys that have held the team together this year, and without Rankin that last quarter and a bit, it really hurt them. But full credit to Hawthorn, and still some work to do. They're not the finished product, but this is just a different game down here. They'll go into next week with a different type of style and attitude. And, you know, that home ground advantage, in the end, it's probably worth 2 goals.
Yeah.
And that's 2 wins a year, or maybe 3 wins a year. How many games do they play there? 4. So they win, if not 4, they win 3 of them.
Well, they've run 12 in a row, so it's the full sweep, really.
Yeah, so they get that advantage taken off them in a couple of years. We're going to address it in a couple of years, but that's a big advantage to have. Fans will like it. They get to see 11 home games in Melbourne. But in terms of win-loss, it's not going to be as good.
They would have been at the G tonight.
Yeah, and Adelaide would have loved to have played at the G probably. Although what's the weather out?
To say what would have happened, but the fact is they're there. They've won. They know the environment. They know the ground. It's clearly different. It's like going to Darwin, but 35 degrees cooler with the conditions. And I thought both teams were pretty tough tonight. There was a pretty, lots of tackles. Pressure was 195 for Adelaide, 188 for Hawthorn. They've had 78 and 81 tackles collectively. It was just game on for all the night. Lots and lots of stoppages. 105 stoppages, Dwayne.
And
the average is 58.
Right. So that's a big change up there. So you do need 2 rucks. If you're going to have that many stoppages, you need 2 rucks. And Sam Mitchell's decision to blast whoever he blasted, and he took Meek and Reeves out of the ruck and said, no, my 2 rucks aren't doing the job. I'll put Mobia in there, you blokes.
Just briefly, he did, yeah. Who knows what the message was, but I just thought they didn't defend their entries very well. Adelaide were getting out quite easily, and that tightened right up after quarter time. So I'm sure someone's going to ask him at the press conference what was the blow-up for, and he'll probably lie. And we'll find out maybe on Wednesday.
Coaches don't lie, do you?
Well, we just bend the truth. I'm in the media, mate. I'm not a coach.
No, but
keep some things.
But when you coach, Essendon next year, we'll be able to try and see through the cracks.
But look, it was a good growth game for some of the younger players as well. I think, there's a few players missing in this side as well. So to have a win without Gunston and Barras in particular.
Well, that's the dilemma, isn't it? Do you play Gunston and Harvick forward? Did the club start going one tall less and having 2 lead-up forwards now?
It'll evolve.
Yeah.
It'll evolve. What worked in rounds 1 to 6 won't work in rounds 15 to 22. So they're still exploring. I mean, Whateley down back. That's for me. You got to don't worry about the wing stuff. Get him down back. He can play on anyone. He's had the 17 touches, 7 intercept possessions, and he must have had over 500 metres gain on a really difficult night to get into space. He found it quite easily, in particular in the first half.
Hardwick is such a win for them tonight without Gunston. They couldn't get it to work last week with what they tried, so a couple out. And then he kicked the 5 goals at Adelaide Oval when he was first deployed as a forward, and then 4 goals in the follow-up. And it's only been done sparingly since that a couple of years ago. And you pull it out tonight, playing permanent forward, he kicks you 4 and wins you the game.
I wonder if he had played permanently as a forward, and what kind of forward he would have been. And I don't think he's small. I don't think he's tall. I think he complements that mid-range type of forward. And I don't think playing, say Gunston comes back, I think they can fit them all in. It's just...
So who's your key? Is it Lewis? Ramsden probably won't get back in when they're at full strength, so he's done. Kaushadir is one that they're persisting to play, but it seems like he gets the job done once every 5 games, as opposed to Lewis, who gets it done. Well, he took a big mark in that last quarter late tonight.
He did, yep. And if Gunston's coming back in, someone's got to come out. So we'll work through that. But at the moment, it's great to know that you've got some tricks in your kit bag that can win you a game. I mean, he knows how to play that deep, disconnected forward, and who wouldn't love that position? They climb up to 3rd. I mean, there's a few games to go this weekend, but that was big.
Yeah,
could have dropped as low as 10th. Now they're 3rd on the ladder.
So the celebrations in the rooms here for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives every day of the year. James Sicily leads his team in Underneath, where they had belted out the song so often across a quarter of a century. Highly successful and profitable residency here in Launceston.
How many bullets do you reckon Sam Mitchell's fired this year?
A fair few.
Probably three left the chamber.
Hawks' 7th win of the season alongside a draw, and for the moment back inside the top 4. 75 beat 66, a 9-point victory. Let's hear from Blake Hardwick here, courtesy of Fox Footy with Brad Johnson.
Well, I'm with Blake Hardwick. Blake, I just had a call from the Victorian selectors. They want to play you forward, not back in the next stage game.
I don't know about that. I've enjoyed my time down back, and nice to change it up and get down forward for a bit. I was lucky to get on the end of a few from the good ball movement. It was hard in these conditions, but the boys were good to me.
When you talk about the role tonight, was that based off what happened in the game last week against the D's and the assessment on that to get that constant role, we call it, I suppose, to have someone deeper with your athleticism to score?
Yeah, that, and also Bodie Ryan coming into the team. He's been great for us, and he plays that small lockdown back role as well, so it's good to have that flexibility. Obviously, Sis can go down forward as well. Impey can go down forward, so it's nice to have that flexibility to change it up sometimes.
Some great individual efforts tonight as well, I thought. Josh Whateley defensively, a couple of his saves, his goal line saves were brilliant. Yeah, he's good. He can really he can play on those bigger fellas. He's not huge, but he can jump and he's got the athleticism. So it was good to see him get going tonight. He was unbelievable. Your mids got going in the second half, but led by Jai Newcomb. Only had the 5 touches in the first half, but then really lit it up in this second half and got the clearance game going, which you would have liked up forward. Yeah, definitely. Look, Nuke's a machine. These conditions, I think, suit him. He's an old school footy player, and I think he loved it and got it going forward for me. It was nice. Nice and cold tonight. You handled it pretty well. Yeah, 5 degrees, isn't it? I think it was worse last year, though, so maybe we got lucky. I saw the heated blankets on the bench. Even the Crows had a heater, so you know it's cold if the players are jumping on the heated blankets. Yeah, and everyone's got steam coming off their heads, so it's interesting, but it's good fun. Well done. You deserve it. Big smile on the face, Blake. Congratulations on your game. Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Blake Hardwick, 4 goals, 2 of the Hawks, 9-point win over Adelaide. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. What grabbed you off the stats before we do the categories, Simo?
Well, inside 50s, Adelaide 57 to 50, so they had more inside 50s, but the scoring efficiency was the one that really hurt Adelaide. They went at 37% strike rate in their front half, and Hawthorn went at 50%, and that was a lot to do with Hardwick and what he did in his 1v1. So outside of that, I mean, there was a bit of an arm wrestle around the clearances. The contested possessions went Adelaide's way. The pressure factor was really high for both sides, and Hawthorn had 32 forward half turnovers for 4 goals, 3. Mm-hmm. So, and Adelaide had 23 for 2 goals. So the turnover game was really non-existent for Adelaide for most tonight. They've kicked 2 goals off turnover, and the Hawks kicked 6 goals, 8 off their turnovers.
All right, let's have a play with some of these categories. Most flexible player for Cooper's Animal Health. Flip it with Flexol, the flexible oral lice treatment.
Nothing jumping off the bone. I mean, Thilthorpe, I think, going from forward to ruck late. I think Curtin going on ball was a really big tick forward for Adelaide, so probably Curtin.
Could we count Hardwick, given that he went forward for...
Yeah, I know. I've thought about that, but he bobs up a few times.
Oh, okay. Yes. You can't give him 8.
Can't with every category.
No, that's why you're the boss.
The tackler of the game for Bar Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon.
And Berry's had 10, so I thought he had an excellent game today.
The growth player for Nutrient Water, your irrigation pump and filtration specialists.
He had a rusty start, Brody Ryan, but I thought he worked into the game quite well. And Hardwick can't do what he does if he can't come in and play the role of a small defender, so we'll give it to him.
The game-sealing moment for Loctite. Loctite, fast, strong and reliable adhesives that go beyond the bonds.
Had to be Hardwick's last goal. With 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, Fogarty had a chance to put him in front as well. That might have been the game sealer had he kicked it. And
yes.
It's not normally he's a drop punt guy, isn't he?
Yeah. Loctite adhesives beyond the bonds. Who ran the most kilometres tonight? OMF. Better sleep for better recovery at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Battle, 15.8 kilometres. And I think he might have got, because he was leading possession winner for a little while there, so...
He's the wrong side of it. No, he's the right side of it. He got to 18.
Yep.
I was tracking him late. 18, he just got the right side of it. Unmissable moment for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
I think that Whateley dive touch was the one for me, and just his ability. He did it twice throughout the day. He saved a couple of late on-the-line goals, so we'll give it to Whateley.
I reckon Nick Watson's passing of the concussion test was a big moment as well.
It was. The goal of the day and goal of the year contender for Beaumont's, where bathrooms begin.
I don't really have one. I didn't think anything blew me away today. I suppose, who was the young... I'm trying to think what we've got here from a goal of the day point of view. There wasn't too many special ones today, was there?
Maybe Dawson's one that proved me wrong from outside 50.
Out. Good one. Yeah. Yep. Spot on.
Beaumont's for bathroom wear. Votes.
Well, you could have given the one to anyone, really. On Newcomb's second half, I thought obviously, Hardwick gets the 3 votes. We'll give Dawson one. I just thought his ability to keep the team in it by half-time and then faded away a little bit, but he still had a pretty good day. Dawson's had 28 possessions, 9 tackles, 7 inside 50s, 4 clearances and kicked 1 goal 1. So he gets the 1 vote. Berry, I gave Berry 2, actually. I just thought he was tough and hard all day. He's had 10 tackles, 8 contested possessions, 5 clearances, and then the 3 votes goes to Hardwick with, just playing a different role, kicking 4 goals too. It's hard to do much more than kick goals when you play that type of role, but to do it the way he did, not one of them was an easy over-the-top goal, was it? Everything was earned, whether it was a contest 1v1 or a really good finish on the run. So well done to Hardwick. Well done to Sam Mitchell for selection process and match committee, and someone who threw it up during the week said, why don't we try that? It's going to be wet and drizzly. To actually go in with that strategy is a big tick.
All right, we're about to open the lines, 1300 736 736. Once the dust settles, what do you reckon the takeout for Midday Madness will be?
Well, I mean, Hawthorn, in a way, is still a work in progress. I'm not sure it'll be Hawthorn tomorrow when it comes to the lines buzzing. There might be a few other things in the weekend about to come that we might be talking about, and tomorrow night's game as to what kind of game we're going to get tomorrow. But I still think Hawthorn's a work in progress. But Simo said earlier tonight, that everything evolves during the season. What you're doing in round 1, you're not doing in round 23. I've still got no idea what Hawthorn's forward line looks like when it comes to finals, but I reckon they'll be there.
I think the story's more about Adelaide, Dwayne. I know you're not going to get too many
Well,
calls.
they have won 3. They did win 3 in a row heading into this.
Yeah, for me, I'm just trying to figure them out. Like, what are they going to, outside of contest and pressure?
I do get a few calls from Adelaide. I get John from Port Augusta who rings probably every 3rd week saying, when's Matthew Nix going to come under pressure? He's been doing it for the last 2 years. He even gave me a call when they won the minor premiership. But he might call tomorrow.
Well, I know I'm going to bang on about the handball metres game, but they're minus 33 metres tonight.
So if Fogarty kicks that goal, he can laugh at us and say, well, we don't need to change anything.
No, but it's the way. It didn't feel like it all night, did it?
No.
Like, they did a great job coming back. The last 10 minutes, to be honest, it came out of nowhere.
And can you win a flag playing that style? That's the thing. You might win a game here and there, but can you win a flag doing it?
No, well, and you're right, what we said earlier. It is round 11, so they're not going to be playing champagne football here, and sometimes you got to win dirty. But I want to know what classy looks like for Adelaide, except for Rochelle, Dawson, Rankin. That's the classy bit. But what's the classy system that's, they produced last year some really great running overlap goals, some really good presence with how they move the football. Not seen any of that this year. We're just seeing a hard-nosed, honest team that, on their day can win.
They'll go to the bye 6 and 5, the Crows, through their first 11 games. We're going to take our final break for Bendix Brakes. When it comes to braking, Bendix are the best. Put your foot down with confidence with Bendix Brakes. John Donohoe will take your calls now, 1300 736 736. It's been Hawthorn 10-15-75 over Adelaide 9-12-66. Your chance to sit in judgment of it. Our commentary team has been here for AIA. Do it for life. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's favourite fan food.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Mate Internet and Mobile. $25 off for 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo BINGE25 at checkout.
This end of financial year, expect more from Honda with great deals on selected 2025 Honda SUVs. Now's the time to upgrade your drive with confidence, style and smarter performance. With their premium engineering and exceptional value, the Honda SUVs are a standard that sits a cut above the rest. This is the end of financial year event, only from Honda. Only while stocks last. Terms and conditions apply. Visit your local Honda dealer or go to honda.com.au. Offer ends June 30.
Ugh. When your internet gives you lemons, get Tangerine. Switch to Tangerine and get 10% off your monthly plan fee for every SIM-only mobile or mobile broadband plan you bundle with an active Tangerine NBN service.
Oh.
With easy setup, short hold times, no confusion, Tangerine offers great value internet with no lock-in contracts and high-speed plans available that keep up with your everyday. When your internet gives you lemons, get Tangerine. Visit tangerine.com.au to sign up today.
Still installing gas water heaters? Mate, that's like bringing bringing a fax machine to a job site. Powerbay's electric Gen 2 heat pumps are the new standard. Like a reverse aircon, they suck heat from the air using less power to heat water. That means fewer clients calling to ask why their gas bill's bigger than the mortgage. Tradies, get ahead of the game. Switch to Powerbay Gen 2 electric heat pumps. Smarter, cleaner, built for Aussie homes. Powerbay. Heat smarter. Now available online at Bunnings Warehouse. Rebates available to eligible customers. T's and C's apply.
Growing a business is rewarding, but cash flow pressure can be stressful. Supplier invoices, tax obligations, payroll requirements, it all adds up. Octet can power your business with smart business finance. From lines of credit to unlocking cash from unpaid invoices, Octet helps your business move forward. Plus, you can choose to earn frequent flyer points on eligible payments. So, keep cash flowing, seize growth opportunities, and be rewarded. Find out more at octet.com. That's OCTET.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
Melbourne and Geelong, Sexyland is your trusted adult products destination. With 11 stores across the region, we offer Australia's largest range of adult products. Shop confidently in-store, open late 7 days a week, or order online with 2-hour delivery across Melbourne and Geelong. Whether it's choice, convenience or privacy, we've got you covered. Visit your local store today or shop online at sexyland.com.au.
Take me now, Sexyland.
So, have you had anything to drink?
Yeah, but only a couple. And I ate a big meal.
Okay, breathe into the device, please. One long continuous breath.
I also drank plenty of water. And I'm a pretty big guy as well.
Okay, you've blown over 0.05, so I'm going to need you to step out of the car.
I'm not going to lose my licence, am I? I didn't drink that much.
Stop kidding yourself. If you drink, don't drive. A message from the TAC.
Need plants for your next project? Plantmark is the trusted wholesale plant nursery for landscapers and tradies. With a big range, trade prices and delivery you can count on, they've got what you need. Open 6 days across 4 Melbourne locations. Visit plantmark.com.au.
How do you pick a pick-me-up? Do you pick a lick with a soft serve? A sip with a frozen Coke? Or a bite with a hamburger? Or do you pick them all? Macca's Loose Change Menu from 50 cents. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available from 10:30am to midnight at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
Australia's #1 Kia dealership is Werribee Kia, and they make buying cars easy. The end of financial year sale is on with great Kia savings across the range. There's the K4 from $29,990, Sportage from $39,990, EV3 from $46,490, and Kia Tasman from $37,990. Also mention SEN at time of purchase and you'll receive a $1,000 fuel card while stocks last. Don't miss out. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
It is the post-game show here on AFL Nation, all thanks to 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. John Donohoe with you. A 9-point win for the Hawks in Tasmania. A weird old night of footy, as it always is down there under the lights at UTAS Stadium. But the Hawks, they get the job done. 10-15-75 to 9-12-66. 4 goals to Blake Hardwick. What a magnet move that was from Sam Mitchell. He started the rot in the first quarter and then kicked the sealer at the end. He was magnificent up forward. So second or third time he's done that. He kicked 5 against Port at some point in 2024, and on Collingwood he kicked 4 as well that year. So he is one that Sam Mitchell is happy to move around from time to time. So it was a move that paid dividends. Where to for the Crows? If there are any Crows fans out there still listening, I'm interested to get your thoughts on just where this team is at from an overall perspective. First on the ladder last year, slow start to the campaign, 6-5 now after your 11 games, going into a bye. What does it feel? How's the feeling around Adelaide circles? Because there's been some sort of hit and miss moments for the Crows throughout this campaign. Competed in certain games, have had two 1-point victories where they could have easily lost both of those games against St Kilda and Port Adelaide. Had some big blowout wins, some big blowout losses, an okay win against Richmond where they let the Tigers back into it late but never looked like losing. they're sort of just the 2025 Crows were so much different to the 2026 Crows, and they're in an interesting phase right now. Isaac Rankin injured tonight. No Tex Walker for them. Just a couple of things not going their way. So if there's Crows fans out there, I'd love to hear from you. 1300 736 736 on the open line. You can text us 0433 98 11 16. And Hawthorn fans, well, you just continue to I guess just keep this season well and truly alive. Some question marks over the last probably 3 weeks. Draw, loss. Haven't won since Anzac Day. But this team just continues to defy the expectations. They grinded it out and they got the job done. They're up to third on the ladder now, the Hawks. So after all the so-called turmoil that has been spoken about, they're up to third on the ladder. 7 wins, 3 losses, 1 draw, 30 points. Not going too bad. They're 2 games behind Freo and Sydney, and obviously games to come this weekend mean Geelong and Gold Coast and Melbourne can overtake them. But as of right now, they sit third on the ladder. So it's not all doom and gloom for the Hawks. Obviously come up against some good teams in the last couple of weeks. So your thoughts on that? 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. I'm going to say something controversial here because, and it's probably not going to appeal to those down in Tasmania, but we got to stop playing night games down there right now. I know we're going to have to get used to it. I know there's going to be a lot of night games from when the Devils come in, but the last couple really hasn't been conducive to great football, and it probably brings the case forward of, well, that's the reason you need a roof on the stadium down in Tassie. So to my great friends David Lithgow and Flashman and Brent Costello down there, don't come at me. It's just an observation that the last couple of times that they've played games down there, it's sloppy. The dew comes in. It's not conducive to high-quality football. And this is 2 high-quality teams. So you can say whatever you like. I mean, last year and this year, 2 high-quality teams, and last year was a slop fest because it was wet and windy and cold, 47-44. This one, 75-66. It's just not a great place to play footy at the moment. So let's see if it gets better over time or if they just play day games down there for the short term. But it was a little sloppy tonight. Great to see Cameron Nairn get his first win as well. Great story. Big Adelaide Crows fan comes in, pick 20. Hawthorn traded up. To get him, and he looked comfortable at the level tonight. So big Crows fan playing against his favourite team for the very first time. He was up to the levels. 11 disposals tonight, 3 marks, 2 tackles. And he'll just get better and better, go from strength to strength. What a game from Marbiot Scholl as well. Not big numbers-wise, 8 disposals, but thrown into the ruck in the second quarter after it was all going Adelaide's way. And I reckon he changed the game. He got up high, he jumped, he gave them first use, and they got back into the contest. Now, he didn't have a huge night numbers-wise, but what he did was compete in the middle of the ground. He competed in the middle of the ground from a centre bounce perspective, and it got Hawthorn going throughout that second quarter and into the third quarter. So, not a huge night for him, but you give him credit certainly from that perspective that he was able to get them going offensively. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. Wayne Miller with 32 disposals, 5 marks, 3 tackles. He's having an All-Australian year, Wayne Miller. He's been a fantastic player for the Crows for a long time, but this is a breakout year for him. Certainly, this problem is for him if he doesn't make the All-Australian team. It's because there's some really good halfbacks across the competition. You think of Blakey and you think of Sinclair and you think of plenty of others, but Wayne Miller, he's got a case certainly for All-Australian this year. 32 disposals, as we mentioned, 22 kicks, 10 handballs, 5 marks, 3 tackles. And he was brilliant for them across halfback. Jordan Dawson with a goal and 28 disposals, 5 marks and 9 tackles. And Josh Worrell, 28 disposals in the back half, 7 marks, 3 tackles for him. So the Crows dominated the stats sheet, but certainly didn't dominate on the scoreboard, even though they dominated that first quarter. So 9-point margin. At the last 3 games, these 2 teams have played at this venue. 3 points for all of those games, and now tonight was a 9-point victory. So it's always tense and tight when it comes to footy down in Tassie. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. One saying there will be a roof on the stadium for that very reason, and so there should be. The AFL needs to get this head high stuff sorted out. Once doctors run out on the ground, the player must come off. That was interesting with Nick Watson. I was doing the game as well with Josh Jenkins downstairs, and JJ just said it needs to be taken out of the players' hands because every football player is pig-headed. They're going to want to stay on the ground. You want to naturally stay on the ground to impact the contest. And when you're Nick Watson, you're an exciting player. You want to always stay on the ground. But it needs to be taken out of their hands. It needs to be taken out of their hands because at the time, in fast motion, it looked like it was a potential concussion waiting to happen. So anyway, he was fine, and he moves on to kicking a couple of goals and helps the Hawks win the game. So we might have a look and just see if we can get a little bit of this Adelaide Crows press conference before we head to the break. I'll get DMG to confirm with me when we get a moment. Matthew Nick speaking at the moment. We'll get a little bit of that, and we'll try and dip in on a bit of Sam Mitchell as well at some point in the near future.
Frees us up to finish so strong, and yet we look like we're a little... I'm not careful of my use of language here, but we look like we're a little locked up through that second and third and unable to break the game back, open for ourselves.
At least a little pleasing to start so well, actually start with a problem so far too. It's less pleasing to get start today.
Yeah, especially against the Hawks who have had a measure in that space. There are a number of areas that we were really pleased with tonight that will go back, but data's irrelevant when you don't win, right? Centre bounce was a little more positive. Last time we matched up, they destroyed us in that area. And the start was important. We knew that was going to be important. That's probably why the game was still there for us in the last. But probably at the moment, I sit here a bit disappointed. So it's hard to talk to.
Matthew, in the first quarter, it was all about contest clearance, stoppages where you were really proficient at, and also you had that opportunity to score, but obviously in the following two quarters that all dried up. Then you were just the inability to be able to move the ball from your back half. That must have been a little bit frustrating for you as well.
Yeah, tough conditions tonight to really take it on and try and go at Hawthorn, especially from your back third. These conditions here, it's a wet weather game, yellow footies. So that's on us, really, for allowing the ball back there in the first place. You can't play and win games of footy from your back third, but it's another area that we're looking hard into about how can we, round our game out. Because when we're good, we compete. We have to be able to use the footy at times too. So it's still an area to improve on.
Have you got any update on
you must have been delighted with him.
That's right.
Sorry,
KLRG.
Yeah, KLRG's hand.
Yeah, we don't know yet, but I assume there will be an X-ray. And concerning for us, concerning for Cal, that just can't take a trick at the moment. He was able to play it out, but he had a guard on there at the end and couldn't feel it, so made it tough to execute.
Is there any consideration to next week off and then into the night, or is there any consideration for that?
Yeah, I mean, we worked through the week and just kept an eye on things. I thought, we were probably looking through that second and third for a little more ahead of the ball, a little bit more contest at times. And in the end, we finished the last off. I think Riley was, had quite an impact on the game. Again, it's 4 quarters we're looking for. There are other factors in that too. Where we're spending most of the time, how we're delivering the ball and so on. But, yeah, we've got some improving to do. In saying that, there's, to be here at this way, halfway point, there's still a lot of positives in what we're doing without us being at our best.
Must have been pleased with the performance of Berry tonight. He's really showing some really good signs of improvement.
Yeah, he's had his best year to this point. He's fighting around stoppage, really aggressive first possession player. Been really pleased with how Bez has developed over the years, and I reckon this year he's taken his game to another level.
The the decision not to play Tex tonight, do you think in hindsight that was probably a mistake in terms of the way the game rolled out in the end?
It's a hard one. I mean, we know we're always going to miss Taylor's leadership in crucial moments. Again, we're not going to be able to keep looking at that every week. You know, there are other players we didn't play as well, but I do understand the question that Taylor is such an experienced player. He's a finisher. I think there are other areas in the game tonight that we didn't get right that aren't necessarily those two spaces.
But you've got the bye coming up, you get the reset, and then you've got a couple of big games, so you still would have had that opportunity to have a week off.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we'll all discuss the different points now, won't we, going forward? But no, we're reasonably pleased with the decision in that we think it's going to be what's best for the team and for Tex going forward into the second half of the year. Hopefully he has a good hit out this weekend because he is going to play some footy. And then we'll just balance that as we go through the second half of the year. I mean, we weren't going to go in too tall tonight, knowing that the ball's going to spend a fair bit of time on the ground. And I think in the end we won that stat convincingly. We just didn't finish in other areas.
What do you think Theo Taylor is thankful to be and a crucial for the side?
Not a lot. It's not about what we're seeing in the sample. There's more. The decision is not that Tex isn't playing because he's not good enough to be in our 23. It'll be a decision we make going forward, week by week. Opposition, conditions, where we're playing, where the group's at. You know, we've still got some young guys that are playing some good footy. Toby Murray tonight didn't have his best game, but he's been playing, well above where most would think at this time in his career, early part of his career. So there'll be times as we go through the year where our forward line will look a little different.
Matthew Nix there. He sits here disappointed was one of his quotes. He was pretty raw, he was pretty honest, and he just wants to know what his team needs to do. He's trying to work out what his team needs to do to get themselves back into the contest. Big year ahead for the Crows. From first last year, where will they finish in 2026? So the Crows head into the bye next week. So the first round of the mid-season byes. The Hawks have got St Kilda on Thursday night at Marvel as they chase their 8th victory of the season. So there is plenty still to play for. What did you think of the game tonight? 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. A few people throwing out there that there might have been a little jumper clash. I didn't see a jumper clash, but maybe it was the dark colour of the Crows jumper and the dark shorts that the Hawks were wearing that maybe made it a small little clash. But did you notice any of that? Anything you want to put on the agenda? You can run through your observations from what is going to be a big round, or your thoughts from what might be a big round of footy as well. We'll run through all the teams. We'll have everything sorted for you across the next hour or so. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
Celebrate Australian-made week at Harvey Norman with bonus gift cards. Spend $500 or more on a huge range of Australian-made, including selected lounges, dining, bedroom furniture and mattresses, and receive 10% of your purchase price in gift cards. Harvey Norman proudly supports local jobs, communities, skills and craftsmanship. Celebrate Australian-made week with this huge offer, but be quick. 10% in gift cards ends Monday. Best range, best brands, best prices at Harvey Norman now. Conditions and exclusions apply.
Darren's days of digging blind are over. Ever since he blindly dug into that internet cable and took out an entire neighbourhood. Ever since his insurance declined to cover the repair costs. And ever since he saw that he was millimetres away from also striking a high voltage electricity cable. Don't be like Darren. Always search before you dig online before every job to avoid striking buried pipes and cables. Search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
The Royal Melbourne Hospital Home Lottery is where dreams are drawn. The dream of winning a brand new $4 million home in Mount Martha. The dream of having your own retreat. The dream of living mortgage-free. And the reality of all proceeds staying right here in Victoria to support patients and their families at the Royal Melbourne Hospital. Get your tickets now. rmhhomelottery.com.au. Permit 1006126.
It's official. 3 of Australia's biggest players, Money Magazine, Finder and Mozo, all declared Host Plus the best super fund winner. That's 3 big wins for your super. 3 from 3. That's a plus. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider the PDS and TMD on our website before deciding. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Bunnings Trade has tax time sorted with big deals on big brands. You can get a double bonus offer when you purchase a DeWalt 18-volt 10-piece kit with 3 5-amp batteries for just $1,899. Get an instant in-store bonus, then choose another bonus from over 30 options via online redemption. Or grab the AEG 18-volt 10-piece kit for just $1,999 and receive not 1 but 2 bonuses via online redemption. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Get in before June 30. That's tax time sorted at Bunnings Trade.
Hey, Andy Lee here with some tips so your store fit this Australian Made Week, May 18 to 24. Practice speed pay. Push your limits. Carry all your shopping bags in a single trip. And train your eyes to lock in like a wedge-tailed eagle on the green and gold kangaroo logo. Because whatever you're buying, the Australian Made logo is the way to know it's made right here. Australian Made Week. Buy Australian, May 18 to 24.
It's big. It's the Chemist Warehouse half-price big brand vitamin sale. Stock up on Lifespace, Synovus, Centrum, Nature's Way. Half price off RRP. Swiss, FBX, Fat Blaster and Wonderlust. Half price off RRP. Inner Health, Nature's Own, Pentavita Manuka Health. Half price off RRP. And Wagner and Microgenics are half price off EDLP. The Chemist Warehouse half-price big brand vitamin sale is on now. And it's big. Exclusions apply. See website for T's and C's. Sale ends May 27.
With an end of financial year, no deposit 4.99% mates rate from Ram Trucks Finance, now's the time to upgrade to a Ram full-size pickup truck. Get behind the wheel of a Ram 1500 Rebel, boasting an impressive 420 horsepower under the hood, with a finance mates rate of 4.99% this tax time. Ends 30 June. Visit ramtrucks.com.au. T&Cs apply. 48-month term. Approved ABN applicants only.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
This on the post-game show here on AFL Nation. John Donohoe with you till midnight. We're here for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. Anything you want to discuss, you are more than welcome to. 1300 736 736. I put on the agenda that it's hard watch, footy in Tassie at night at this time of the year. What the solution is, I don't know, because we're going to have to get used to footy at all times when the Devils come in. But what did you think of the game tonight? And some texts in about, I threw out the potential jumper clash. On the TV, it didn't look like a massive jumper clash from my angle, but a couple of people off the text. Andrew says, the jumper clash at the ground was massive. Had no idea who was who. So when you're at the ground, Andrew, it said that it was a pretty relevant jumper clash. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. Jumper clashes really shouldn't happen too often these days. We'll hear from Sam Mitchell on the other side of this as well. We'll take your calls, plenty of texts as well. Anything you want to put on the agenda, please feel free to do so. The camera angle with on the wing in the redevelopment is also an issue. So yeah, they're just robbing Peter to pay Paul a little bit with games down there. The Melbourne and Hawthorn game in a couple of weeks' time, it feels like a real missed opportunity for two big teams to be playing down there. But anyway, that's my rant about Tassie over, because I don't want Flash and Brent Costello to come after me. We love footy in Tassie. Hawks by 9 points at UTAS Stadium. Where to now for the Crows? Still in the hunt for the top 10, but it's a long way from where they were last year. Your thoughts on all that? We'll have the round 11 teams and plenty more on AFL Nation right around Australia.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Pie
pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. 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 Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie.
The wait is over. 4 and 20 season is back.
This end of financial year, Honda's raising the bar with great offers available across selected SUV ranges, including up to $2,000 off selected 2025 Honda CR-Vs. The smart, efficient SUV with space, comfort and modern tech. Premium engineering, exceptional value, a standard of offer that's a cut above the rest. This is the end of financial year event, only from Honda. Only while stocks last, terms and conditions apply. Visit your local Honda dealer or go to honda.com.au.
A legendary country deserves a legendary bottle shop. At Liquorland, we've been filling fridges and helping Aussies raise a glass for over 50 years. Cold, but cosy nights in. And summer sundowners, hosting the watch party. Or cooking for a full house, for the last minute dash on the way, or ordering your favourites from the couch. We'll bring the epic value and the legendary drinks. Liquorland, legendary. Choose to drink wise.
Installerine, Installerine, Installerine.
For the hottest of hot party you've ever seen. Rain comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Get the best in heat pump and solar hot water and government rebates.
Installerine, Installerine.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Visit the E&S clearance outlet in Clayton now and get premium home appliances at the lowest prices. We have a huge range of factory seconds, scratch and dent, ex-display and run-out models. You can save up to an incredible 70% off the biggest kitchen, bathroom and laundry brands like Bosch, AEG, Fisher & Paykel, LG and Siemens. Our consultants are home appliance experts and we won't be beaten on price. So visit the E&S clearance outlet in Clayton and get value the E&S way.
Melbourne and Geelong, Sexyland is your trusted adult products destination. With 11 stores across the region, we offer Australia's largest range of adult products. Shop confidently in-store, open late 7 days a week, or order online with 2-hour delivery across Melbourne and Geelong. Whether it's choice, convenience or privacy, we've got you covered. Visit your local store today or shop online at sexyland.com.au.
Take me now, Sexyland.
It's on again. The Bar Crusher Melbourne Boat Show, May 29 and 30. See, touch and climb all over every Bar Crusher model in the range. Learn why Bar Crusher boats are the #1 plate aluminium fishing boats in Australia. Pull the trigger on your new fishing weapon with exclusive bonus deals, with thousands of dollars of extras and upgrades for free. See you at the Bar Crusher Melbourne Boat Show. Quality Drive, Dandenong South, Friday and Saturday, May 29 and 30.
G'day, it's the Ox. If you or your loved ones have tried to beat addiction with no success, then MyHab is the place for you. Our qualified staff have all been there, so they know the process and the path needed for recovery. Call Cheryl on 1300 190370 or go to myhab.com.au.
Why does someone else's lunch always look better? Because you've got leftovers and they've got a cheeseburger, a chicken and cheese, small fries and a drink. Lunch envy for $6.95 with Macca's McSmart Meal. Available from 10:30 a.m. to midnight at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
9 points at UTAS Stadium. It's a great pleasure to be with you for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. John Donohoe with you for the next hour, taking your calls, your texts, and any of your observations from tonight's game. Hawthorn by 9 points, 75 to 66 as they keep their season live. They're up to third on the ladder. We'll hear from Sam Mitchell in just a moment. Blake Hardwick, Jarman Impey have all spoken post that match. And we might even hear from Dan Houston ahead of a record-breaking day on Saturday as well. But we're going to prioritise your calls over the next hour or so. Anything you wish to put on the agenda. Just to recap a couple of the key numbers in the game. 4 goals to Blake Hardwick, 4-2. 4 goals, 2 for the match, 6 marks, 3 tackles. It is a string that Sam Mitchell has pulled previously. I'd be interested to see what his comments were in his press conference, which we'll play for you in a sec. But no Gunston down there. They had Chol back, so they pulled the lever of Blake Hardwick from defence to attack. Obviously stabilised their defence a little bit with Bodie Ryan and a couple of others, Bailey McDonald down there, with no Barras. So they were able to have the flexibility to throw him back, throw him into the forward line. What a move it was. The injury news as well out of Adelaide, big blow for them, a calf injury to Isaac Rankin. So hopefully won't keep him out for too long, but generally you'd think calves are about 3 weeks or so, and generally you don't want to have too long a calf injury, because if you get back too early and it goes again, it could be a chronic issue. As Rossline said this week, Dan Hannabury and a couple of others have had that fate about them a couple of times in their career. Wayne Miller, 32 disposals, was brilliant tonight. Josh Worrell, 28. Rory Laird with 28. Jordan Dawson, 28 and a goal. He was huge in that first quarter when the Crows had all the run. Sam Berry liked his game quite a bit. 27 disposals, just the 1 mark, 10 tackles. He's a pressure player, and 5 clearances for Sam Berry. Alex Neil-Bullen with 26 disposals. And the leading possession winner for Hawthorn on the ground all night was Josh Ward with 24, as was Cam McKenzie and Massimo D'Ambrosio. So a nice share of ball winners for Hawthorn, 24, the highest number of possessions for a Hawks player. So Hawthorn, they move to 7 wins and 3 losses on the season in that draw, and a game against the Saints next Thursday night to really, solidify themselves in that top 4 spot, because it looked like it was shaky and wavering ever so slightly the last couple of weeks, but they've made amends, and they've got a gutsy win against a pretty good opponent. I mean, as far as Adelaide go, they are down on their output from last year, but they are a good opponent, and a pretty strong side in today with Archie and Thilthorpe coming back into the lineup. So no Tex Walker, obviously, and a couple of others that would probably be in the lineup normally. But they are a pretty strong lineup, this Crows side. And just wonder whether they lack a bit of zip, a little bit of pace. It might be why they're in the race for Darcy Wilson and for Zach Bailey. Maybe that's the type of player. They need a bit of zip, a bit of craft, and a bit of goal sense, because at times tonight they looked like they were just dumping the ball in on the head of Thilthorpe and Fogarty, and it just wasn't working. And then the last quarter they did start to get their hands on the footy at ground level and kick the goals. So they're just off. The 2026 Crows are a shadow of the 2025 Crows, and it could be make or break for a few careers at Adelaide if they go from first and home finals and obviously out in straight sets to, let's say, 7th, 8th, 9th, playing a wild card, and then what happens then? And does Zach Bailey come across, or does Darcy Wilson make the switch as well, get a bit of zip? They'll be in the market for a few other guys. Just need a little bit more from the Crows. I'm still not convinced on what they can do. I know they've been in a few tight games this season, but I'm just not convinced fully that they are the finished product that can win a premiership at the moment. So, Crows fans, do you disagree? Do you agree? 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. It's a tough period for the Crows, I reckon, right now. And a bye next week probably comes at a good time for them to just reset, and then they've got Geelong following the bye. Evening, lads. Great call. Please, can the AFL sort the jumpers out? I was live at the venue, and especially from behind and from a distance, horrible to watch. Each week there is no excuse why the jumpers can't be light versus dark. Tonight was just not good enough for spectators. I agree with the second part of that sentiment. There's no reason that in this day and age there should be a jumper clash. In the NBA, it's always a dark v a white. So each team has a white, like away or alternate strip, and the home team can choose what colour they wear, but it'll always be a dark v light. So why can't we do that? Oh, too often we have jumper clashes. The St Kilda-Brisbane game earlier in the year was a bad jumper clash. Shouldn't happen. Really shouldn't happen in modern football. And the AFL needs to tick off. Well, they do tick off on them, but the AFL should have better. They should have just better radars for this, because it can't happen these days. Now, tonight it felt like the shorts of Hawthorn clashed, especially from a TV side of things. The Hawks shorts clashed more with the Crows jumper. But as we've got a couple of texts coming in here saying that at the ground it was a horrible jumper clash. So, I'd be interested to see if the AFL have a look at that and say maybe next year, the Crows, whether did they get a home game last week, the Crows? I'm just trying to remember back to what they did last week. I just have a look. They did. So North Melbourne. So they got their Sir Doug Nicholls round jumper at home. Maybe they should have a secondary version, a white one, an away strip with their Indigenous design on it, because I think each team should have that. But I think it's a good point you make. Have a white and a dark strip, and this will never happen again, and nor should it. How about Whateley? When he dived for that ball, he went from a ranger to a blue smurf in seconds. Some big moments from Josh Whateley tonight. 3 moments on the goal line that he saved, just almost certain goals from the Crows, and that desperation will no doubt please Sam Mitchell. At times, Sam Mitchell was irate in the box tonight, absolutely berating some of his players. But it felt like the heat was on for both teams. Felt an important night of football for both teams tonight, and the Hawks come away with it. So, yeah, I thought Whateley was one of his better games. He got his dash back. He got his ball winning ability back, and then was doing it on the defensive end as well. Michael says a match winning move by Sam Mitchell to put Blake Hardwick at full forward. Still work to do for the Hawks. There's no certainty against the Saints next week. That's going to be an interesting game at Marvel Stadium next week. The Saints probably still be without Naz and Liam Ryan and Mitch Owens, but and no Jack Higgins. So it'll be interesting to see how that game unfolds at Marvel Stadium on Thursday night. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. Speaking of Blake Hardwick, let's have a listen to the goal sneak Blake Hardwick with Fox Footy after the game.
Just all for the fans. How good was it to get a win in front of the league for the fans?
Yeah, we did. We talked about it through the week, and it's been a bit emotional the last 24 hours. You see so many of the local people that we run into all the time, and how disappointed they are about the decision. And that's not in our hands, but all we can do is make the most of the next 7 opportunities, and maybe a practice game as well. So I think that'll make it 7. So we've got 2 games to go this year and 4 next year, and if we can get here and give people a send-off in the right way, I just hope that the Devils, when they decide to bring some footy up here, that they do it as well as we have. I'm really proud of what Hawthorn has done, and seeing all the people over the last 24 hours has been quite difficult but rewarding, because you know how much you mean to the people here. So glad we could get the win for them tonight.
You think Jenkins boys up a little bit to do it for against the Melbourne fans?
Yeah, I think so. I think the players are quite passionate about it. We understand the situation the AFL and the Devils are in, but we're disappointed with the decision, and I don't know. I'm not really allowed to add too much more.
Sam, in the first quarter, beating a contest clearance, stoppage and ground balls. What did you say to the boys at quarter time? Looked like you were pretty animated and frustrated.
You could actually coach the team. I pretty much said exactly what you just said. We've been beaten in every tough aspect of the game. I thought the players adjusted really well. We made a couple of changes at quarter time or just before that, and to their credit, they sort of bought into the way that the game needed to be played. And there was a lot of really good aspects of the last 3 quarters. So I was pleased that we were able to turn around, because you can't lose contests and tackles and clearance the way we were early. So I was pleased we got the response we needed to win the game.
decision to play Blake Hardwick forward tonight. 4 goals. The playing the Gunston role. He must have been really, positive and really impressed the way that he went about his guns.
Blake's. He's finally getting a little bit of credit outside of our walls the way he has for us for a long time. But he's a phenomenal footballer. His contest is outstanding. He's a beautiful kick, and he'll get a lot of credit for tonight, and so he should. But he should have a lot of other weeks when he plays. Today he kicked 4. Regularly he's stopping 4 or more. So I'm pleased he'll get a bit of credit because he deserves it.
Luke Lodge said on commentary that he's known you for more than 20 years. That's an accuracy Samuel at the start of the second quarter. How would you rank your level of anger at the start of the second term?
I don't know how. I feel like I need to respond to Hodgie and not to the press conference. But to the press conference, no, that's just how we needed to perform at a high level, and the standards that we knew are required to win games like that, and we weren't living up to. And then after that, it did well. To Hodgie himself, I think he's seen me pretty angry a few times. Probably it was just at him some of those times, but he's been just as angry at me. So it was good to see him pre-game. He presented the first game at Jumper to Camden, did a fantastic job. He spoke so well, and I was really proud of Cam as well. I thought he had a strong performance in his first game.
Just quickly on Blake, forward back, what is his future sort of like? Or is it opponent based?
I'm not sure. I haven't got past this game just yet. I suspect he'll end up in defence again. I'm not sure where Jack's at and whether they can both play deep forwards. I thought Mitch Lewis and Marvior were really important for us tonight, giving us a contest in front of the ball. It wasn't a great night for key forwards, but the ability to create scores from isolated one-on-ones was a challenge, and Blake was really important for us in those moments. But I thought the aerial stuff of those 2 big boys was vital as well. So we'll try and figure out the mix that can kick the biggest score. We're at Marvel next week, so it'll be different conditions. I suspect it'll be a different game.
You mentioned Cam as well. What specifically did you quite like?
I thought his composure with the ball. He got tackled a lot of times, but he was able just to do the right thing, just to hold it in. He didn't look overawed. He just looked. He looked AFL ready. Sometimes I couldn't tell you that it statistically. I don't think, other than Jarman Impey having 12 intercept possessions and Blake kicking 4, it wasn't a game that is statistically going to jump off the page for anyone. But I thought he just had a level of composure, and he just looked like an AFL player straight away. And I think when you see first gamers with that, gives you a bit of confidence for their future.
Josh Whateley sitting down back, take us through what you saw in the last outskirts on the line. I think what you say, 3 goals for you. Is he getting confidence out of being for his competition?
Everyone talks about that. I think he played wing for the majority of the start of the year. The last couple of games obviously gone into defence, and we know that he's capable of playing multiple positions, and we'll continue to use him wherever we think we can. That'll get the best out of him, but also help us win games of footy. So his ceiling is so high, and everyone has an understanding of that. But I think he's 21 years old, so I'm really pleased with his performances. He's quite diligent in the way he goes about it. He prepares really well, and I'm quite pleased about how athletic he is, because I think 3 fingernail goal saves probably today. So I was wrapped with this game.
Pretty buoyant, Sam Mitchell there in the post-match press conference. A lot of praise for Josh Whateley and Cameron Nairn as well. Thought he handled the moments pretty well. So pretty happy. Hawks coach, as you'd imagine. He wasn't happy in the first quarter. He was losing his marbles. He was going absolutely troppo in the first quarter, but his team responded, and he was able to get them back on track. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. Just for what it's worth, no one won the $40 million Powerball. I didn't win it, so we go again next week, and hopefully you had a little win, maybe $14 or something like that. But jackpotted. Unlucky for all of us, but we'll do it again next week. Why not? Gamble responsibly. Sean in Bendigo is first on the open line. G'day, Sean.
G'day, Donald. How you going, mate?
Good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. They just got a couple of things. I reckon Sam Mitchell was genius putting Hardwick forward, because I don't know if you realise that some key backs actually turn into key forwards, or key forwards turn into key backs. So I reckon that's a genius move by him.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes sometimes key forwards are better served as key backs and vice versa. So, it's a nice lever to pull. The good thing about Hardwick is he can do it at both ends. He can play a strong role in the back half and then forward as well. So, yeah, he's pulled the lever before. I didn't expect him to do it again tonight, but it was a great move.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Like, even if, say if Gunston did play and he went down, at least you know you've got another forward back up there or vice versa, yeah. So, he played good. And just with Adelaide, like you said, it's definitely a shadow season for them this year because, going pretty hot last year, it's like they've, I don't know, they're still shocked that they went out in straight sets. Like, some weeks they're playing great footy, and, like, I know I'm a North supporter, they, belted us last week. Their best footy's not there yet. They can play good footy, but it's just not there to grab.
Yeah, they just have that. Feels like, and we mentioned it in the call tonight, feels like they have just a lot of almost moments. And their best is very good, and Rochelle and, Keys, and they're all covering the ground well, and Berry's getting it in there, but, then they can fall apart at half back, and their backs then can dump it out of there, and then you're wondering what's their next move, and, they can have these really flashy moments and then really mind-boggling moments, and until they fix all of that and become a complete team, then... Yeah, it makes you think whether last year was just an anomaly, like you see things in sport sometimes that, okay, maybe that was an anomaly. That wasn't a pattern. That was just a good passage that they had. And they had a really good year last year, 17 wins, whatever it was. But the going out in straight sets, and that maybe mentally rattled them around. But yeah, I'm not completely sold on them as of right now. They might turn it around. There's a long way to go, but yeah, they are not the 2025 Crows that we saw finish top of the ladder.
No, definitely not. It's like you said, footy's a mental game, isn't it? It's sort of, they're not mentally, there at the minute, but yeah, I don't know. It must be one of those things. And plus, some players are getting on. Like, I can't see Tex playing next year, so they're going to have to definitely find another key forward to help. Tilthorpe out. It's just going to be, I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong, Matthew Nix is a good coach, but you can only be as good as the calibre you got on the field, isn't it?
Absolutely. Hey, Sean, what are your thoughts about your Kangas this week? Big game against the Gold Coast. They might have some heavy legs from their fortnight in Darwin. They might be ripe for the picking, and it feels like you guys need a scalp.
Oh, yeah, we definitely need a scalp, all right. We've, it's the same as Adelaide. Our good footy's good, but when we're not there, we're definitely not there. Like, it's like we haven't been brocked up. But
I thought you'd gone past that last week. I really did. I fell into the north sort of bubble. I was a big fan, and I thought you'd gone past it, but yeah, it was disappointing.
I thought we'd gone past it too. Don't get me wrong. I thought we're well and truly past it, but well, at least they're not like the VFL side, lost and they had to do their hundreds after the game.
Yeah.
But this week, I reckon, look, I know the Gold Coast has spent 2 weeks up there. They'll still be good, but it would take a really good, four-quarter effort to even to get over the line with Gold Coast, I reckon, or even just keeping up with them. But it's up there, isn't it, at Gold Coast?
No, North at Marvel on Saturday.
Oh, Marvel, sorry, it is actually, sorry, yeah.
I'm doing that game. I'm excited to call that game. I like what both teams are doing. So bring your headphones if you're going along, Sean. I know you're in Bendigo, but 1:15 Marvel Stadium on Saturday afternoon.
Or I'll be coaching footy then, so I'll have to
put the headphones on.
I'm not meant to be playing, so I might have to actually put some headphones in my socks and my phone and my socks too and listen to it.
There you go. Well, absolutely. You'll have the replay to listen to surely on the way home. So, a big opportunity for them. Thanks for the call, Sean. I really appreciate it, and good luck with the footy on the weekend. Sean in Bendigo giving us a call. 1300 736 736. Riley Hardiman comes in to that lineup for Tombler Myers, and for the Gold Coast, Ben Long and Sam Closey come into the lineup. Lockie Weller out injured, and Will Graham out injured as well. Big clash. We'll talk more about the upcoming games in just a moment. 1300 736 736. Now, I did throw to this a moment ago. Obviously, that was Sam Mitchell, the coach of the Hawks. But let's have a listen now to Blake Hardwick from Fox after his 4-goal haul.
Well, I'm with Blake Hardwick. Blake, I just had a call from the Victorian selectors. They want to play you forward, not back in the next stage game.
I don't know about that. I've enjoyed my time down back, and nice to change it up and get down forward for a bit. I was lucky to get on the end of a few from the good ball movement. It was hard in these conditions, but yeah, the boys were good to me.
When you talk about the role tonight, was that based off what happened in the game last week against the D's and the assessment on that to get that Gunston role, we call it, I suppose, to have someone deeper with your athleticism to score?
Yeah, that, and also Bodie Ryan coming into the team. He's been great for us, and he plays that small lockdown back role as well, so it's good to have that flexibility. Obviously Sis can go down forward as well, Impey can go down forward, so it's nice to have that flexibility to change it up sometimes.
Some great individual efforts tonight as well, I thought. Josh Whateley defensively, a couple of his saves, his goal line saves were brilliant.
Yeah, he's good. He can really he can play on those bigger fellas. He's not huge, but he can jump and he's got the athleticism. So it was good to see him get going tonight. He was unbelievable.
Your mids got going in the second half, but led by Jai Newcomb, only had the 5 touches in the first half, but then really lit it up in this second half and got the clearance game going, which you would have liked up forward.
Yeah, definitely. Look, Nuke's a machine. These conditions, I think, suit him. He's an old school footy player, and yeah, I think he loved it and got it going forward for me. It was nice.
Nice and cold tonight. You handled it pretty well.
Yeah, 5 degrees, isn't it? I think it was worse last year, though, so maybe we got lucky.
I saw the heated blankets on the bench. Even the Crows had a heater, so you know it's cold if the players are jumping on the heated blankets.
Yeah, and everyone's got steam coming off their heads, so it's interesting, but it's good fun.
Well done. You deserve it. Big smile on the face, Blake. Congratulations on your game.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Blake Hardwick on Fox a little bit earlier. So his best haul is 5 goals in round 10 of 2024 against Port Adelaide. They pulled that lever again in that game, and he kicked 4 against Collingwood that same year in round 4. So it is a magnet that Sam Mitchell is happy to shift from time to time. So good in the back half, but can go forward and impact the scoreboard when he gets the opportunity. So he hadn't kicked a goal this season up until tonight, and he just bangs home 4 for his trouble. So good on him. Blake Hardwick doing very, very nicely in what was his 11th game of the season, and he's a veteran now. How many games total has he played? 209 games of AFL footy, and it's good to have someone with that much experience being able to play at both ends of the ground. 1300 736 736. You know the drill. 0433 98 11 16. We'll take you through all the round 11 teams very, very soon. And anything else you want to put on the agenda, you are more than welcome to do so. Adelaide need to find a player who can run with and tag the opposition best, says 447. So that's an Adelaide need for this week. It's Scott Pendlebury's record-breaking week as well, if you want to weigh in on Pendles, if you've got a ticket to the game. Was it disrespectful from the Pies to handpick West Coast? Did Kane have a point on that? Could the Eagles come out breathing fire on Saturday? It's a big weekend of football. You'll hear it all here on AFL Nation across the weekend. Doubleheader tomorrow. We'll delve into that in just a moment. We might hear a little bit from Dan Houston in the lead up to Collingwood's big game on Saturday. But we'll take your calls as they come. Get on the line. 1300 736 736. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Some say peace and quiet is priceless. Parents say it's $6.95. Keep the backseat peace and enjoy a quiet car with Macca's Happy Meal. Available 10:30 a.m. to midnight for a limited time at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery. Extra charges may apply.
Feeling a little snacky but don't want to go overboard? Metro Petroleum has just what you need. Pull into your nearest Metro Petroleum now and enjoy the Snack Brand's 45-gram range for just $2 each. And of course, no snack would be complete without something to wash it down. So Pepsi and Schweppes 440ml range are 2 for $5. Offers available May 1st to 31st at all participating Metro Petroleum locations. Metro Petroleum, more than just fuel.
The Royal Melbourne Hospital Home Lottery is where dreams are drawn. The dream of winning a brand new $4 million home in Mount Martha. The dream of having your own retreat. The dream of living mortgage-free. And the reality of all proceeds staying right here in Victoria to support patients and their families at the Royal Melbourne Hospital. Get your tickets now. rmhhomelottery.com.au. Permit 1006126.
Growing a business is rewarding, but cash flow pressure can be stressful. Supplier invoices, tax obligations, payroll requirements, it all adds up. Octet can power your business with smart business finance. From lines of credit to unlocking cash from unpaid invoices, Octet helps your business move forward. Plus, you can choose to earn frequent flyer points on eligible payments. So, keep cash flowing, seize growth opportunities and be rewarded. Find out more at octet.com. That's OCTET.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The famous National Tiles May Spend and Save is on now, with genuine savings of up to 25% on the best value tiles in the market. Yes, save up to 25% off the best value tiles in the market. And the more you spend, the more you save. So bring your home to life on any budget with absolute genuine savings of up to 25% on beautiful National Tiles. But you'll have to be quick. So rush into National Tiles or go online now and save. Conditions apply.
As a traditional caring butchery, the Butcher Club source quality produce delivered with exceptional customer service. But it's simply not your average butcher shop. As founding corporate members, the Butcher Club are proud to support the Superheroes Foundation that assists families impacted by brain cancer. Superheroes Foundation helps cover expenses such as medications, travel, childcare, hospital parking, specialist appointments and anything in between, with 100% of proceeds going directly to those in need. Superheroes Foundation and the Butcher Club, helping families affected by brain cancer.
It doesn't matter how you push. What matters is why you push.
You know, I'm pushing for better community. Mindfulness. Biceps.
Mental health. The Push-Up Challenge is back for its 10th year this June. Take on 3,307 push-ups over 24 days, representing every life lost to suicide in 2024. Sign up at your workplace, gym, at home or with mates. Search for the Push-Up Challenge and get pushing.
With a no deposit 4.99% mates rate, upgrade to a Ram 1500 Rebel today. That's a 4.99% mates rate from Ram Trucks Finance. Ends 30 June. Visit ramtrucks.com.au. T&Cs apply. 48-month term. Approved ABN applicants only.
Brett Phillips here. The First Serve is your home of tennis each Monday night on SEN in our 18th year.
Indian Wells, Queens, Monte Carlo, Tokyo, excluding the slams. I think those are the four.
Maybe have 3-4 courts specifically only for doubles. I think the marketing comes from their respective countries.
Thanks to GLG Green Life Group, keeping your sports grounds in peak condition at glgcorp.com. The First Serve every Monday night 8 p.m. on 1116 SEN and the SEN app.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
And post-game show for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. It's a big weekend at the Collingwood Footy Club. Scott Pendlebury plays, the record-breaking number of games, 433 this weekend. Two-time premiership player in 2010 and 2023, and Norm Smith medalist in the 2010 replay, Collingwood captain between 2014 and 2022, the AFL-CA Champion Player of the Year in 2013, the Collingwood Games record holder. He's a 6-time All-Australian, 5-time Copeland Trophy winner, and he was announced the 2-time AFL-PA Best Captain in 2020 and 2022. He's done it all, 4-time Anzac Day medalist as well in 10, 11, 19 and 26. So he is a remarkable player. 2006, he debuted 20 years ago. He debuted, so it is quite remarkable, 38 years of age. And it is a monumental moment in the history of the game, and one that is hard to be seen, hard to fathom it could be broken potentially from Scott Pendlebury, because I reckon he'll get to 450. He'll probably play again next year and get to 450. His teammate is Dan Houston, and they're gearing up for what is going to be a bumper crowd at the MCG on Saturday afternoon. And he spoke, Dan Houston, to Andy Marr and Andrew Gaze on the run home today.
You may be forgiven for not knowing that it's Dan Houston's 200th, which is a magnificent, significant milestone for a 2-time All-Australian and a very important player if Collingwood's going to make a run at it this year. and he's been good enough to join us on the program leading into, Dan, one of the most anticipated games of footy that we've seen for quite some time, mate. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me on, guys. It has been a big build-up already, and we're still 2 more days out, so I'm sure there's still a bit more to come, but it's looking like it'll be a very big game this weekend.
So, first of all, congratulations to you. 200's a fantastic milestone. You've got plenty more to go. In the middle of all of the Pendlebury stuff, how have the club honoured your milestone?
Yeah, look, the first half of the week has been very much about Pendles and the club. In the background have been working with my family and my friends to make sure that there's tickets available and room passes and they're getting looked after. But from what I've heard, I think closer to the game is when Fly may touch on me playing 200 games. But to be honest, I'm pretty happy just to fly under the radar, treat it as another game. And just keep ticking along in the background.
Well, I was about to ask you that. I wanted to know whether it was a blessing in disguise that you've got this phenomenal achievement with one of your teammates that sort of allows you to go under the radar. But I guess for you as well, it'd be hard not to get caught up in the Pendles mania, which seemingly has embraced the country.
Yeah, it has. It seems to be on every platform of social media and every news outlet at the moment. But rightly so, he's played 433 games, and when I reflect on my journey to play 200, he's probably another 250 games ahead of me. So it's a massive achievement. He's deserved every bit of it, and 20 years in the system, he's still at the top of his game as well. So credit to Scott.
Has it been a distraction at all, the combination of you two celebrating as far as preparing? And because surely, I know as Collingwood players, you have to deal with a lot of different stuff, but this, even for you guys, would be out of the ordinary, I'd imagine.
I'd be lying if I said it was like any other week. It's definitely a lot different, but in terms of what we've done at the club, we've still, we're treating this game with a lot of respect and the respect that it deserves. And there's been a little bit of Pendle stuff, but a lot of it's sort of played out on social media. We've had our time at the club where we've touched on Pendles for, half hour here, half hour there, but a lot of it's been about the game this weekend. We know, West Coast are in red hot form after their game on the weekend, and they'll be coming to try and upset us and upset the occasion.
How do you reckon you're going? It was, your second year now at Collingwood, and it looks from the outside looking in that you've really found your feet and you're starting to be that Dan Houston that we knew so well at Port Adelaide. Do you feel like you've really found your groove now at Collingwood?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like, this year I think it always takes, it seems to take most players that move clubs, a year or so to sort of blend into the game plan and with their teammates. And I think at Port, I sort of, was one of the main people down back, and going to Collingwood, it was more of a system-based team, and I had to sort of, earn the respect of all the boys. And I feel like, this year I've sort of, got back to how I usually play, and I feel a lot more comfortable knowing, my teammates for another year and having another pre-season under my belt at the club.
It's really interesting because Port, they wanted the ball in your hands, and for all the obvious reasons. And the number, I don't know whether you're a big number watcher. I don't know whether, disposal numbers are big for you, but the numbers do seem to be heading in a really significantly better direction this year, just in terms of volume. Is that important? How do you assess statistically how you're going?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think you can have the ball in your hands as much as you like, but if you're not defending too well, it doesn't really matter. So for me, it's a lot of a balance, and that's how I reflect my game on a Monday. I sort of sit down with Gerard, who has defensive coach, and go through some stuff with him, and then sit down with Tyson Goldsack, who's our offensive coach, and sort of get a little read on how my game's gone from there. And I think it seems to be in a good shape at the moment, and the boys have been really good in just giving me some pointers here and there. I think our offense is got to be up to a certain level, but we've got to be in good positions to defend. So it's just having that balance right.
And tell us about the bloke who is all eyes are on, and we're all, can't wait to see how the pre-game and the performance of Scott Pendlebury rolls out on Saturday afternoon. You've spent, a couple of almost 2 years with him now as a teammate. Give us your observations of him first of all, as a footballer, as opposed to just the person.
Yeah, I think I've reflected on sort of the two players that have played a lot of games around me, and one was Travis Boak, and he was able to play a lot of games because of how fit he was and how much he could outwork his opponent. And then I look at Scott, who I've only spent 2 years with, but his IQ stands out for me, and what I've learned from him, and listened to how he sees the game, and his ability to read the play and be one step ahead and get his body in the right position just allows him not to have to cover heaps of distance around the ground. And if you're not covering heaps of distance, you're not putting heaps of load through your body. So I think that's probably contributed a lot, from what I've seen, to him playing so many games.
That's really interesting.
It is.
Yeah.
Dan Houston there, he's going to play game 200, so he will be the undercard, obviously, then for the day. And Harley Reid plays game 50 in that match, so there's milestones everywhere, but it's all really going to be for one man. I mean, if you were going to play 200, this is not the day to be doing it, because you probably will be. You probably won't be the main event, but not everyone breaks the games record every day. So you are going to have to take a back seat to that. Dan Houston, 250 for Harley Reid, but 433 games for Scott Pendlebury on Saturday afternoon. They're expecting 85,000 people at the MCG. So looking forward to that. You'll hear it here on AFL Nation. Gerard Whateley will be on deck for that call. It's going to be a big afternoon of football. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll run you through the round 11 teams, give our thoughts on all of that before we wrap it all up on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The famous National Tiles May Spend and Save is on now, with genuine savings of up to 25% on the best value tiles in the market. Yes, save up to 25% off the best value tiles in the market. And the more you spend, the more you save. So bring your home to life on any budget with absolute genuine savings of up to 25% on beautiful National Tiles. But you'll have to be quick. So rush into National Tiles or go online now and save. Conditions apply.
Audio. It's more powerful than you think. What you hear can take you far from here. It can move you to dance, to run, to tears. It's all in your ears. For advertising with the power to connect with customers in your area, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. CRA.au.
Make the switch now to Kia's award-winning electric range with incredible drive-away offers available, including the all-electric Kia EV4 sedan with up to 612 kilometres of range. Add to that seamless connectivity, full panoramic display and intelligent iPedal regenerative braking that recoups energy as you drive, and all from only $52,990 drive away. Visit your local Kia dealership today to experience the Kia EV4.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Celebrate Australian Made Week at Harvey Norman with bonus gift cards. Spend $500 or more on a huge range of Australian made, including selected lounges, dining, bedroom furniture and mattresses, and receive 10% of your purchase price in gift cards. Harvey Norman proudly supports local jobs, communities, skills and craftsmanship. Celebrate Australian Made Week with this huge offer, but be quick. 10% in gift cards ends Monday. Best range, best brands, best prices at Harvey Norman now. Conditions and exclusions apply.
10 years ago, the push-up challenge started with a few mates looking for a way to get fit and stay connected. Today, it's one of the world's largest mental health and fitness events, helping over 1 million people push for better mental health. If you're struggling to find time for the gym or to catch up with your mates, take on 3,307 push-ups over 24 days in June to honour every life lost to suicide in 2024. Search for the Push-Up Challenge and register for free.
Men's Rugby World Cup 2027 is not too far away. Do you want to be a part of it? Sportsnet Holidays are an official travel agent for Men's Rugby World Cup 2027. Packages are now on sale. Choose from the opening match all the way through to the final across Adelaide, Brisbane, Perth and Sydney. Gala events, accommodation, official match tickets. With Sportsnet Holidays, book now for Men's Rugby World Cup 2027. Rugby.sportsnetholidays.com. That's rugby.sportsnetholidays.com.
SEN is your home of live sport with a jam-packed menu every week right across the country. Footy. The EPL. Netball.
Rudy Ellis, and that is a super shot.
Live golf.
Cameron Smith, he is remarkable.
There's nothing better than live sport on radio. And as always, you'll hear the best coverage live right here on SEN and streaming on the SEN app.
Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 and sauce.
The wait is over. 4-20 season is back.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4-20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
11 continues tomorrow night at the MCG. There's a double header, in fact, which is probably a good thing because with all due respect to Richmond and Essendon, they played the worst game of season 2025 by a margin. It's sadly still seared into my memory. I commentated that game and boy, did I want to get out of there as quick as possible. That was a stinker, and they're at it again tomorrow night. So 7:45 at the MCG. Jasper Olga and McKelty Lafau come in for the Tigers, who desperately need some reinforcements. Liam Fawcett and Campbell Gray are out. Gray injured, Fawcett omitted. Ben Mackay back for the Bombers. So a little bit of stability in the back. Well, stability might not be the word, but a little bit of tall timber in the back half. Jade Gresham comes in to the lineup again. Matt Guelphy returns, and Tom Edwards as well. Out goes Nick Cox omitted, Setterfield omitted, Wright injured, and Jaden Newen omitted as well. So still no place for Elijah Sardis in this team. It is a curious case of Elijah Sardis and why he can't get a game. And you'd imagine this will be his last season at the Essendon Footy Club, no matter what, because, pick 5 in the draft, you'd think that he was probably expecting a little bit more. If Essendon drop this, Essendon have shown signs in the last couple of weeks. I know they got belted by Freo last week. They've shown signs that they are a team capable of playing good football. Not great football, but good football. There's no excuses for them over the next couple of weeks. And this game has to be a win for the Bombers. On paper, they are a better team, a better looking team. If they lose this, the walls are closing in on the Bombers next week, and Brad Scott might be out of a job if they drop this game. So we'll wait and see. But it's pressure on, and for Richmond, it's a free hit. I feel like nothing to lose for the Tigers in this one. They can cause an upset and take another win, or they can go down and I guess no one will really bat an eyelid. So we'll wait and see. So that's 7:45, and then the one I think we'll all be tuning into intently is it's an intriguing battle. 8:30 p.m. Optus Stadium. It's Freo up against St Kilda. So no Caleb Sarong, confirmed he's going to be out for about 3 weeks. I think another calf injury in the competition. Jack Higgins is out as well. He's had knee surgery for a little grumbly knee, so he'll miss a couple of weeks. Mason Wood comes in for the Saints and Corey Wagner for the Dockers. No Pearce in this game, no Sarong. So there's a few big outs for the Dockers, but obviously they are well stocked right across the field. So it leaves Brayshaw as their number one guy in the midfield now. It opens up a little bit of room for Shea Bolton in the middle, and they'll throw Neil Erasmus and Frederick and a few other guys through there. I would imagine Jordan Clark gets a run at some point. But Saints knocked off the Dockers in a big win at Marvel last year, and then the Dockers got them by, I think, 10 points in Perth. Ross Lyon tends to have reasonable days against Freo. Now, he's got no Ryan, he's got no Higgins, he's got no Butler, he's got no Naz, and a couple of others. No King, obviously, but they haven't been playing bad football. But, yes, they've only beaten really West Coast and Richmond in the last couple of weeks. So this is their first test on a big run for the Saints over the next month. Freo, Hawthorn next Thursday night, certainly winnable, and then Sydney in Sydney before their bye. So they need to steal at least one, if not two. But if they can get away with a win on the road in Perth, and they've been a reasonable travelling team this year, and they're certainly playing better football than people are giving them credit for. If they can get away with a win here, it'll be something else. Loving the season of Max Hall and Darcy Wilson. Their young brigade stepping up. And, of course, Hugo Garcia is having an almighty year. He might be the most improved player just about in the competition, pick 50 from a couple of years ago. So their young guys are getting some benefits. So that's a good game of footy tomorrow night. Freo probably win that. But I reckon the Saints will they'll hold him close. Saturday afternoon, it is North Melbourne and Gold Coast. We went through the teams there a moment ago. Riley Hardiman in for Tom Myers, Ben Long and Sam Closey come in for the Suns. Lockie Weller and Will Graham go out. Opportunity for North Melbourne here to right the wrongs of last week. Heavy legs for the Suns. Back-to-back games in Darwin. Could they be a little bit lethargic in this game? I reckon they're there. I'm giving North one more chance. I reckon they're there. I thought they turned a corner, but got belted last week. I'm giving them one more chance to potentially fix things and get a win at home. We might take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll run through the other Saturday games and the squads for Sunday on the other side of this.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Melbourne and Geelong, Sexyland is your trusted adult products destination. With 11 stores across the region, we offer Australia's largest range of adult products. Shop confidently in-store, open late 7 days a week, or order online with 2-hour delivery across Melbourne and Geelong. Whether it's choice, convenience or privacy, we've got you covered. Visit your local store today or shop online at sexyland.com.au.
Take me now, Sexyland. Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The famous National Tiles May Spend and Save is on now, with genuine savings of up to 25% on the best value tiles in the market. Yes, save up to 25% off the best value tiles in the market. And the more you spend, the more you save. So bring your home to life on any budget with absolute genuine savings of up to 25% on beautiful National Tiles. But you'll have to be quick. So rush into National Tiles or go online now and save. Conditions apply.
Celebrate Australian Made Week at Harvey Norman with bonus gift cards. Spend $500 or more on a huge range of Australian made, including selected lounges, dining, bedroom furniture and mattresses, and receive 10% of your purchase price in gift cards. Harvey Norman proudly supports local jobs, communities, skills and craftsmanship. Celebrate Australian Made Week with this huge offer, but be quick. 10% in gift cards ends Monday. Best range, best brands, best prices at Harvey Norman now. Conditions and exclusions apply.
Go, Harvey, go!
All right, I'm going to the bar. We'll be back in a tick.
Seriously? They just bounced the ball, mate. Wait till quarter time.
Won't be long this time. Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, what? What did I miss? Who scored?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Need reliable traffic control? M1 Traffic Control Geelong has you covered 24/7 with compliant, efficient and